Chapter 2196. A piercing light lit up the entire final blood battlefield like the blazing sun. Even from 1,000,000 kilometers away, one could see the intense light and dazzling eyes. The light was too dazzling, blinding people temporarily. Aside from the intense light, they could not see anything else. When the intense light faded, Luo Ho Yun exclaimed in shock. Light Dao Domain. It's a righteous Dao cultivator. Why would righteous Dao cultivators appear in the final blood battlefield? Are these people tired of living? After the group of sovereign personage guards startled to their senses, they showed worry on their faces, clearly feeling ill at ease. How can it be like this? Did Luo Ho Wang think of it? What a terrifying light Dao domain. It is even stronger than the 8th prince's sacred tool. Although the light only appeared for a short while, not as long as the sacred tool's might, the might it erupted with was much stronger than the sacred tools. Luo Ho Yun and the other Azure race cultivators could not help feeling nervous. Anyone would worry about Luo Ho Wang's safety under such circumstances. Xiao Chen's expression had already recovered its calm. Before he came, he had heard rumors of righteous Dao cultivators in the final blood battlefield. However, these people hid very well, mixing in with the demonic Dao loose cultivators and deceiving them. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were humans, and so were the righteous Dao cultivators. As long as they hid their auras, others would not notice them if they did not. Furthermore, the baleful auras in the final blood battlefield were chaotic, easily disrupting the perception of cultivators. Let's go. This place is no longer safe, Xiao Chen said softly. Luo Ho Yun and the others had not seen it, but Xiao Chen had personally seen Luo Ho Wang get struck. Xiao Chen did not know what the situation was now, but he was certain that Luo Ho Wang could no longer control the situation. No, I want to go and find father. I'm not leaving. Something must have happened to father. I want to go and save him. Luo Ho Yun showed a flustered expression, his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps it was because of the father-son connection, but he felt that Luo Ho Wang's current situation was terrible. Speaking of which, Luo Ho Yun had been rather miserable. Before coming here, he had not known anything. He had really thought that his father had brought him here to broaden his horizons. He had not expected such a cruel thing to happen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Emotionally, he could understand Luo Ho Yun. However, rationally, he had to leave. Luo Ho Yun tried to flee. However, he was trapped in Xiao Chen's Taiji force field, unable to move an inch. His demonic essence surged all over his body as he howled, but he still could not move. Damn it! Let go of me! Let go of me! Luo Ho Yun shouted angrily, cursing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He calmly ordered, capture him. Let's go. The group of sovereign personage guards knew that Xiao Chen's actions were correct. Although they felt dissatisfied with Xiao Chen, they still did as he said. However, Luo Ho Yun suddenly became stubborn. He said, let go. If any of you dare to touch me, I will die in front of you. Little prince, don't be stubborn. Listen to Mr. Xiao and let's go. That's right. With the king's strength, there's no need to worry about self-preservation. At that time, if he comes out and sees that something has happened to you, little prince, then it will be troublesome. Luo Ho Yun refused to obey no matter what. He kept nagging that something must have happened to his father. Something must have happened. Xiao Chen sighed softly. Let him be. We will wait here for King Luo Ho. Xiao Chen understood Luo Ho Yun. After a 20-odd-year-old child erupted with emotions, he would inevitably lose his rationality. If Xiao Chen forcefully brought Luo Ho Yun away, something bad might happen. Since that is the case, so be it. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. King Luo Ho really gave him a tough job. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with anything else. Then, he closed his eyes and cultivated peacefully on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiao Chen only spread out the Taiji force field. No matter how hard Luo Ho Yun tried, he could not struggle free. If Luo Ho Yun grew tired, he would naturally stop. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a horrifying demonic might surging towards him from the fog-covered battlefield. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would discover that this aura was already a spent force. Luo Ho Yun held on to his last breath and rushed forward. Indeed, when Xiao Chan could sense it with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this aura came from Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang rushed over with all his might. A group of sovereign emperors chased after him. The surprising thing was that the profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunju, and Gu Yuhan were among this group of people. These demonic Dao cultivators, abyssal underworld sovereign emperors, and righteous Dao cultivators actually worked together to chase after Luo Ho Wang. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Luo Ho Wang forcefully obtained the true God flame? After thinking about it, this was the only possibility that could make the various factions put down their differences and work together to deal with Luo Ho Wang. Boom! A strong wind blew, scattering the demonic fog for 5,000 kilometers around. Then Luo Ho Wang's figure appeared before Xiao Chan and the others. Wounds covered Luo Ho Wang's body. The huge wound on his chest, which still gave off a profound white light, was the most ghastly sight. Along the way, Luo Ho Wang forcefully carved out a bloody path. From a distance, it looked like a scarlet river spanning 5,000 kilometers. Father! The somewhat distracted Luo Ho Yun erupted, tears flowing down his cheeks. Xiao Chan scattered the Taiji force field, and Luo Ho Yun struggled free. Then he started running frantically. Protect Luo Ho Wang. The group of sovereign personage guards could no longer hold themselves back. They all rushed out to block the group of sovereign emperors. When Luo Ho Wang saw Luo Ho Yun, he squeezed out a smile on his handsome face. Then, he leaped into the air and arrived before Luo Ho Yun. Pussy. However, the instant Luo Ho Wang landed, he fell to the ground with a plop. Then he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and coughed endlessly. Miserable shrieks rang out. The sovereign personage guards could not resist these sovereign emperors, instantly dying miserably. However, this group of sovereign personage guards was very ruthless. Before dying, they chose to self-detonate, making things difficult for the sovereign emperors. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived beside Luo Ho Yun and Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang could no longer speak. Luo Ho Wang tightly held Luo Ho Yun's hand with one hand and tightly clenched the other, showing no signs of letting go. Luo Ho Yun looked at Xiao Chan. His eyes were red from crying as he said, "Senior, can you save my father? I beg you. I beg you." Xiao Chan said in frustration. How could a bona fide 3-veined sovereign emperor die so easily? If Xiao Chan handed over the true God flame, would these people dare to kill him, Luo Ho Wang? The Luo Ho clan also had older generation faux god experts. They were just children, yet they made it seem like they were parting forever. This made Xiao Chan feel a little sour. While Luo Ho Yun spoke, Luo Ho Wang already appeared weak. He did his best to raise his head and look at Xiao Chan. There was no need for words. Xiao Chan could tell what Luo Ho Wang wanted to say from Luo Ho Wang's eyes. Luo Ho Wang wanted Xiao Chan to protect Luo Ho Yun and let him inherit the true god's inheritance. Xiao Chan did not say anything. It was not that he was indifferent. It was just that he was a Heavenly Alliance member. Right now, he only needed to take away the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. There was no need for Xiao Chan to cause other trouble and take the risk of becoming enemies with so many sovereign emperors. Luo Ho Wang could not say anything. However, heavy sorrow appeared in his eyes. Now it seemed like his life force was starting to fade. If one's heart died, even if one's body was fine, one would be no different from a dead person. Luo Ho Wang's final look touched the softest and weakest thing in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen thought of the faux god world. He thought of facing Lu Ryue for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, suffering unspeakable pain. Xiao Chen thought of the days when his heart broke out like a living dead. The demonic fog lingered in the ancient final blood battlefield. Strong winds blew endlessly, dark clouds lingered, and a blood moon hung high. The souls of the deceased seemed to sing a sad song of the past in the howling wind, coldly watching the story of the day. The sad song remained forever. The battlefield never changed. The story was still the same. However, the heroes changed wave after wave. Sooner or later, we will all become heroes, legends, and later generations will recite our stories. Luo Ho Wang, are you a sentimental person as well? In that case, Xiao Chan will help you this once. Xiao Chan nodded silently under the conical bamboo hat. When Luo Ho Wang saw Xiao Chan nod, he put down the bamboo hat and closed his eyes. Luo Ho Wang released his tightly clenched left hand, and the black flame immediately struggled free. Then it slowly rose and hovered in the air. A dark demonic sovereign was always accompanied by fear. However, this black flame before Luo Ho Wang was dazzling, looking as pure as a star or gem. It actually looked somewhat holy. The 10 odd sovereign emperors behind immediately went crazy. However, not all the sovereign personage guards had died yet, still self-detonating. Even if they wanted to go forward, they did not dare to act rashly. Only Luo Ho Yun hugged Luo Ho Wang, crying his heart out. This silly fellow did not even know what agreement his father made with Shao Chan. If the White Dragon King were here, he would definitely rejoice that he had a daughter. Giving birth to such a silly son was truly frustrating. Don't cry. Your father is not dead. Shao Chan leaped down and grabbed the true god flame with one hand. Then, he used his other hand to carry Luo Ho Yun and Luo Ho Wang onto the demon blood vulture's back. When Luo Ho Yun heard Shao Chen's words, he did not get angry at all. Instead, he exclaimed, "Senior, my father is fine?" Shao Chen explained. Then he cut to the chase. Your father's injuries are just too severe. His body automatically entered a protective state, and he chose to forcibly sleep. When he recovers, he will naturally wake up. Don't say anything or ask too many questions. Take off the crown. Without sufficient intelligence, communication was difficult. Luo Ho Yun did not dare to say anything more. When he heard that his father was fine, he relaxed and did as Shao Chan said, taking off the crown. Shao Chan received the crown and glanced at the dying sovereign personage guards. Then he said calmly, "Let's go. Don't be foolish enough to jump down. You and your father will be fine." Luo Ho Yun startled awake. "Senior, what about you? Come with us. I'll bring you to the Luo Ho royal residence." There was nothing wrong with having good intentions. However, being brainless was not right. Shao Chen felt helpless. "If I go with you, can you still leave?" Shao Chen could not be bothered to explain. He opened his left hand and looked at the ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame. Then, he made a move and forcefully separated the inheritance flame from the divine nature flame. Then he gently tapped the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance flame and entered Luo Ho Yun's forehead. Before Luo Ho Yun could let out a startled cry, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet flame and soared into the sky. Shao Chan did not care for the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance. However, the divine nature it contained was a great supplement to Shao Chan. After giving Luo Ho Yun the inheritance and leaving behind this divine nature flame, Shao Chan fulfilled Luo Ho Wang's promise. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It kicked up sand and nearly blew Shao Chan into the air. Without needing to look, Shao Chen knew that the group of sovereign personage cannon fodder should be all dead. The 10 odd sovereign emperors no longer held back, directly charging over. Shao Chan did not say anything. He only removed the 7-color stone from the crown, revealing the complete shape of a dart head. Then he replaced it with his snow god whip. Back then, Hua Tianyang had shaken the world with the snow god whip, gaining fame and turning the Heavenly Alliance into a super faction. Now the snow god whip was complete again. Even without a secret technique, as long as he could bring out 10% of its might, he would not fear this group of small fries. The many sovereign emperors looked at Shao Chan, not acting rashly. Everyone had more or less heard of a mysterious demonic cultivator, with a mysterious identity and strange whip techniques. However, they did not expect him to be with the Azura King. The Shuawu dynasty's 8th prince leaped out and shouted, "No matter who you are, hand over the true god flame, and I'll spare you from death." 8th prince, it looks like your eyes are not completely healed. You can't even recognize me. Shao Chan smiled faintly and casually tossed off the conical bamboo hat on his head. Then his black clothes exploded, revealing his white robes and long hair fluttering in the wind. "It's you. It's Shao Chan. Lord Fengsun, he is Shao Chan, the Shao Chan who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone back then." When the 8th prince clearly saw Shao Chen's appearance, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off, completely stunned. The profound heaven's holy son Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan were equally shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Those Rakshasa cultivators also recognized Shao Chan. This was the dragon race cultivator that Rakshasa Tian wanted dead. Kill him. The group of Rakshasa cultivators could no longer suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. They roared, and 10 odd sovereign emperors charged at Xiao Chan at the same time. Xiao Chan snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said, "All of you withdraw for this Xiao." Xiao Chan grasped the snow god whip with his right hand and gently swung it. Immediately the scarlet whip, which looked like plum blossoms, gave off a startling crack in the air. Pa! The talisman scripts in the whip came to life. The instant the crack rang out, the 7-colored dart head gave off a magnificent light. Suddenly, pear blossoms filled the land. That crack of thunder caused snowflakes to fill the sky, covering the vast land. The 10 odd sovereign emperors felt their souls tremble as they vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crack of thunder knocked them back. Chapter 2197. What whip is this? The group of people were scared out of their wits. Just a single thunderbolt had shaken them all away and even wounded their souls. Boundless white snow covered the ground, making the final blood battlefield look like a world of ice and snow. White covered the entire world. The baleful aura and resentment that lingered on the battlefield seemed to be covered up for now, vanishing without a trace. The might of the snow god whip startled the group of sovereign emperors. Xiao Chan was similarly shocked. However, after this strike, he felt like some of his soul was sucked out. The soul energy in his divine seal drained a lot. It looks like I forced myself to use this snow god whip. I wonder how long my soul energy can last? However, it should be enough to deal with these people. Humph! Let's see what you are up to. The 8th Prince Li Yun roared, unwilling to submit. Then he brought out the Scarlet Moon and charged at Xiao Chan again. Elder Tang, who was beside Li Yun, also charged over, trying to use the Shuowu dynasty's sacred tool to suppress Xiao Chan. No matter the price, I have to kill him today. Shock flashed in the profound Heaven Holy Sun's eyes. Back in Peach Blossom City, he had not truly cared about Xiao Chan. However, now that Xiao Chan showed such elegance, the profound Heaven Holy Sun sensed danger. If Xiao Chan obtained the true God Flame, it would be terrible. As the profound Heaven Holy Sun spoke, he gritted his teeth. Then an astrolabe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the sky. As the astrolabe spun, it turned into a vast star chart that covered the entire sky. Stars flickered, and a river of stars surged. Covered in starlight, one Rinyu charged over again in a flash. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. When he saw that astrolabe, he recalled some matters. He could not help saying, "One Rinyu. It turns out that you were the one who came to steal my ethereal immortal palace key in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence." The mystery was finally revealed. Xiao Chan could not help feeling shocked. This fellow really hit himself deeply. One Rinyu retorted coldly, "So what? After today you will be a dead man. Could it be that you can report me to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter? Xiao Chan will settle the score between us today." Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju hated Xiao Chan to the bone. Back at the Faux God World's God-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan, Mu Yunju, and the others got chopped in half by Xiao Chan. If not for their master begging the Holy Lord to help, they would have died long ago. The experts of the Rakshasa and Yaksha clans calmed their souls for a moment before charging over. After being knocked back by the thunderclap, these sovereign emperor experts no longer dared to hold back. They either took out their soul tools or executed their secret techniques. For a time, many Dao domains joined together and pressed down on Xiao Chan. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chen's aura. He executed all sorts of killing moves, vowing to kill Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan did not panic. He activated his 4th layer Thunder Dao domain and used all sorts of secret techniques to deal with the attacks. The snow god whip in his hand continuously unleashed might. Pa! 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 Immediately, heavy snow flew and thunder crackled. Xiao Chan brandished the whip, the snow god whip changing thousands of times, dazzling everyone's eyes. Thousands of plum blossom petals surrounded Xiao Chan. Against the backdrop of the heavy snow, the plum blossoms looked as vibrant as fresh blood, looking poignant and beautiful. Using the might of the snow god whip and the supreme dragon fist, Xiao Chan fought the Tenat sovereign emperors without falling into a disadvantage. However, Xiao Chan knew that this was only temporary. When he drained his soul energy and could no longer swing the snow god whip, only death awaited him. I need to end this quickly. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8th Prince Li Yun. Li Yun scolded. Little mixed blood dragon, what are you looking at? Once your soul power is completely exhausted, this prince will definitely tear your body apart and extract your soul. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. Of these people, Li Yun was the weakest. Furthermore, Li Yun had fought a huge battle with Luo Ho Wang and was no longer at his peak. Who knew where he got his confidence to be so arrogant? You overestimate yourself. I'll start with you. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he dodged Wenren Yu and Mu Yunju's attacks. Then he shook his hand, and the flexible snow god whip suddenly charged at Li Yun like a venomous snake. The plum blossoms exploded, and the dart head made of 7-color stone turned into a beam of light as it shot out. It expanded infinitely in Li Yun's eyes, shattering the crescent moon that Li Yun sent out and piercing into his forehead. Just as the dart head was about to strike Li Yun, a figure rushed over. Your Highness, be careful. It was Elder Tang. He flew forward and blocked the sure-hit attack. Pu Qi. The instant the dart head entered Li Yun's forehead, a crisp bang rang out. Li Yun's head exploded into powder, and he could not be more dead. Bang! The dart head did not lose any momentum, knocking Li Yun, who was behind, into the air. Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood, and the scarlet moon above his head fell to the ground. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and beckoned, collecting that scarlet moon into his storage ring. Now is the time. This moment of distraction gave the other sovereign emperors a great opportunity. They locked onto Xiao Chun at the same time, launching all sorts of killing moves at close range, sweeping away 1,000 armies. Xiao Chun roared as he infused his soul energy into the snow god whip. The snow god whip became like a spear as it swept out. In an instant, the various killing moves broke. The shattered mysterious phenomena filled the air, and shock waves spread out. Xiao Chun felt that if he continued to use the snow god whip in such a gradual manner, he would exhaust himself to death sooner or later. I'll go all out. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, and entered the state of martial and soul as one. Then, he brandished the snow god whip without any care for his soul energy. Pa! A thunderclap shook the sky. The snow god whip split a demonic Dao loose cultivator, who had yet to open a divine vein, in half. Pa! 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 Without any care, Xiao Chen's soul energy drained like a gushing river. He appeared to be in a frenzy. However, the horror of the snow god whip was fully revealed. Every time the whip landed, it tore open a crack in the ground. Terrifying demonic chi came out of the cracks. As the snow god whip lashed out madly, it was as if the world itself was shaking. It was as if the world was collapsing, and no one dared to block it. Pusi. Cracks appeared in Wenren Yu's star chart. Even though she managed to avoid the danger, she still managed to escape. Even though Wenren Yu managed to avoid the danger, the whip still tore his flesh, causing him to shriek miserably. As the crazed Xiao Chun held the snow god whip, he looked like a demon god descending upon the world. In just a short moment, this boundless land had been shattered into pieces, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Without exception, the many sovereign emperors were all covered in wounds. The sovereign emperors who had not opened a divine vein could not even block one whip, instantly dying miserably, their souls extinguished. Go! 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 This fellow is crazy. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were all frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to linger and fled. No one knew what would happen to them if they got struck. No one dared to gamble on whether they would die or not. Let's go. After all, we did not come to this final blood battlefield for the demonic sovereign corpse. It is not worth losing our lives here. We still have time. When Wenren Yu saw the cracks in the star chart and the whip images whipped him into a miserable state, he did not dare to linger. After communicating with Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju, Wenren Yu quickly retreated. Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju could no longer hold on. After receiving the voice projection, they quickly fled. As the world crumbled, Xiao Chun gave chase while holding the snow god whip. Xiao Chun did not know how long he could last. He needed to inflict severe injuries on these people, killing as many as he could. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. This was advancing as a way to retreat. After chasing for 2 million kilometers, Xiao Chun stopped only when he could no longer see anyone. After overdrawing on his soul energy, the backlash started. Black cracks appeared on Xiao Chun's face as if his soul would scatter. Gritting his teeth and snorting coldly, Xiao Chun took out the ice fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then he opened his left hand, which he had kept tightly closed during the battle. Without hesitation, he quickly sent the black divine nature flame into his forehead. Boom! The exhausted blue dragon divine seal, which was crying piteously for food, instantly received great nourishment, frantically absorbing and refining this divine nature flame. Unable to care much, Xiao Chun refined the divine nature flame on the spot. Then he closed his eyes and circulated his energy. A scene of 10,000 dragons flying in the sky and diving into the ground appeared behind him. The ancient demonic sovereign's divine nature flame far surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. After an entire night, he managed to refine only 10% of it. However, this 10% allowed his soul energy to return to its peak, go even higher. If he could completely refine it, he wondered how great of an opportunity it would be. However, Xiao Chun had no choice but to stop now. A person had appeared on the ice fire lotus platform. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng walking over. The other party showed a calm expression, not showing much emotion on his face. Lin Feng had been around all this while. Xiao Chun knew that Lin Feng had many opportunities to kill him when he fought the 10 sovereign emperors. However, Lin Feng did not make a move. Clearly, Lin Feng was not a sinister person, someone who did not like to kill people behind their backs. Lin Feng only showed up now because he wanted to wait until he recovered before making a proper move. When Lin Feng arrived 50 kilometers before Xiao Chun, he stopped moving rhythmically. As he walked over, Xiao Chun could not feel any killing intent or aura. The instant Lin Feng stopped, the aura of the Death Dao domain turned into an overwhelming killing intent surging towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's divine seal flickered. 3 Dao domains of the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao instantly appeared, layering over each other and blocking the aura of the Death Dao domain 25 kilometers away. Whoosh! The instant the two terrifying auras clashed, they silently merged into the surroundings, entangling with each other. I know that you will definitely not hand over the holy relic. Let's make a bet. Whoever wins will take the holy relic and leave. Lin Feng said slowly, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Chun. As Lin Feng spoke, a green arrow image coiled around his right hand like a snake, flickering with a ghostly light. Xiao Chun flipped his hand and caught the seed that Mu Zifeng handed him with 2 fingers. Then he nodded and said, "Sure." Chapter 2198. One move. In the end, Grim Reaper Lin Feng was a hot-blooded man. Back then, before Xiao Chun entered the battlefield, he already had a chance to make a move. Yesterday, when Xiao Chun fought with others, he had many more chances to make a move. However, Lin Feng still did not choose to make a move. He waited until Xiao Chun recovered to his peak and appeared before Xiao Chun. Actually, one could figure it out after thinking about it. This person betrayed the underworld god Hall for a woman, destroyed his cultivation, and then started cultivating again. It was hard to say what kind of person Lin Feng was, but he was definitely not a despicable person who liked to sneak attack. The two both had great killing moves. Xiao Chun had the divine grade peony seed that Mu Zifeng gave him, and Lin Feng had the dragon-killing arrow forged by the ghost Ho. Deciding the victory in one move was very likely to decide life and death in one move. On the Ice Fire Lotus platform, Xiao Chun slowly stood up and activated his alloy battle armor. At the same time, Lin Feng's alloy battle armor also activated. The silver battle armor, coupled with the black death chi, looked somewhat strange. The two did not dare to be careless. Xiao Chun had already experienced how horrifying the Death Dao domain was. Back then, when Xiao Chun fought the flood dragon human Yin Songming, he had experienced it. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Similarly, Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chun. This was especially so when the other party had a great killing weapon like the Snow God Whip. However, Xiao Chun did not place much hope on the Snow God Whip, as cracks had already appeared on the 7-color stone. It was already impossible for the Snow God Whip to bring out yesterday's might. However, it was still the strongest move that Xiao Chun could rely on. It had a miraculous effect on countering the Death Dao domain. The two looked at each other from 50 kilometers away. Before they started fighting, their auras had already started clashing. Xiao Qin's 3 Dao domains layered over each other. Lightning, ice, and saber intent intertwined, merging into every corner of space. The surrounding 50 kilometers looked calm. However, in reality, there were 2 auras clashing in the air. However, they canceled each other out, resulting in a silent scene. When the two truly made a move, their Dao domains with divine seals erupted, shaking the ground and mountains. See, SSSSSS. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. He saw strands of black fog spreading out from the ground behind Lin Feng. With one look, he knew that this was the materialization of the Death Dao domain. The mist was so thick that everything behind him seemed to have disappeared. Not even light could penetrate it. A huge black hole appeared, making one's heart palpitate and tremble. They were about to make their move. Xiao Chun understood that this was the prelude to Lin Feng's attack. He tightened his grip on the snow god whip. Suddenly, without any warning, the two attacked at the same time. Xiao Chun activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, and instantly infused most of his divine energy into the divine grade peony seed in his left hand. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and condensed his divine essence into a bow. The black fog behind him condensed into a huge figure. Like a grim reaper, it also condensed into a bow with great pressure. Fallen peony, fallen petals profusion. Touch of death. Xiao Chun shouted as the peony seed in his hand suddenly bloomed. In that instant, the peony blossomed, and countless petals danced in the surroundings. A boundless life force swept out in all directions like a ferocious beast. The instant the peony blossomed, the snow god whip gave off a thunderous sound. Then it turned into a dragon that pierced through the petals and shot towards Lin Feng. The instant Xiao Chun attacked, his heart trembled. Fear from his bloodline spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Xiao Chun's Great Desolate Aeon bloodline actually panicked. This was a familiar fear. Xiao Chun immediately startled to his senses. It was a ghost hoe. This was not an ordinary ghost hoe. It was a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe that a faux god expert had modified using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then Lin Feng infused his Death Dao domain into it. Now, a dragon-killing arrow was knocked on the bow. Whoosh! That dragon-killing arrow and Xiao Chun's snow god whip attacked at the same time without any delay. Shock flashed in the two's eyes. They had both underestimated their opponent's trump card. The ghost hoe was the nemesis of the dragon race. However, Xiao Chun did not fear an ordinary ghost hoe. However, this dragon-killing arrow had a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe as its foundation. Swearenji personally refined it using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then Lin Feng drove it with his Death Dao domain. Its might had long surpassed Swearenji's expectations. Even Swearenji had not expected this dragon-killing arrow to have such a horrifying aura when driven with the Death Dao domain. Lin Feng had not expected Xiao Chun to take out a peony seed when he attacked either. As the boundless life force swallowed, the force field formed by Lin Feng's Death Dao domain instantly weakened, and its defense plummeted. Pussy. The two could not react in time. The moment they attacked, they got hit at the same time. The snow god whip pierced through Lin Feng's alloy battle armor, and the 7-color stone pierced his chest, shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness also suffered severe damage. It dimmed and his mind trembled. The horrifying saber intent contained in the dragon-killing arrow wreaked havoc in his body, battering the divine energy sea where his dantian was. Xiao Chun did not fare well either. The dragon-killing arrow pierced through his chest and turned into a ghost hoe. Then it rampaged through Lin Feng's body. Finally, it entered Lin Feng's sea of consciousness and turned into a horrifying ghost hoe, wanting to swallow up the divine seal. Plop! The two fell to their knees at the same time. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions turned incredibly pale. With just one move, the two could no longer continue attacking. They had to focus on dealing with the problems they faced. Xiao Chun had to deal with the ghost hoe in his sea of consciousness, and expel the death qi in his body. Lin Feng had to deal with the saber qi in his sea of consciousness, and the life force contained in the 7-color stone. To him, that boundless life force was like a great flood or ferocious beast. The two coughed continuously, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. They looked incredibly miserable. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes first. He had the 2-star alloy battle armor and the blue dragon divine body. In the end, his recovery and resistance were superior. Pooh! Lin Feng ferociously whipped the snow god whip out of his body. The snow god whip dragged the half-kneeling Lin Feng into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's body bounced up and down a few times before finally falling to the ground weakly. However, he could not move at all. When the two fought, they competed on the trump cards that Mu Zifeng and Swearenji gave them. No matter how horrifying the ghost hoe was or how it changed, it was still a ghost hoe in the end. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun was different from the other dragon race cultivators. He had a strong resistance to the ghost hoe. The other dragon race cultivators would not be able to block this dragon-killing arrow. At this moment, the ghost hoe would devour their souls, and the death chi would corrode their physical bodies. Their souls would be destroyed, their physical bodies would rot, and their Tao would disappear. However, Xiao Chun had experienced the ghost hoe several times before. He had even killed the ghost hoe more than once. After the initial fear, he quickly calmed down. However, he still did not feel good. This injury was even more severe than when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors the day before. Xiao Chun looked at the motionless Lin Feng, who was barely breathing. Then he frowned slightly and said, "He can't be dead, right?" Right after Xiao Chun spoke, Lin Feng coughed intensely a few times. Then he struggled to stand up weakly. With one glance, Lin Feng could tell that Xiao Chun was in a better state than he was. "You win." Lin Feng's complexion paled. However, the scarier thing was that his pale face still had black veins covering it like a spider web. Lin Feng's face looked like it would explode at any moment, appearing horrified. Xiao Chun knew that this was the price of cultivating the Death Dao domain. The pain would be indescribable with words. Whoosh! Lin Feng gritted his teeth with much difficulty. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he ferociously waved his hand. Then the death chi in Xiao Chun's body was continuously sucked into his palm. Whoosh! Phew! Phew! Xiao Chun immediately felt much better. This Lin Feng was willing to admit defeat. He said one move and he meant it. If he lost in one move, the grudge would be over. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun could not help Lin Feng. The life force contained in the snow god whip was materialized from the divine grade peony. He could not retrieve it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chun was about to say something, several figures suddenly arrived in the air. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He looked over and saw a group of abyssal underworld cultivators wearing underworld god guard uniforms charging over. The 8th Prince Li Yun seemed to be among them. When Xiao Chun clearly saw the faces of the two leaders, his expression changed again. It was Yen Songming and the deranged Zhan Yuan. Xiao Chun chopped Yen Songming into pieces with one saber strike, but he did not die. Not only did Yen Songming not die, but he even seemed to have obtained an opportunity and became an underworld god guard. Li Yun, was it that bastard who lured him here? A murderous intent immediately surged in Xiao Chun's heart. Given his and Lin Feng's current states, they could not fight at all. Someone is coming. Let's go. Xiao Chun had always been decisive. Without overthinking, his figure flashed and landed beside Lin Feng, preparing to leave with him. Whoosh! 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 However, it was too late. With a few flashes, Yen Songming and the others blocked Xiao Chun and Lin Feng. Just as Yen Songming was about to say something, his gaze landed on Lin Feng. This stunned him and shock flashed in his eyes. After a while he muttered, "First senior brother, I thought you already died." Chapter 2199. First senior brother, I thought you were already dead. Yen Songming's words stunned Xiao Chun slightly. Then he looked at Lin Feng, whom he was supporting. What's going on? To think that these two were actually senior brothers. Based on Yen Songming's gaze, it seemed like they once had a deep connection. Yen Songming's usually cold and emotionless face appeared somewhat dazed. It was like he was immersed in some memories, unable to extricate himself. Why are you in a daze? I called you over to kill this fellow. My dynasty's sacred tool is still in his hands. Yen Songming, why are you still not making a move? When he saw Yen Songming in a daze, he said somewhat impatiently. The 8th Prince Li Yun got angry when he saw Xiao Chun. Yen Songming did not seem to hear Li Yun, remaining unmoved. He only stared at Lin Feng and the alloy battle armor Lin Feng wore. Lin Feng's gaze also fell on Yin Songming. When he saw the Underworld God Guard uniform, he felt slightly stunned. Congratulations. In the past you have always wanted to join the Underworld God Guard. Now your wish has finally been fulfilled. Now you finally got your wish, the pale Lin Feng sighed softly, his tone somewhat mocking. Yin Songming said indifferently, indeed. Back then I wanted to be like first senior brother, to join the Underworld God Hall and become an Underworld God Guard. My first senior brother was the hero of the Flood Dragon humans, the disciple that Master was the proudest of. He was the first Flood Dragon human to become an Underworld God Guard, the person I admired the most back then. At this point, the complicated expression in Yin Songming's eyes slowly faded, turning cold again. You are not my first senior brother. My first senior brother is already dead. He absolutely would not wear the Heavenly Alliance's alloy battle armor. All the more, he would not support a mixed blood dragon. Back then, he swore to lead the Flood Dragon humans back to the Divine Dragon Empire, the hero. Yin Songming's voice grew increasingly softer. As he spoke, the murderous intent coming from him intensified. Yin Songming turned back into that cold and emotionless Yin Songming, who could endure humiliation and bear a heavy burden. Compared to Lin Feng, Yin Songming was more suitable to be called the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng, no matter what method you use, delay him for another minute. I just need 1 minute. Otherwise we will both die here. Xiao Chan was not interested in the grudges between these two senior brothers. Right now he only wanted to live. Under the current situation, not to mention Yin Songming, just Zhen Yuan alone was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Furthermore, there were several Underworld God Guards in Liyun here. Although they were not in desperate straits, they were not far from it. Lin Feng thought for a while before nodding in the end. Then he looked at Yin Songming and said, 2 months ago, I went to junior sister's grave. Thank you for your care and worship over the years. Her spirit in heaven should be very happy that little junior brother from back then has grown into a man now. Yin Songming paused for a moment. The murderous intent that he gathered vanished, and pain and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Now! Xiao Chan shouted ferociously and drew the tyrant saber on his back. Then he executed the fiendish saber's first move, all things rejoicing together. In that instant, the final blood battlefield for 500,000 kilometers around seemed to come to life. The mountains and rivers were shaking, and the ancient departed spirits were roaring. Every inch of land and every inch of light and shadow turned into a fiend, turning into the saber intent in Xiao Chen's heart. The instant Xiao Chan drew the tyrant saber, the entire world seemed to come to life. The instant the saber light left the scabbard, it turned into a saber hum that sounded like a peerless zither. It reverberated in all directions in this boundless battlefield. It sang loudly in the howling wind, rejoicing with all things in this immortal final blood battlefield filled with demonic creatures. The green mountains were the green mountains, the white clouds were the white clouds. All things had spirits. All things were fiends. What was a fiend? All things rejoiced together. The world turned silent. In the next moment, the vast battlefield and 500,000 kilometers of desolate plains rejoiced together with Xiao Chan. Boundless saber lights burst out from the dark clouds in the sky, bursting out from the vast desolate plains. Aside from Xiao Chan and Lin Feng, countless saber lights shot towards Yin Songming and the others. Immediately it looked like the sky fell and the ground cracked. Resplendent saber lights lit up the entire battlefield. This startled Yin Songming and the other Underworld God Guards. They all made their moves to block the boundless saber lights. Dang! 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 Amid the chaos, the Underworld God Guards could not even take care of themselves. So Xiao Chan carried Lin Feng and leaped high into the air. As Xiao Chan leaped over the sky and landed, a bewitching red light shot out, catching Xiao Chan and Lin Feng. Then they quickly flew far away. This was the demon blood vulture that had left and returned. It came at the right time at the crucial moment. Pussy. The moment Xiao Chan landed on the demon blood vulture's back, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Executing all things rejoicing together in a severely injured state, Xiao Chan really did not care about his life. However, in the earlier situation, Xiao Chan had no other choice. He had to fight for a chance of survival. The saber chi materialized by all things rejoicing together flustered the underworld god guards. The saber chi pierced through the weaker underworld god guards, leaving them in miserable states. By the time everything calmed down, the surroundings had already changed. The terrain had changed. This all things rejoicing together had turned space into an unrecognizable mess. Damn it! Yin Songming, why did you not make a move earlier? Why were you in a freaking daze? The 8th Prince Li Yun raged. He pointed at Yin Songming and cursed. Yin Songming simply could not stand wasting such a good opportunity on his grandson. How could he endure this? Furthermore, he had been severely injured by the saber chi, so he could not help but feel even angrier. Bang! However, before he could finish cursing, a figure suddenly appeared beside Li Yun. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a kick. After landing on the ground, that foot stomped heavily on his face. The one who attacked was Zhen Yuan, the demonic blade. Yin Songming looked indifferently and said calmly, "Let him go." Pa! Zhen Yuan did not hold back. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and sent the other party flying again. After a few ups and downs, Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at Yin Songming and the other underworld god guards in a somewhat sorry state. He discovered that these people were all looking at him expressionlessly. Their calm expressions made him feel somewhat afraid. What do you want to do? Yin Songming, don't forget our agreement. Previously you reneged on it, not helping me deal with Luo Ho Wang. That was already too much. Are you rebelling now? Li Yun asked with a somewhat trembling voice, feeling fear for some reason. Agreement? What agreement? I have an agreement with your first brother. He told me to take care of you and not to die in this final blood battlefield, embarrassing the Shuowu dynasty. Yin Songming revealed a smile as he spoke with some mockery. What? This stupefied Li Yun. It was like a bolt from the blue, rendering him speechless for a long time. Li Yun came to the final blood battlefield to obtain the ancient demonic sovereign true god flame, so that he could make a comeback and fight for the throne with his first brother. When Li Yun suddenly heard Yin Songming's words, the horror in his heart was easy to imagine. It turned out that his first brother had anticipated Li Yun's every move. Furthermore, his first brother had even sent Yin Songming to watch him. Yin Songming said softly, "So don't overthink. The underworld god guards did not come to the final blood battlefield to be your helper. If not for your first brother's instructions, I would not have bothered with you. Now scram. Scram as far as you can. Don't appear before me again." Li Yun was at a loss. However, when he saw the cold gaze in Yin Songming's eyes, he suddenly felt that Yin Songming's emotions seemed somewhat unstable. Yin Songming was not joking. If Li Yun did not leave now, he might not be able to. Li Yun used his hands and feet to crawl to his feet, fleeing in a fluster. However, after taking a few steps, a roar from hell suddenly erupted from behind. When Li Yun looked back, the entire world immediately turned dark. The black mysteries of death lingered, looking like a ferocious beast from hell opening its mouth and swallowing Li Yun up. Amid the miserable shriek, Li Yun roared, "Yin Songming! Yin Songming did not keep your word." Then Li Yun's voice grew softer and softer until the death chi swallowed up all his life force, turning him into a dried-up corpse. "When did I say that I would not kill you? Idiot!" Yin Songming snorted coldly. However, the cold chi from his body did not weaken by much. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, knew that Yin Songming had purposely let Xiao Chan and Lin Feng go earlier. In the end, Zhen Yuan could not steel himself to truly kill his first senior brother. However, Yin Songming had already become the Yin Songming that Zhen Yuan knew. From now on, Zhen Yuan would no longer have any worries. Yin Songming's earlier benevolence meant that Yin Songming had made a clean break with the past, no longer having any ties to it. From now on, the past would become the norm. As for Li Yun, it was purely because Yin Songming had nowhere to vent the pain and depression in his heart. Furthermore, he sought death himself, so he vented it all on Yin Songming. If Li Yun died, so be it. He would just treat it as a gift to his first brother. Senior brother Yen. Should we continue searching for the ethereal immortal palace key or chase after the traitor Lin Feng? An underworld god guard asked softly after stepping forward. Yin Songming replied seriously, "We must kill the traitor Lin Feng. Both of them are injured and cannot go far. Bring over the underworld god guards keeping an eye on the universe origin sect and the profound heaven holy land. Search the entire final blood battlefield and find these two. Yes. Chapter 2200. When the blood moon set, the entire final blood battlefield plunged into absolute darkness. Speaking of which, it was strange. The abyssal underworld only had some light at night, when the blood moon appeared. On the contrary, it was always dusky during the day. As for the final blood battlefield, it was pitch black during the day. Even spiritual sense was restricted by the complicated environment of the battlefield. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chun and Lin Feng. After flying for half a day, it had to stop. The demon blood vulture had to stop. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng could no longer hold on and needed to recuperate. What the two lacked was time. Even with their peak strength, they might not be able to block the underworld god guards' attacks. However, if they did not recover from their injuries, they would not have any chance to leave. Only death awaited them. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture landed, and the two landed one after another. Xiao Chun looked at Lin Feng and handed the Icefire Lotus platform to him. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Use it yourself. You forcefully executed a killing move. Your injuries are no lighter than mine." Xiao Chun said softly, "You are overthinking. Perhaps my Dao domain is not as good as yours, but my physical body is much stronger. My injuries will definitely recover faster than yours." Lin Feng thought for a while and did not refuse. Then, he sat cross-legged on the Icefire Lotus platform and started to treat his injuries. The final blood battlefield was not peaceful in the darkness. Demonic creatures ran amok, and corpses littered the ground. The demon blood vulture roamed the surroundings, protecting the two. Circulating the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art to absorb the surrounding demonic chi to heal in the final blood battlefield would definitely be faster than the 10,000 dragons art. With a thought, Xiao Chun circulated the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. His body immediately became like a funnel, frantically absorbing the surrounding demonic chi. As Xiao Chun circulated his cultivation technique, a huge demonic cloud bird image slowly appeared, encasing Xiao Chun. This demonic cloud bird, a great desolate Ian ferocious beast, opened its huge mouth and swallowed the surroundings, looking like it wanted to swallow up the world. Xiao Chun's divine energy recovered quickly. Now, he was one with the demonic and divine. Whether it was demonic chi or spiritual energy, it would eventually turn into primal chaos veritable essence energy. After that, he could manifest spiritual energy and demonic chi divine energy as he pleased, merging them into one. There was no distinction between righteous and demonic. To put it simply, how much devil chi divine essence there was how much spirit chi divine essence there was. The two were one, and they were each other's shadow. 2 hours later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His injuries were already half healed. Xiao Chun's internal organs had all healed. Only his divine seal and soul were still somewhat dim. Unfortunately, this place was not peaceful. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to continue refining the divine fire of the ancient demon monarch. However, once the process of refining the divinity flame was interrupted, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Not everyone was like Lin Feng, giving him a chance to have a fair fight with him. On the Icefire Lotus platform, Lin Feng opened his eyes at the same time. With the help of the Icefire Lotus platform, his complexion looked much better in just 4 hours. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In reality, there was not much color on his face, but the black aura that resembled a spider web had already disappeared. Neither of them were talkative people. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, not saying anything. Then they each did their own things. Xiao Chun took out a bottle of Burning Moon and leaned against a rock to taste it alone. After Xiao Chun finished the wine in the bottle, it was time to continue. The longer he stayed in the final blood battlefield, the more danger he would face. Lin Feng casually lay on the ground, toying with an exquisite mirror box. He rubbed it repeatedly with a gentle gaze. When Xiao Chun glanced at it, he nearly vomited the wine in his mouth. Lin Feng's current expression was too different from his usual stern expression. The strong contrast between this and the way he rubbed the mirror box looked like he was caressing a young girl's hand. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chun felt that Lin Feng looked like a pervert. After taking only one glance, Xiao Chun looked away. If he took a few more glances, He might really vomit the wine in his mouth. Xiao Chun took out the snow god whip. The dart head made of 7-color stone already had many cracks. When he removed the dart head, it immediately lost its divine nature. Xiao Chun shook his head and sighed softly. No wonder Luo Ho Wang treated it as an ornament. The Heavenly Alliance's holy relic had lost too much of its divine nature over time. Furthermore, Hua Tianyang had used it too often back then, so it had probably overdrawn. Otherwise, the dart head would not have fallen off. Now that Xiao Chun used it, it could be considered to have used up the last of its power. It might just be trash. Hua Tianyang probably would not be too happy about sending it back. The 7-color stone was no longer comparable to the one from back then. After Xiao Chun finished the wine in the bottle, he shook it a few times. When he confirmed that there was nothing left, he stood up to leave. However, he discovered that Lin Feng was still doing the same thing. Xiao Chun found this somewhat strange. He walked over and asked, "What is in this box?" Lin Feng startled awake and sat up. Then he said softly, "This is the token of love that my junior sister gave me back then." "What is it?" "Junior sister said that it was her most precious thing. She handed it to me and told me to take good care of it, to treat it well forever." "You still have not told me what is in it?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is either. Since junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, then it is definitely the most precious thing. I could not bear to open it. After she passed away, I could not bear to open it. What if I opened it and it was gone?" Xiao Chun felt somewhat confused. In the end, he did not even know what it was, yet he had been touching it for so long. "I did not misunderstand you. You are indeed a monster." However, Xiao Chun's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what was in it. "Let's open it and take a look." Lin Feng said seriously, "There is no need. Junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, so it is definitely the most precious thing. I will know without opening it." This fellow is really infatuated, Xiao Chun thought. He could not help feeling some admiration for Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew into a rage for his lover, betraying the underworld god Hall and crippling his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Then, he restarted his cultivation with a righteous Dao cultivation technique. All for one thought: to charge back and take revenge for her. Sometimes when Xiao Chun thought about it, Yin Songming was right. Lin Feng's first senior brother was indeed dead. After the person he loved the most died, he no longer had a first senior brother. Such a person lived only for his obsession. Once that obsession was fulfilled, there might be no more meaning in living. After taking revenge, Lin Feng would probably choose to commit suicide to accompany his junior sister, no longer longing for anything in the world. Seeing that Lin Feng was unwilling to open it, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he said softly, "Perhaps she wants to say something to you in this mirror box. Think about it. Your junior sister's words are definitely very important. She definitely wants you to know. You have been unwilling to open it all these years. Isn't that because you are not willing to see what your junior sister wants to say to you?" Lin Feng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Xiao Chun said made sense. Lin Feng's expression changed somewhat, but he still felt some doubts. Xiao Chun continued, "Open it. Perhaps the two of us will not be able to leave this final blood battlefield alive. At that time it will be a lifetime of regret." Xiao Chun was right. No matter what, this was the abyssal underworld's territory. 2 Heavenly Alliance members had appeared and had a grudge with Yin Songming. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be for them to leave. Originally, Xiao Chun had not expected to expose his identity during the mission and face so many twists and turns. Mu Zifeng and Swearin Ji probably would not have expected this either. All the more, they would not have guessed that Xiao Chun and Lin Feng would work together to flee. Xiao Chun's words thoroughly moved Lin Feng. At this moment, his survival was uncertain. The underworld god guards might catch up at any moment. If Lin Feng died, it would be as Xiao Chun said, a lifetime of regret. When the mirror box opened, Xiao Chun and Lin Feng were somewhat stunned. This was especially so for Lin Feng. He stared at the mirror box for a while before saying, "A mirror? How can it be a mirror?" Unexpectedly, when he opened the mirror box, there was nothing but a mirror in it. A confused Lin Feng appeared in the mirror. His pale complexion, the grief in his eyes, the stubbornness hidden in the depths of his eyes, the helplessness of living like a walking corpse, and the pain he suffered over the years all appeared clearly on that face in the mirror. Lin Feng felt somewhat stunned. "This is me. Kasie." As Lin Feng felt confused, a crisp sound came from the mirror. The mirror cracked and a drop of blood seeped out. The blood slowly dripped out like a tear, looking extremely strange. What happened? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Then he looked at Xiao Chan angrily and said, "I told you not to open it, but you insisted on making me open it. Now it's really gone." Xiao Chan felt that something was strange. He looked at Lin Feng and said calmly, "Are you trying to kill me with that look in your eyes? Don't think too much about it. My injuries are lighter than yours. The one who will die will be you." Humph! Although his words were harsh, they were the truth. Lin Feng coldly snorted and ignored Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan said softly, "This mirror is a little strange. Let me take a look." Without any hesitation, Xiao Chan took it over and blocked Lin Feng, who was about to snatch it back with one hand. With the other, he held the mirror box and examined it carefully. So that is the case. This mirror reminded Xiao Chan of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket. However, this mirror did not have that many special tricks. What was special about it was that it could feel the emotions of the person in the mirror and make a decision. Just as Lin Feng was about to explode, Xiao Chan returned the mirror box to him. "I understand now. This mirror is indeed strange. It can feel your emotions and react accordingly." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did you say?" Xiao Chan said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, you can smile at the mirror. If I guess right, the mirror should slowly heal." Lin Feng felt suspicious. As he looked at the bleeding mirror, he entered deep thought without saying anything. After a while he said, "I can't smile." Xiao Chan thought about it and agreed. Getting him to smile was even harder than ascending to heaven. "I got it. Watch me. Look at the mirror and don't move. That's right. That's it." Xiao Chan walked over to Lin Feng's side and placed his right hand on Lin Feng's mouth. Then he pushed up and forced out a smile. It had to be said that this forced smile was uglier than crying. However, something strange happened. It was as Xiao Chan said. The mirror slowly healed, and the flowing blood vanished. Xiao Chan lowered his hand, and Lin Feng's face turned lifeless and cold again. The mirror immediately stopped healing, and the cracks started spreading. "Do you understand now? This is your junior sister's most proper item. What is the most precious? The person in the mirror is the most precious to her. Didn't you swear to charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire? This is clearly sending yourself to death." Your junior sister did not say it, but she understood it in her heart. That's why she gave you this mirror. She hoped that you could understand that all she cared about was you. She wanted you to live, wanted you to be happy, wanted you to be happy. She would be like this mirror watching you forever. As Xiao Chan spoke, he found himself unable to continue. Perhaps back then, his junior sister already knew that the Underworld God Hall's Vice Hall Master would kill her as a cultivation furnace. She also knew that Lin Feng would disregard everything and fall out with the Underworld God Hall for her. Hence, when she was alive, she gave this mirror to Lin Feng to let him understand her feelings. "I don't want you to become the hero of the Flood Dragon humans. I don't want you to be infatuated with me. I only hope that you can live and smile when you are free. That's all. That's all." However, Lin Feng was destined to be a hero. He was destined to never be able to smile. There were infatuated people in the world. Xiao Chan thought of himself. What about me? Am I infatuated? Chapter 2201. Junior sister Lin Feng's infatuation reminded Xiao Chan of his own emotional wounds, making him feel somewhat helpless. It was easy to criticize others, but it was hard to see oneself clearly. Xiao Chan shook his head, not bothering with this matter. The night was long, and he was not in the mood to continue traveling. After rummaging around in his storage ring, Xiao Chan found the pipa that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King once left behind. This was a medial-grade soul tool. Xiao Chan had intended to give it to his little martial nephew to use as a token of love for the headliner Ling Long. Xiao Chan recalled that his little martial nephew had a 5-year agreement with the headliner Ling Long many years ago. Now, it had been 10 years since he parted with his little martial nephew. Xiao Chan wondered how his little martial nephew was doing since he went to keep the appointment. It was all because of love and helplessness. Xiao Chan casually strummed the pipa, unable to vent his emotions. The sound of his saber being drawn rivaled the most wondrous zither music in the world. However, Xiao Chan was not good at music. Even though he had a powerful instrument, he could not play a complete tune. He could only casually play a seemingly unrelated tune in this boundless night. Ding! Ding! Dong! Dong! However, the pipa in Xiao Chen's hand was a medial-grade soul tool. Even though Xiao Chan was not good at music, the pipa was connected to his heart. The tune he played was what he thought and longed for in his heart, which was surprisingly pleasant to the ear. It was like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing water splashing rocks. It was pleasing to the ear, containing a trace of sorrow and helplessness. There was also a trace of longing gathered at his fingertip, turning into a clear sound that lingered endlessly in an empty valley. In the boundless night of the final blood battlefield, which had existed since ancient times, two men, one played the pipa in a comical manner, his movements jerky and inelegant. The other was even more comical, doing his best to squeeze out a smile in the mirror, trying to repair the broken mirror and stop it from dripping blood. Suddenly the pipa music stopped. Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows and there seemed to be a sharp light on his face, illuminating the dark night. Lin Feng put away the mirror box. His face filled with coldness and sternness. One for each. Xiao Chan suggested to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Whoosh! The two turned into beams of light, moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were each 50,000 kilometers away. Before the two underworld god guards, who had followed the pipa music, could react, they were startled by Xiao Chan and Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Xiao Chan and Lin Feng would not be able to fight for long in their current states. In Xiao Chan and Feng's underworld Chan and Feng, the underworld Lin Feng could not last for long. This Xiao Chen's king. Xiao Chan, your head is worth an inferior grade soul tool to the Rakshasa race. Xiao Feng of Chanov, with Lin Chen back Xiao Chen. When he Chan to the Lin. Chen Chan shock. When he Feng when Chen for Chan Chen had Tian. Xiao. Ling Chen to say to he Chan to he. Chen and Chen. In. Back then, Xiao Chan had not even reached sovereign personage, so one could easily imagine the shock it caused. Xiao Chan asked softly, is it that valuable? However, I'm afraid that you do not have the ability to take it. Humph. Is that so? The spirit Chan smiled coldly. Then, he grasped the bone spike in his left shoulder with his right hand. Then he pulled hard, and a white bone sword came out of his body. The sword intent surrounding the bone sword was connected to the spirit Chen's mind, flesh and blood. Using the bone as the sword and the body as the scabbard. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the sword. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the Rakshasa race were very strange. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The Rakshasa race's sword Dao seemed to have some similarities to his flawless saber Dao. However, the spirit Chan was even more extreme. He directly refined his shoulder bone into a sword and fed it with his flesh, blood, and soul. His cultivation, Dao domain, cultivation technique, martial technique, and even his divine seal were all in this bone sword. Take this. The spirit Chan thrust his sword forward. Just this strike alone caused the entire world to tremble. Rumble. The sword move was like a ferocious beast from the great desolate Aeon. Now it easily crushed the tall mountains in the ground, unblockable. Interesting. Unfortunately, I do not have time to exchange pointers with you. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He felt interested in this Rakshasa race's sword Dao. If Xiao Chan had time, he could use his flawless saber Dao to exchange pointers with the other party. However, now was not the time. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique. Buddha in the mortal realm. When facing the overwhelming mysterious phenomenon materialized by this sword move, Xiao Chan countered in an even more berserk manner, drawing the tyrant saber. A supreme killing Buddha image appeared. That killing Buddha was 30 kilometers tall, looking down on the world. Its expression was as cold as ice, emotionless and devoid of desires. Only its Buddhist might shook the surroundings. Buddha is merciful. Bang! The killing Buddha ferociously pushed its palms forward, and the middle-aged Rakshasa race's attack instantly crumbled. Just as the Rakshasa race was about to make a move, Shao Chan roared ferociously. With the support of his divine seal, the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao spread out layer by layer. 3 Dao domains? The 4th layer of the Thunder Dao domain? The middle-aged Rakshasa cultivator's expression instantly turned grave, and the bone sword in his hand flew out and stabbed forward. Beams of sword light turned into resplendent black light. In an instant they poked thousands of holes in Shao Chen's Dao domain. What a sharp sword! Naturally, Shao Chan would not let the Rakshasa race continue as he pleased. With a flick of his finger he sent out a raindrop. What is a fiend? Water droplet breaking the firmament. The second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, a raindrop, instantly struck the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor. Boom! Boundless saber light tore apart the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor's flesh, clothes and armor, leaving only a skeleton. Die for me! Shao Chan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques entering hell, while carrying the might of his 3rd layer Dao domain. The saber light turned into a dragon, turning into a world-destroying dragon that roared ferociously from hell. Then it struck the skeleton. Kase! Kase! The skeleton immediately shattered into pieces. A flash of white light wrapped around the shattered bone sword as it frantically fled far away. Shao Chan sheathed his saber and did not give chase. It would be very difficult to truly kill a sovereign emperor. As Shao Chan thought this, he heard a miserable shriek from the other side. It came from the other underworld god guard. Lin Feng's death Dao domain eroded away all the life force of the underworld god guard, causing it to die powerlessly. Shao Chan was flabbergasted. Then he thought to himself, of course, even a sovereign emperor would be wise not to offend a madman who grasped the death Dao domain. Whoosh! After dealing with their opponents, the two soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then they flew quickly through the night. The two spent the remaining days dodging the pursuit of the underworld god guards. To sovereign emperors, the final blood battlefield was not very vast. However, they could not break out of it. The two fought with the pursuers practically every day and night. Furthermore, they did not dare to linger. Once they were delayed, the underworld god guards would surround them and attack them. At that time, only death awaited them. This was how miserable it was to be in someone else's territory. If they were in the central great realm, given the Heavenly Alliance's strength, they would not be in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld was the underworld god hall's main camp. Once the underworld god guards targeted them, it would be extremely difficult to shake them off. Shao Chun would be fine. Actually, he could use the divine universe steel to return to the blue dragon's old lands and shake off the pursuers. However, if he did that, he would have to abandon Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Shao Chun decided that there was no need to use the divine universe steel unless he was truly in dire straits. However, it was not all bad news. After half a month, the two recovered 80% of their injuries. While they were not at their peak, they were not far from it. As long as they did not get surrounded by more than 10 underworld god guards, they would not be in danger of getting delayed. Touch of Death. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique. In the mortal realm, when Shao Chun and Lin Feng knocked back the underworld god guards chasing them again, they showed strange expressions. Shao Chun, did you notice that, aside from the underworld god guards fighting at full power at the start, something happened later? These underworld god guards only want to trap us in the final blood battlefield, and are not in a rush to surround and kill us. Lin Feng voiced the doubts in his heart as he looked at Shao Chun. Shao Chun nodded slightly. However, he could not understand what was going on. The two could feel it. In the first 7 days, the underworld god guards followed them like shadows, not giving the two time to catch their breaths. The underworld god guards looked like they wanted to kill Shao Chun and Lin Feng, not stopping until they were dead. However, something happened. Suddenly, they felt that the underworld god guards' pursuit weakened significantly. However, they chased but did not fight. It seemed like they only wanted to delay the two in the final blood battlefield. After they dealt with other matters, they would surround and kill Shao Chun and Lin Feng. Say, do you think it is possible that the underworld god guard's target was not us or even the ancient demonic sovereign corpse from the start? Think about it. If they cared about the ancient demonic sovereign corpse, why did they not appear when Luo Ho Wang made a move? A thought occurred to Shao Chun. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He continued, "That must be the case. Back then, I saw Li Yun cursing and saying that someone betrayed him. Now that I think about it, this group of underworld godguards must have made an appointment with him but did not show up." Lin Feng said after some thought, "The underworld godguards rarely interfere in these matters. When they move out, they usually target the righteous Dao cultivators and the righteous Dao superfactions." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The righteous Dao faction? Is it the Profound Gate's Holy Sun Wenren Yu's group? Is it possible that this group of people's target is not the ancient demonic sovereign corpse either? Thinking about it, a group of righteous Dao factions does not have much desire for the demonic sovereign corpse. They might just be taking advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha. The two of us are confused. Why are we guessing? We only need to know that the underworld godguard's main target is not the two of us. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Since that is the case, we will not leave. We will use this opportunity to recover our strength to our peak in one go. If I refine that divine nature flame, it might be possible for me to break through to one-vein sovereign emperor." When Xiao Chen gained the strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor and Lin Feng recovered to his peak, they could break through the seal and charge out of the final blood battlefield. Lin Feng said softly, "If I refine the life force of the divine grade peony, I might be able to break through as well." "Your death great Dao can refine life force?" Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange. Lin Feng nodded. "The strongest poison is the best tonic. As long as one can endure the pain and fear of life and death, you can also refine the death great Dao. As long as you are willing, I can teach you the method to help you grasp the death great Dao." Xiao Chen felt tempted for a moment. However, he chose to give up in the blink of an eye. Based on Lin Feng's appearance when he suffered the rebound, he could easily imagine the pain. It was not as easy as Lin Feng made it out to be. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had the cycle Dao, which was even stronger than the death great Dao. However, it was harder to cultivate. We will talk about this matter later. Right now, let's find a quiet place to make our breakthroughs. Let the demon blood vulture protect us. Chapter 2202. After some speculation, they concluded that something had changed with the underworld godguards and that they had changed targets. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng decisively chose to enter closed-door cultivation to break through without hesitation. This opportunity was fleeting. If they missed it and the underworld godguards recovered their wits, they would be trapped in this final blood battlefield forever. Xiao Chen chose to refine the divine nature flame, and Lin Feng chose the divine grade peony's life force. He wanted to make a breakthrough while lingering between life and death. Comparing the two, Xiao Chen was much safer than Lin Feng. He only needed to refine the divine nature flame. Lin Feng had to risk the rebound of his life force. If he could not endure it, the consequences would be dire. Choosing the Death Dao domain required an unimaginable price. However, it was nothing special to Lin Feng. Above the Ice Fire Lotus platform, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and circulated his energy with his eyes closed, using the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art to refine the divine nature flame. Back then, Xiao Chen had absorbed only 1/10 of the divine nature flame left by an ancient demonic sovereign, allowing him to recover from his injuries and return to his peak. If Xiao Chen could absorb all of it, he would be filled with anticipation. What kind of opportunity would he obtain? In the soul pool, the divine flame filled the entire soul sea. The black flame was burning fiercely. As far as the eye could see, the entire soul pool was filled with this divine flame. The blue dragon divine seal in the center of Xiao Chen's soul sea frantically absorbed this black flame. Time passed. Soon one day and night passed. In his soul pool, Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine seal flickered with light as the divine nature flame absorbed it. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the Ice Fire Lotus platform with his eyes closed, appearing very holy. Specks of holy light appeared around him, as if he was bathing in a celestial rain. The sun and moon behind him shone together, looking very wondrous. Xiao Chen could clearly feel his soul energy growing at a horrifying rate, continuously climbing. Boom! The blue dragon divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool flickered with light before exploding. The scattered soul pool quickly regathered and formed a brand new divine seal. A halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal, bathing the entire divine seal in divine light. Before Xiao Chen's divine energy broke through, His soul energy already reached the level of a one-vein sovereign emperor. Shao Chun was overjoyed. There was still half of the ancient demon sovereign's divine nature flame left to be absorbed. This was just the beginning. Indeed, 2 days later, Shao Chun's soul energy broke through again, reaching two-vein sovereign emperor. An even larger divine vein halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal. Bathed in the 2 layers of divine vein halo, Shao Chun's body trembled. He could clearly feel that the power of the divine seal was no longer the same as before. The greatest difference between a sovereign emperor and a human monarch was that aside from divine energy, their divine seals could be infused into their Tao domains. With the support of the divine seal, the Tao domain was like it had blood, flesh, and soul. Smite was completely different. Even now, Shao Chun possessed the soul energy of a two-vein sovereign emperor. Even if his cultivation was lacking, he would not fear a two-vein sovereign emperor in a clash of Tao domains. Of course, this wasn't the end, because there was still a third of the divinity flame remaining. The last third was the essence of the ancient demonic king, a real god expert's divine fire. Whether Shao Chun could break through or not depended on this. After another 3 days, the 10,000 dragon images on the divine energy sea under Shao Chun's dantian suddenly gave off a bright golden light. The dragon images turned into beams of divine light and charged out of the divine energy sea, continuously crashing into each other. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Shao Chun's body no longer had an ordinary body. He had already shed his mortal body. The divine veins in Shao Chun's body waited to be opened. Once they were opened, his divine energy could circulate unobstructed. The divine veins would no longer be controlled by the meridians, but by the stronger divine veins. Bang! 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 As the 10,000 beams of divine light continuously charged, the bottleneck Shao Chun held started to loosen. Since entering the Heavenly Alliance for more than a year, Shao Chun had been making preparations. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to open a divine vein within 3 years. Now that Shao Chun obtained the divine nature flame and his soul energy soared, it also stimulated his cultivation. This was a form of reciprocation. It was like how a person's spirit would improve after their body recovered. When the soul grew stronger, it would also nourish the physical body. Essence, chi, and spirit became one, influencing each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shao Chun frantically tried to break through his bottleneck. This time, Shao Chun was determined to succeed. He was very confident in himself. Shao Chun tried again and again and failed again and again. With each failure, he suffered great pain. However, Shao Chun did not care. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted and did not give up, there would be a result. Boom! Shao Chun did not know how many times he failed, so many that he could not even remember. Then he heard an explosion in his divine energy sea. It seemed like a brand new door opened in his physical body. A divine vein opened from the dantian to the heart, then to the forehead. Finally, it connected to the soul pool and the divine seal. Good things came in pairs. Just as Shao Chun felt confused, his soul energy broke through again. Another ring of light appeared under the blue dragon divine seal. His soul energy now reached the level of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Shao Chun opened his eyes. However, he did not show joy in them. Instead, he appeared somewhat confused. Breaking through to 1-vein sovereign emperor was understandable. Shao Chun had been preparing for this for a year. Furthermore, he cultivated 2 powerful cultivation techniques: the 10,000 dragons art and the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Even without this divine nature flame, breaking through would have been a matter of time. What confused Shao Chun was that his soul energy had increased so quickly. In a mere 7 days, he had reached 3-vein sovereign emperor. This was an incredible progress. In reality, Shao Chun had somewhat underestimated the divine nature flame. This was the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign's true body. It was not as simple as Shao Chun thought. However, the true reason was Shao Chun's body. The Thundercliff tree, a 100,000-year-old herb king, that he had consumed and refined in the faux god world long ago, already had terrifying accumulations. Many medicinal properties had settled in his body, not being activated. That was a natural treasure that tempted even faux gods. The benefits it brought far surpassed Shao Chun's expectations. Furthermore, Shao Chun's soul energy accumulations were very strong. resulting in such a horrifying increase in his soul energy. If it was anyone else, even if they refined the flames of divinity, only their soul energy and cultivation would increase by 1 element each. If it were a 3-vein sovereign emperor or above, the effects would be significantly reduced after refining it. It would be unknown whether they could break through or not. This is still somewhat terrifying. I need to consolidate my strength. Xiao Chun could not figure out the reason. After calmly analyzing it, he felt that advancing his soul energy too easily might not be a good thing. If it were anyone else, they would definitely rejoice. However, Xiao Chun had his own plans. How could he limit his vision to that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor? He considered even further. Xiao Chun imagined his opponents to be the experts of the entire Great Thousand Realms, the entire martial epoch. He was no longer the Xiao Chun of the past. Xiao Chun leaped down from the lotus platform and stretched his body. With a thought, he felt his divine energy sea surge with strong waves. The surging divine energy gathered in his palm through his divine veins. What was even more miraculous was that this divine energy already contained his Tao domain and soul energy. That divine vein connected the nodes of his divine energy, divine seal and physical body, merging the 3 into 1. Now Xiao Chun truly entered the sovereign emperor realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt a sharp light turn into a surging aura pressing over from the side. Xiao Chun turned around and looked over. That surging aura instantly became like mud falling into the sea before him, vanishing into nothing. It was Lin Feng, who had broken through at this moment, successfully advancing to 1-vein sovereign emperor. Lin Feng opened his eyes and happened to meet Xiao Chun's gaze. He immediately felt immense pressure, feeling like he was weaker than the other party from the depths of his soul. What's going on? His cultivation is clearly the same as mine. Why does he give me such immense pressure? Shock appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. You broke through? Xiao Chun asked softly as he walked over. Lin Feng nodded and stared at Xiao Chun for a while. Then he said, You seem to be somewhat different. Xiao Chun did not deny it. His soul energy had reached 3-vein sovereign emperor. Even if Xiao Chun did not do it on purpose, Lin Feng could feel the pressure. It was just like when Xiao Chun faced Luo Ho Wang back then. When Luo Ho Wang stood beside Luo Ho Wang, Lin Feng could feel the pressure unless Luo Ho Wang purposely withdrew his soul energy. However, doing so was very tiring. It was like pretending to be thin despite being a fatso. Reaching 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy was still somewhat exaggerated. Xiao Chun did not intend to tell Lin Feng. He nodded and said, Yes, the divine nature flame is even more extraordinary than I imagined. Lin Feng understood. So that was the case. Then he said, That is natural. After all, you are an ancient demonic sovereign, a bona fide true god. Congratulations. Xiao Chun nodded slightly, and confidence appeared in his eyes. It looks like we guessed right. The underworld god guards do indeed have a new target, and have no time to care about us. However, with our current strength, even if we walk out openly, we do not have to worry about them surrounding us. Whoosh! With their strength improving, the two felt very confident of charging out of the final blood battlefield. Just at this moment, a flash of scarlet flame entered the two's vision. The demon blood vulture had returned. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, The demon blood vulture said that it sensed from afar that the underworld god guards are fighting with someone. It seems like the battle is very intense. Lin Feng immediately felt interested. He said coldly, Let's go and take a look. The enemies of the underworld god guards are our friends. That's what I was thinking. In reality, the two wanted to teach the underworld god guards a lesson. Given Xiao Chan and Lin Feng's characters, they had been chased miserably for more than a month, stuck in the final blood battlefield, unable to leave. How could they let them off so easily? If there was an opportunity, they would definitely make a move to take revenge. Chapter 2203. Xiao Chen's soul energy reached the level of a 3-vein sovereign emperor, and his divine energy successfully opened a divine vein. Now Xiao Chun really wanted to see who was fighting the underworld god guards. Lin Feng, who was at the side, said sullenly, The underworld god guards are the backbone of the underworld god hall. They are somewhat similar to the Heavenly Alliance's members. In order to become an underworld god guard, one needs to be a sovereign emperor. This kind of elite force usually won't interfere in secular matters. Most of them are here to deal with the righteous path's super forces. Xiao Chun was deep in thought. Are you saying that they might be attacking the mystic light sex saint? Lin Feng nodded. It's very likely. As for whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go over and take a look. The two gently pushed off the ground and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then they quickly flew towards the place where the incident occurred. The demon blood vulture moved very fast in this final blood battlefield. Furthermore, it was a demonic beast. In this battlefield, Xiao Chun and Lin Feng were on its back, which could achieve the effect of deceiving others. Outsiders only knew that it was a demonic creature flying over. But they didn't know that Xiao Qian and his companion were also on it. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling white ray of sword light erupted 500,000 kilometers ahead, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth as if it was daytime. Lin Feng was slightly startled. It looks like there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is that group from the profound light Holy Land. This was clearly the Light Dao domain. Previously, when One Renyu attacked Luoho Wang, the mysterious phenomenon was similar to this. Let's go take a look. The demon blood vulture accelerated, continuously flying closer. Sword hums sounded like flute music in the surroundings. The piercingly cold sword wind blew over from afar, causing people to feel a slight chill on their bodies. What a strong sword intent! Before we even get close to his Dao domain, the sword light he emits already makes it hard to approach. Lin Feng frowned slightly. With a thought, traces of black death chi emanated from his body. However, when the formless sword intent intertwined with the aura of death on his body, it was as if the sword intent was invisible. There was a hissing sound as the sword intent wrapped around Lin Feng's death chi, corroding his death chi. This? Lin Feng was greatly startled. His death Dao domain was very strong aside from the life Dao domain. He had never suffered such a loss. His death chi was actually being corroded by someone else. Even when Xiao Chun layered his 3 Dao domains, he could barely block the death Dao's Dao might. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he glanced over. What a familiar sword light. Don't care about the demon blood vulture. The two of us will go over first. A trace of anticipation appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He gently leaped up and unexpectedly flew over alone against the sword wind. Whoosh! A figure followed closely behind. It was Lin Feng. He was very curious about when such an expert had appeared in the profound light Holy Land, so he quickly followed. After a short while, the two of them landed on a mountain peak and stopped. If one went any further, it would be the Dao domain of that group of underworld god guards and the mysterious expert. Once one entered, one would definitely be dragged into a huge battle. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared in front of Xiao Chun, looking like demons dancing wildly. Xiao Chun could see close to 20 underworld god guards. He dashed about in all directions, executing all sorts of killing moves. Demonic chi surged like a boundless ocean. The person in the middle held a sword, not flustered at all. His body gave off a slightly chaotic light, dodging the killing moves. However, when he attacked, a 30-kilometer-long sword light tore through the sky, howling in all directions and illuminating the world. One sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. This person showed a smile on his face. Despite being surrounded by close to 20 underworld god guards, he still remained calm. With a sword in hand, he used the least amount of energy to defend himself, making it an impenetrable defense. What exquisite sword techniques! Who is this person? He does not look like someone from the profound light Holy Land. Lin Feng felt somewhat surprised. This person's light Dao domain was terrifyingly strong. He managed to suppress all these underworld god guards, who cultivated demonic Dao techniques, all by himself. Unexpectedly, this person was not from the profound light Holy Land. He looked very unfamiliar. Chu Chaoyan. Indeed, it is him, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. When he saw that sword light earlier, he found it somewhat familiar. Now that he saw this person's face clearly, if it was not Chu Chaoyun, who else could it be? Xiao Chun could not help revealing a smile. He sighed ruefully in his heart. After parting in the Kunlun realm, if he counted the time in the faux god world, it had been more than 20 years since they last met. 20 years passed quickly. Chu Chaoyun still looked as elegant as before. You know him? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Qian, finding it strange. Xiao Qian sighed softly. It's not just knowing him. It was not just knowing him. Xiao Qian's grudge with Chu Chaoyun had been entangled ever since he left Mo City. In the Sky Dome realm, in the Kunlun realm, the two were friends and enemies at the same time. Xiao Qian gave the other party the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind and personally let the other party leave the abandoned land. The word acquaintance simply could not describe all the things that happened. Go and save him. It looks like these underworld god guards are just delaying, waiting for reinforcements. This is for you. With a glance, there were close to 20 underworld god guards. Even with Xiao Qian's current strength, he would not have any hope of victory against so many sovereign emperors. At best he could leave calmly. While Chu Chaoyun did not seem to be at a disadvantage, in reality, he could not escape. The 20 underworld god guards formed a killing formation, avoiding the battle and surrounding Chu Chaoyun without attacking. Clearly, they wanted to exhaust Chu Chaoyun's divine energy and soul energy, waiting for stronger reinforcements to arrive. This is a medial-grade soul tool? Lin Feng casually received the secret treasure that Xiao Qian gave him. At first he did not pay much attention to it. After checking it out he exclaimed, "The Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant." This was one of the 3 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. Soul tools were also known as soul treasures. Only rank 6 sects could possess them. An inferior-grade soul tool was sufficient to form the foundation of a rank 6 sect. Medial-grade soul tools were something only rank 7 sects could possess. Even the sovereign emperors of super factions rarely had inferior-grade soul tools. Medial-grade soul tools were even rarer. That was not all. When Xiao Qian took out the god Shadow Bow, Lin Feng felt somewhat stupefied. Another medial-grade soul tool. Xiao Qian, you really hit it deeply. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Then he said somewhat helplessly, if you had taken out such a trump card earlier, we would not have ended up in such a sorry state. As Xiao Qian fiddled with the god Shadow Bow, he said indifferently, one should not flaunt one's wealth. If I had taken out this soul tool earlier, I might have attracted some trouble. Furthermore, when I first advanced to Sovereign Emperor, I could bring out only 40% of this medial-grade soul tool's might. What about now? Xiao Qian replied softly, saving him comes first. As Xiao Qian spoke, he drew the bowstring. In the past, he could only draw it slightly. At this moment, the bowstring was easily drawn into the shape of a full moon. The soul energy in the divine seal drained like a flood. However, Xiao Qian did not find this unbearable. When the conditions were right, success would follow. When the bow was drawn into the shape of a full moon, the entire bow shone with a hazy red light, looking like blood about to drip out. A baleful aura spread out from the bow, making the entire sky tremble. This slender bowstring stirred the winds and clouds. When the heart flame spread out on the arrow, a baleful aura spread out. Behind Xiao Qian, the boundless momentum, the mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and demonic chi for 5,000 kilometers around seemed to stir. The underworld god guards surrounding Chu Chaoyun all felt their hearts skip a beat, a strange horror spreading in their hearts. For some reason, they felt like the Grim Reaper was approaching, 1 foot in the gates of hell. Danger! Quickly scatter! Someone shouted, and the 20-odd underworld god guards gave up on Chu Chaoyun at the same time, scattering. Whoosh! However, it was too late. The instant Xiao Qian released his hand, he could not see the arrow's trajectory at all. Nearly the instant Xiao Qian released his hand, an underworld god guard got struck. His physical body exploded on the spot, and his soul perished. His boundless life force vanished in 1 second. Immemorial Chongqi Beast, Great Desolate Aeon's Rage. On the other side, Lin Feng used his Death Great Dao to activate the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. It produced an unimaginably horrifying might. A gigantic Chongqi Beast image charged out of the pennant, carrying the rage of the Great Desolate Aeon that could destroy the world. It instantly knocked back a group of underworld god guards and made them vomit blood. The underworld god guards' souls trembled, and their physical bodies nearly turned into meat paste. Their hovering bodies wobbled, unable to stand stably. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Qian followed up with more force, firing 3 arrows in a row, killing a martial emperor with each arrow. Whoosh! After continuously drawing the god Shadow Bow to a full moon and shooting 4 arrows in one breath, Xiao Chun found this somewhat taxing, so he let out a long breath. However, Xiao Chun revealed a smile on his face, not showing any fatigue at all. Clearly, Xiao Chun did this with ease, not injuring himself at all. In the past, when he used the God Shadow Bow, he would only injure the enemy 1,000 times but himself 800 times. Soul energy. This was the strength of a three-veined sovereign emperor's soul energy. On the other side, Lin Feng was laughing maniacally as he held the Qiongqi ghost streamer. As he wielded the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his Death Dao domain was unexpectedly easy to wield with this medial-grade soul tool. He even managed to activate the Great Desolate Aeon's rage hidden in the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, controlling the ferocious beast image to charge around, flustering the remaining underworld god guards. Although it was not as shocking as the God Shadow Bow's one-arrow kill, its might was even greater when it continued to attack. None of the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors managed to escape. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Chaoyun felt suspicious. When he looked up, he happened to meet Xiao Qin's gaze. In an instant, the gazes of the two of them met even though they were separated by 10,000 li. After a while, the two smiled at each other. Many emotions and all sorts of emotions were unspoken. Chapter 2204. Chu Chaoyun recognized Xiao Chun. He was slightly taken aback, and involuntarily recalled the past. For a moment the past slowly unfolded like a scroll in Chu Chaoyun's mind. Lin Feng used the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant to torture the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors, making them suffer a fate worse than death. The Qiongqi ghost, which was already extremely terrifying, was actually triggered by Lin Feng's primal chaos rage. Traveling through time and space, the rage of the Great Desolate Aeon from the distant Great Desolate Aeon landed on the body of the Qiongqi beast. It was like a Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beast had returned to the mortal world. What was even more terrifying was that it also contained the profound of death. It could extinguish all life and devour everything. Kill him. When these underworld god guards saw that they could not leave, they found it hard to advance or retreat. Coincidentally, he saw that Chu Chaoyun was in a daze. Immediately he hardened his heart. Since he couldn't leave anyway, he couldn't. Now that Chu Chaoyun had revealed an opening, they would strike together and kill him. Kill. The 10-odd sovereign emperors used various killing moves at the same time, charging at Chu Chaoyun. Instantly the world turned dark. The dense demonic qi dyed the sky pitch black, and not a single ray of light could be seen. The demonic Dao veritable essence energy was tyrannical, untamed and unrestrained. When the 10-odd sovereign emperors attacked at the same time, it brought out its full potential. Every single underworld god guard's Dao domain was as terrifying as an endless purgatory. The flame Dao domain was black, and vengeful spirits roared angrily as vengeful spirits roared. The ice Dao domain was blood red, and the ice spread out like fresh blood. It was unknown how many martial artists' blood it had refined, making it seem sinister and terrifying. The various Dao domains were supported by the divine seals, layered over each other. The ruthlessness of the attacks left everyone flabbergasted. These underworld god guards were prepared to kill Chu Chaoyun regardless of anything else. Even if they had to endure a frontal attack from Qiongqi, they had to kill Chu Chaoyun. While he was in a daze, he didn't give him any chance. It had to be said that these people had grasped the perfect opportunity. With Chu Chaoyun's temperament, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake if he hadn't seen an old friend. Oh no, your friend was too careless. Lin Feng could not help feeling anxious when he saw the situation. How could one be careless when fighting sovereign emperors? Even if they were a group of sovereign emperors severely injured by the Qiongqi beast's ghost, they were still sovereign emperors. Not to mention a sovereign emperor, even if it was a fight between regular cultivators, the slightest opening could result in death. Now Xiao Chun exposed his weakness to 10-odd sovereign emperors. He had been too careless. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He wanted to warn Chu Chaoyun, but it was already too late. Without saying a word, Xiao Chun took out the God Shadow Bow and knocked another arrow. Then he infused all his soul energy into it. However, it was still too late. The killing moves of the 10-odd sovereign emperors instantly encased Chu Chaoyun, preventing him from dodging. When Chu Chaoyun came to his senses, he smiled. Still not flustered, he turned around and began to perform incantation gestures with his left hand. As his fingers moved, Incomparably mysterious divine characters spread out from his body and surrounded him. When the 10-odd sovereign emperor's killing moves landed, a sword light flew out unhurriedly. Boundless primal chaos. Heaven-splitting sword. Boom! When this sword light appeared, a loud sound came from Chu Chaoyun's body. The ground within 500,000 kilometers trembled. In the next moment, the sword light released a dazzling light. A sword intent even more ancient than the great desolate Aeon spread out. The 10-odd sovereign emperors paused before the ancient sword intense intimidation. It felt like time and space froze. They were clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun, but they could not get close. As long as they landed their killing moves, Chu Chaoyun's Tao would disappear. However, they could not land their killing moves on him. By the time the 10-odd sovereign emperors could move again, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The sword light knocked them into the air. A huge hole in their chests. Whoosh! Nearly at the same time, Shao Chun unleashed his full power with an arrow. A sovereign emperor exploded on the spot. However, that was not all. The shock waves from the arrow, which contained heart flame, spread out. Boom! The other sovereign emperors were blasted into pieces, a cruel sight to behold. Then the Chongqi beast ghost pennant charged over, carrying the rage of the great desolate Aeon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Most of the nearly 20 sovereign emperors died on the spot, leaving only 4 sovereign emperors. The remaining 4 sovereign emperors seemed to have gone berserk and fled, not caring about anything else. Shao Chun did not want to leave behind any future problems. He also did not want to expose his 2 medial-grade soul tools as his trump cards, so he overdrew on his soul energy. Shao Chun fired another 4 arrows. The 4 sovereign emperors, who were already startled by the mere twang of a bowstring and suffered many rounds of severe injuries, all died, leaving none alive. After putting away the bow, Shao Chun felt like his head would explode. He stumbled and fell from the summit. The demon blood vulture moved quickly, turning into a beam of red light and catching the falling Shao Chun. Bang! After landing heavily, Shao Chun patted his head and shook his head. Even if you have the soul energy of a 3-vein sovereign emperor, you should not play like this. This is too scary. The arrow that Shao Chun shot to save Chu Chaoyun drained nearly all his veritable essence energy and soul energy. Then he overdrew on his soul energy to shoot 4 more arrows. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago. In the end, sovereign emperors were still too difficult to kill. Even with the 2 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind and an absolute advantage, it was still difficult for sovereign emperors who had not opened divine veins. This time, if Lin Feng had not accidentally activated the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant's Great Desolate Aeon Rage, his Death Great Tao, and the terrifying might of Chu Chaoyun's final sword strike, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. It would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. This is too much. 20 underworld god guards died. The underworld god hall will definitely send out the underworld god protectors. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted. He had thought of charging back to the underworld god hall to take revenge for his junior sister. However, he had never thought that a 1-vein sovereign emperor could kill 10-odd underworld god guards. The underworld god hall gathered the outstanding talents of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. Each underworld god guard was nurtured with a vast amount of resources. Losing 20 of them at once would definitely incur the wrath of the elders. A sovereign emperor, even an ordinary sovereign emperor, was a huge fortune. However, it was fortunate that these were not elite underworld god guards. Otherwise, they might have attracted the attention of the first elder. Although Lin Feng said that, he still directed Chongqi's ghost to absorb the souls of these underworld god guards. A sovereign emperor's soul was a great supplement to the ghost pennant's refinement. He found himself falling in love with the Chongqi ghost streamer. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. With the help of the Chongqi beast ghost pennant, the Death Dao domain brought out a might that even Shao Chun did not expect. On the other side, the demon blood vulture carried Shao Chun to Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's condition was not very good. That streak of sword light seemed to have been completely drained of his soul power and true essence. Congratulations! You seem to have touched the threshold of the primal chaos Dao domain. In that final sword strike, Shao Chun could tell that although Chu Chaoyun had not comprehended the primal chaos Dao domain yet, He had touched the boundary of the primal chaos Dao domain, and was extremely close. Chu Chaoyun smiled bitterly. That is easier said than done. I might not even be able to take half a step in my entire life. However, Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows and changed the topic. He smiled faintly and said, after not seeing you for 20-odd years, I was wondering what your first words would be. Unexpectedly, it would be congratulations. Xiao Chun could not help feeling flabbergasted. Could it be that I nearly lost my life because I was thinking about this earlier? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? After a moment of silence, the two spoke at the same time, asking in unison. You first. You first. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. The second sentence was exactly the same. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun did not know what to say. Let me say it. The two of you are really strange. Holding the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, Lin Feng appeared before the two. Then he said, he and I came to the Heavenly Alliance to carry out a mission. As for the contents of the mission, the Heavenly Alliance's rules state that we cannot divulge it. Xiao Chun nodded and said, there were some twists and turns along the way. It is basically as Lin Feng said. Chu Chaoyun felt slightly stunned. Then he asked, finding this strange, could it be that you are here to find the same thing as me? Xiao Chun and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned. They exchanged glances, finding this somewhat strange. Chu Chaoyun is here to find something as well? Take it out together. Let's see what everyone is looking for. All right. Everyone had their own thoughts. Xiao Chun took out the Heavenly Alliance holy relic, the cracked 7-color stone. Chu Chaoyun took out a key. Coincidentally, it was the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. Chapter 2205. The Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. The Ethereal Immortal Palace Key in Chu Chaoyun's hand surprised Xiao Chun. This meant that One Ren Yu's group was here for the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key as well? You found this in the final blood battlefield? Xiao Chun asked softly as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun nodded slightly and raised his eyebrows. He could tell what Xiao Chun was implying. You seem to know about the Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He took out the 2 Ethereal Immortal Palace Keys he had. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had given him one, and he was temporarily keeping the other for Yuan Zhan. 2. One is mine, and I'm temporarily keeping the other for someone else. Lin Feng said, let's go first. This place is not safe. Right. The 3 soared into the air and mounted the demon blood vulture, quickly flying far away. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun showed calm expressions, not showing any changes in their expressions. Only Lin Feng frowned slightly when he turned his head and looked at the 10-odd corpses on the ground. Lin Feng had stayed in the Underworld God Hall before and knew how big of a matter it was for 10-odd Underworld God Guards to die. After the 3 left for 4 hours, Yin Songming and Zhen Yuan rushed over with a group of Underworld God Guards. When they saw the Underworld God Guards' corpses, their expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! 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 The group of Underworld God Guards behind very professionally stepped forward to check the corpses, their injuries and the cause of death, to see who could be saved. After a while, one of them stepped forward and said, Lord Yen, 18 Underworld God Guards are all dead. They died no more than 10 hours ago. There are sword wounds, lingering auras of the Death Dao domain, and arrow wounds. It seems like a demonic Dao expert used a ghost pennant as a sacrifice, leaving no souls behind. The injuries were all messy, not easy to analyze. Just thinking about it gave Yen Songming a headache. Yen Songming asked, Zhen Yuan, what kind of conditions do you think are needed to kill 20-odd Underworld God Guards? Zhen Yuan thought for a while before replying, at least a 3-vein Sovereign Emperor expert or stronger. They would have a suppressive advantage, unable to flee. However, this possibility is very small. 3-vein Sovereign Emperors and above can be considered great perfection Sovereign Emperors. The appearance of such enemies will not escape the Underworld God Hall's attention. Silence. No one at the scene spoke. Everyone's face was a little ugly. More than 10 Sovereign Emperors died. This was not an era of war. The Underworld God Hall rarely suffered such heavy casualties. Everyone knew that someone was going to be out of luck. Yin Songming said indifferently, That's it then. Continue searching for Chu Chaoyun. I will report this and get the Vice Palace Master to send the Underworld God Protector to the final blood battlefield to receive us. Yes. When the others saw Yin Songming so calm, they felt confused. However, they still obeyed and scattered. Zhen Yuan said softly, I thought that you would fly into a rage. Yin Songming's expression did not change as he said sullenly, the ones who died were the Underworld God Hall's people. There were no Flood Dragon humans, so it has nothing to do with me. This problem cannot be blamed on me. A righteous Tao Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor must have sneaked in. The Underworld God Hall is at fault. What does it have to do with me? Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. Then, he understood that Yin Songming had made up his mind to push the blame to the Underworld God Hall's intelligence department. The demon blood vulture flew for half a day before stopping near the edge of the final blood battlefield. With the demon blood vulture guarding, Xiao Chen and the other two circulated their energies with their eyes closed, recovering their exhausted divine energy and soul energy. Chu Chaoyun exhausted the least. 1 hour later, he was the first to open his eyes. Chu Chaoyun looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, who circulated his demonic Tao cultivation technique. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, dual cultivation of the demonic and righteous. To think that Xiao Chen chose to dual cultivate. Those who took this path did not end up well. After a while, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng opened their eyes one after another. I'll go ahead and scout the way. Lin Feng entered deep thought. He knew that Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were old acquaintances and would definitely have something to say to each other. After a while, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun started chatting casually. Naturally, the first thing they talked about was the ethereal immortal palace key. Xiao Chen was very interested in this key. In Peach Blossom City, the profound heaven's holy son did his best to obtain the key. In the faux god world, Zhen Yuan did the same. Now, Chu Chaoyun took the risk to come to the final blood battlefield for the same reason. Speaking of the ethereal immortal palace key, naturally we have to talk about the ethereal immortal palace. Everyone is interested in the wings of time in the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew all this, so he gestured for Chu Chaoyun to continue. No one knows the exact location of the misty immortal palace. However, after the last demonic calamity, the misty immortal palace was located there. However, after the previous demonic calamity, every few thousand years, a diviner would swear that the ethereal immortal palace would appear. At the very beginning, it would attract the experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao of the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, they would return empty-handed every time. As time passed, everyone became indifferent to it. Furthermore, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears and we gather all 7 keys, it will be useless without the inheritance key. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing. It is the same this time. The top diviners of the 4 dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty, the Shunwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, and the Shuawu dynasty, prophesied that the ethereal immortal palace will appear again. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So, whether it was true or not, the 4 dynasties had to make a move. After careful thought, Zhen Yuan's hidden spirit temple represented the Yanwu dynasty. The profound heaven's holy son, Wan Ringyu, represented the Shunwu dynasty. In addition, Chu Chaoyun represented the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "It looks like you thought of it as well. Although the prophecy is not accurate, it concerns the wings of time. The 3 dynasties have to make a move. Hence they sent people like us to collect keys. This key of mine was snatched from Wan Ringyu's hands." Xiao Chen said after some thought, "I still do not understand. What is the point of obtaining this key? If we cannot find the inheritance key, it will be useless." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it is indeed useless. However, with 1 key one has the capital to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Those without keys do not even have the qualifications. Hence they still have to compete for it. Even if they know that it is useless, once they obtain it, they will have the capital to keep each other in check." Xiao Chen was not stupid. With just a hint from Chu Chaoyun, he figured out the principle. There were only 2 words: keeping each other in check and grasping the initiative. Without a key, one would be in a much more passive position if one wanted to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyun took a sip of wine and suddenly said, "Actually, I know some information about the inheritance key. Speaking of which, it has something to do with your dragon race." Oh. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. This piqued his interest. Speaking of which, only the blood-soaked dragon emperor truly used the wings of time. Actually, it was not surprising that the inheritance key had something to do with the dragon race. It is rumored, just rumored, that only one person knows the location of the inheritance key. That person is someone from your dragon race. When Xiao Chun heard that, a person immediately appeared in his mind. He could not help saying, "The previous generation heaven dragon." Chu Chaoyun nodded and said, "That's right, that's him. Rumor has it that the purple gold dragon emperor did not kill the previous generation heaven dragon because he wanted to force out the inheritance key's location. Unfortunately, there does not seem to be any results. The tragic scene of the previous generation heaven dragon being imprisoned in the Starry Heavens dragon prison appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It was not just the physical body but also the soul that suffered constant torture. Now that Xiao Chun put it that way, it did seem like a method to force the previous generation heaven dragon to submit. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. How did you survive after leaving the Kunlun realm?" "Me? That's a long story." When Xiao Chun thought back to how he left the Kunlun realm and got to where he was today step by step, he found it incredibly difficult. First, he wandered the outer realm for 5 years. During that period, he faced so many trials and dangers that he could not even count. After he entered the central Great Realm, he had settled down in the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the end, he was chased out in a sorry state. Fortunately, he had advanced to Sovereign Emperor now. Everything was over. However, Xiao Chun did not know when Lu Ruyue could truly tell him the truth. After giving a rough account of his experiences, Xiao Chun said, "Let's talk about you. I'm more curious about how you managed to survive these years." Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "I was slightly luckier. I have the bloodline of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan. The moment I left the Kunlun realm, the Tianwu dynasty's old ancestor sensed my bloodline wandering outside. The 4 dynasties attach great importance to the royal clan's bloodline. Once they discover a royal clan disciple wandering outside, they will do their best to find him. I only wandered for a year before I was brought back. My bloodline was verified, and I was recognized as a descendant. Then my name was written in the clan records. Later, I learned that the prince who came to the Kunlun realm in a fit of pique was actually an incredible existence. After he left the Kunlun realm, he actually returned to the Tianwu dynasty and became the emperor. He even became the Universe Origin Sect's palace master." Xiao Chun knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the Kunlun realm's first-generation Tianwu emperor. "Then, have you ever thought about taking revenge?" Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, "That fellow died long ago. He ran into a bad era. He was a genius, but he could not become a true god. Now, that group of old fellows from the royal clan thinks that I will be a second Xiao Chun. The resources they give me are practically limitless. Speaking of which, it is really funny. I clearly hate that fellow to death. However, he is now my most hated enemy." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but turn silent. Fate was fickle. It really liked to play tricks on people. Chu Chaoyun had worked hard in the Kunlun realm for his entire life. He wanted to charge out and ask that fellow, who left without caring about the destruction of the Kunlun realm's Tianwu dynasty, why was he so heartless? However, who knew the first-generation Tianwu emperor had died long ago. Now, because Chu Chaoyun had the first-generation Tianwu emperor's bloodline and came from the same realm, he ended up being treated as the person he hated the most. However, Chu Chaoyun could not explain this to anyone. Whoosh! 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 A figure flashed and Lin Feng returned. He said sullenly, "We have to leave tonight. Otherwise, when the underworld god protectors charge over, it will be hard for us to escape." Chapter 2206. Nether God Protector? Lin Feng could tell that Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chun were confused. He explained simply, "The god of the underworld is a kind of faith. It is the supreme being that the 9 great underworld worships together. The god of the underworld's protector is equivalent to a god in the underworld. They are seen as the underworld god's personal guards. They possess horrifying strength, at least as strong as 4 vain sovereign emperors." Chu Chaoyun had a pensive look on his face. "Is it because 18 underworld god guards died?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. The death of so many underworld god guards will definitely shake the entire underworld god hall. Normally, when such a situation occurs, the Vice Palace Master will personally send the underworld god protector to handle it. Right now, the Vice Palace Master is the one in charge of the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen said. They shouldn't have come so quickly. Lin Feng said with a grave expression. As long as Yin Songming sends the message and the underworld god hall confirms it, the underworld god protector will need only 2 hours to be sent to the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun immediately felt the seriousness of the matter. The sky of the 9th netherworld is filled with underworld god hall Dao platforms. A forbidden land like the final blood battlefield is no exception. Hence, we can only leave the final blood battlefield while Yin Songming sends the message and the other party confirms it. Lin Feng sighed softly. I only hope that the underworld god hall will take as long as possible. I took a look earlier. The final blood battlefield is already sealed. Only people can leave, not enter. Those who go out have to undergo strict interrogation. It's almost impossible to leave without making a sound. Chu Chaoyun said. There's no time to lose. Let's kill our way out. There's no need to think too much. The longer one remains in the final blood battlefield, the more dangerous it is. Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's missions could be considered completed. They had both found what they wanted to take. There was no longer any need to remain in the final blood battlefield. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was leave quickly. Go! The three were decisive people. After confirming this, they did not hesitate to head to the edge of the final blood battlefield. So. Soon, Xiao Chen saw 3 people wearing underworld god guard uniforms rushing over from the sky. These underworld god guards were very cautious. They stopped far away and shouted, Halt! The final blood battlefield is already sealed. If you want to leave, state your identity first. Xiao Chen released his demonic aura and shouted, Friend, we are a group of rogue cultivators. We have no way to prove our identities. Might I know what matter the lords of the underworld god guards have with me? Could we speak in private? When the 3 underworld god guards saw the demonic Dao baleful aura on Xiao Chen, they relaxed somewhat. However, they still said ruthlessly, Since you cannot prove your identity, please remain in the final blood battlefield. The underworld god hall will not kill the innocent. Xiao Chen and the other 2 exchanged glances and frowned slightly. These underworld god guards seemed to have received the news. All of them became extremely cautious and did not approach Xiao Chen's group of 3. They only shouted at them from afar. If the 3 made any strange movements, the underworld god guards would immediately raise their guard and inform all the nearby underworld god guards. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he said softly, My god Shadow Bao can instantly kill 1 person. Lin Feng entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, This is too far. If I control the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, I can only guarantee severely injuring 1 person. I might not be able to kill them. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, That won't do. As long as 1 person does not die, the underworld god guards rushing over might delay us. At that time we will be in trouble. What should we do then? Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, Trick them into coming over. Right after speaking, Chu Chaoyun shouted, Lords, they do not have any identity. I have the identity token of a rank 7 Moon Demon Palace. Can that serve as proof? 3 blurry figures in the distance whispered to each other in the hazy demonic fog. After a while, 3 figures approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer before Xiao Chen's group. However, just as the 3 approached, they stopped. The leader of the underworld god guard said indifferently, Remove the conical bamboo hat on your head, and give me the identity token to verify its authenticity. After that, we will release them. Chu Chaoyun did not say anything. He tossed a jade bottle over. The person in the middle caught the jade bottle and frowned slightly. When he opened it, he discovered that it was origin liquid. Origin liquid? What does that mean? Boom! However, the reply to that person was a strike from Xiao Chen's group of 3 after storing up power. A peak strike from each of them. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and executed the fiendish saber inheritance's water droplet, breaking the firmament. A drop of water containing all of Xiao Chen's fiendish saber quintessence instantly struck the leader. Chu Chaoyun's sword moved as fast as a fleeting shadow. In a flash, it pierced the forehead of the person on the left. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and the Death Dao domain turned into a beam of black light that instantly pierced the chest of the person on the right. Ignoring these three, Xiao Chen's group's figures flashed as they quickly fled far away. Puxi. The three underworld god guards suddenly suffered severe injuries. Before they could send a message, they instantly fell into dire straits. They quickly tried to save themselves, unable to care about Xiao Chen's group. 1 hour later, the three successfully walked out of the final blood battlefield. Then they turned their heads to look at the final blood battlefield. and released their bated breaths. Lin Feng said, "Those three should not die. However, they can't even protect themselves. They will not be able to send a message immediately. We should take this opportunity to go as far away as we can." Right. The three disguised themselves and suppressed their cultivations. Then they moved about the abyssal underworld cities, heading for the crack that led back to the central Great Realm. During this period, the three felt jittery at every city they went to. The city was heavily guarded. Underworld god guards appeared nearly everywhere. Underworld god guards would not easily appear before ordinary cultivators. Since they appeared so frequently, something major clearly happened. In a few days, news of the final blood battlefield spread throughout the entire abyssal underworld. Now, all the cultivators in the abyssal underworld knew of a sovereign emperor expert called the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan had single-handedly killed 10-odd sovereign emperors of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao, snatching away the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chen's reputation soared. It was even possible that the deaths of the 18 underworld god guards were related to him. The entire underworld god hall frantically searched for this Xiao Chan. After Xiao Chen's group carefully traveled for 8 days, they arrived at the banks of the underworld river. After crossing this river, they would basically be out of danger. They would need less than 1 day to leave the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. At that time, they would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. Even if the underworld god hall's 9 vain sovereign emperors gave chase, it would be useless. Given the strength of the Heavenly Alliance and the Universe Origin sect, they could send experts over at any time to provide reinforcements. After hiding for a few days, Xiao Chen's group was not used to it. They were bona fide sovereign emperors, peak experts no matter where they went. There was no need to feel so sullen, not even daring to reveal their cultivations. However, this was the underworld god hall's territory. No matter how sullen they felt, they had to endure it. As Xiao Chen's group looked at the surging, unending underworld river, they hid in the crowd, carefully waiting for the underworld boat to arrive. One could not fly across the underworld river. Even sovereign emperors had to ride the underworld boat. "It's coming," Lin Feng said softly. Xiao Chan looked up and saw an underworld boat steadily rowing over the surging Scarlet River. After reaching the riverbank, Xiao Chen's group joined the crowd and boarded the underworld boat. After entering the boat, the three felt much more relaxed. As they looked behind them at the distant 9th layer of the abyssal underworld, they felt deeply moved. After leaving the final blood battlefield, Xiao Chan and Chu Chaoyun realized how much trouble they had caused by killing 20 underworld god guards. The two felt like the underworld god guards were like shadows. Everywhere they went, there were underworld god hall experts searching the area. At all times, the three felt danger hovering above them, not daring to be careless. Even when they cultivated, the three took turns, allowing one person to remain absolutely awake, ready to fight at any moment. Everyone's heart was as taut as a string, and they could not relax. Now that the three boarded the underworld boat and gradually left the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld, they could finally calm down. "Strange, why do I feel that the people on this boat are strange?" Xiao Chan withdrew his gaze and looked at the cultivators on the boat. There were Yaksha, Asura, Rakshasa, and demonic Dao cultivators. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, speaking in soft voices. They did not seem any different from usual. However, at a glance it felt strange. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. "Something is not right. These people seem to be looking at us." "That's right." Xiao Chan and Lin Feng suddenly startled awake. They were shocked to discover that the demonic Dao cultivators, who were talking, had their backs to the three, or were resting with their eyes closed. All seemed to have an eye on them. They were clearly an ordinary group of people, but it was like they all had an eye at the back of their heads. As the two thought this, they could not help feeling their hair stand on end. The more they thought about it, the stranger it felt. Don't panic. Xiao Chun held back Lin Feng, who was about to make a move. Then he walked over to a Rakshasa cultivator and asked probingly, "This friend, I have something I would like to ask you." "Haha, what is there to ask? Do I have an eye at the back of my head?" "There is no need to ask. I can tell you that I do." That person did not have an eye. He chuckled, and right after he spoke, a vertical eye suddenly opened at the back of his head. Whoosh! At the same time, a vertical eye opened at the back of the head of everyone on the boat. The originally noisy underworld boat immediately turned strangely quiet. Aside from Xiao Chun, everyone else remained motionless. Only the vertical eye at the back of the head looked strangely at Xiao Chun and the others, seeming to be laughing. Die! Lin Feng, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He directly attacked, landing a palm strike on the Rakshasa cultivator who spoke to Xiao Chun. Boom! That Rakshasa cultivator exploded before turning into a clump of images and vanishing. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. The three appeared in a desolate plain. There was a formless suction under their feet, making it hard for the three to move, much to the point where they found it hard to move. Illusion. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. He said sullenly, "We entered someone's illusion Dao domain. The underworld god protectors. Among the underworld god protectors, there is a four-veined sovereign emperor skilled in illusions. They still caught up to us." Lin Feng cursed softly. Then he looked around helplessly. The desolate plain stretched out as far as the eye could see. The sky was dark and gloomy, looking horrifying. The three could not see the end of the desolate plain. At this moment, not to mention the fact that they could not move their feet, even if they could move freely, they would not dare to do so. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. In his eyes, this desolate plain was somewhat different from what Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun saw. In the eyes of Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun, the desolate plain was the real desolate plain, perfect and flawless. However, in Xiao Chun's eyes, the desolate plain seemed somewhat unreal. The ground occasionally trembled, and black cracks flickered endlessly in space. Naturally, the reason was that the underworld god protector underestimated Xiao Chun's soul energy, which rivaled that of a three-veined sovereign emperor. Whoosh! When those black cracks reappeared, Xiao Chun suddenly appeared. The three divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal in the spirit sea pool rippled. In the next moment, the blue dragon divine seal on Xiao Chun's forehead shot out a beam of light made of soul energy and struck the black crack. Bang! The illusion shattered like a mirror, and the three returned to reality. The three suddenly discovered that the underworld boat had sunk into the river. Ghostly hands passed through the river and tightly grabbed their ankles. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for Xiao Chun breaking the illusion, the three would not have woken up after being dragged into the underworld river. Chapter 2207. Hey! Just at this moment, someone on the underworld boat exclaimed softly. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and saw a black-haired old man standing on the bow of the half-submerged underworld boat. This old man looked ugly with two horns on his head, the symbol of the Yaksha race. When Lin Feng saw this person, he felt slightly startled. Indeed, it is old eccentric Qiao, the four-veined sovereign emperor, who is the best at illusions among the underworld god protectors. Old eccentric Qiao held a scepter with a crystal gem embedded at the top. There was an eye hidden in the gem, looking very breathtaking. Xiao Chan and the other two struggled, trying to break the ghostly hands in the underworld river. Unfortunately, they could not break them all. Since they could not break them all, they could only allow the underworld boat to sink into the river. This old man discovered you 3 days ago but did not make a move. Since I already made a move, how can I give you a chance to struggle free? These ghostly hands of the underworld river are resentful spirits that have been here for countless epochs. They cannot be broken. Lin Feng, you should be the clearest about this. Old eccentric Qiao showed a calm expression. His lips curled up in a cocky expression. Old eccentric Qiao had effortlessly captured the three alive. When he returned to the underworld god hall, he would definitely make a great contribution. The value of a dead person and a living person was completely different. This was especially so for Lin Feng, whom the Vice Palace Master wanted captured alive. Damn it! After a while, the river water reached the three's knees. The ghostly hands of the underworld river took advantage of the situation to climb up, and the tearing force became even more horrifying. It was not just their physical bodies. Xiao Chun and the other two felt like their souls were slowly being torn out by these ghostly hands. Stop struggling. Only this old man can save your lives. Obediently hand over your medial grade soul tools, and I will spare you from death. Old eccentric Xiao revealed a sinister smile as he continued. Xiao Chun, what should we do? I have heard of these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Once, a righteous Tao Great Perfection sovereign emperor fell into them and lost his life. Chu Chaoyun's face sank slightly. Clearly, he could not think of a good solution for now. If he comprehended the primal chaos Tao domain, he could erode all these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Unfortunately, the Tao domain was just one step away from the Tao domain. All other methods were useless. Lin Feng's entire body was emitting a thick deathly aura. He wanted to devour those ghostly hands, but the speed at which he devoured them could not keep up with the speed at which they appeared. Damn it! The underworld river, which flowed through the 9 abyssal realms, had already been refined by the underworld god Hall. Normally, the underworld river ghost hand was not this terrifying. It must be old eccentric Qiao's doing. Lin Feng had once stayed in the underworld god Hall and knew some secrets. Old eccentric Qiao smiled but did not say anything. The eye in the gem on the scepter in his hand flickered with a strange light, as if it was verifying Lin Feng's words. Although Xiao Chun did not have a high chance of victory against a 4-vein sovereign emperor in the first place, his chances could even be said to be slim. However, if he were to die in such a sullen manner, he would not be willing to accept it. That was especially true for old eccentric Qiao. He had not even done anything, yet he had already been reduced to such a sorry state. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Xiao Chun remained silent. He stared at the eyeball in the scepter, deep in thought. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were thinking about how to deal with the problem before them. However, Xiao Chun had other thoughts. When did the three of them fall for the illusion? Is it possible that everything before us is still an illusion? Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng had not experienced a heart tribulation before. However, Xiao Chun had. He knew about the existence of multi-layered illusions. Some illusion experts were especially skilled in this path. Illusions hid the environment. It was like a dream within a dream. One might think that one had woken up, but in reality one was still dreaming. However, if it was not a dream, then Xiao Chun could not afford to gamble. Right now, the crux of the problem was, when did the three fall for the other party's illusion? Did they fall for the illusion when they entered the dock? Or did they fall for the illusion when they boarded the underworld boat? Xiao Chun had always felt that, given the three's strength, they could not have fallen for the other party's trick without a sound. They must have triggered some kind of medium. Damn it. In the end, they relaxed when they saw the underworld river. Xiao Chun could not recall many of the details. Alright, I promise you. I can hand over the soul tool to you, but you have to save our lives. Xiao Chun said ferociously as he looked at old eccentric Qiao. Xiao Chun. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt mildly startled. They did not know why Xiao Chun suddenly gave up on begging for mercy. Shock immediately flashed in old eccentric Qiao's eyes. Then greed replaced it. Good. This old man was wondering why those 10-odd underworld god guards all died. I guessed right. Brat, you do indeed have a medial grade soul tool. As long as you hand over the medial grade soul tool, this old man will spare your life now. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath to the underworld god. Lin Feng knows that we, the protectors who serve the underworld god, cannot go back on our oath. Xiao Chun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, he is right. I am not asking you to spare our lives now. If you spare our lives now, you will still have to bring us back to the underworld god Hall. What is the point? I want you to send us out of the netherworld. If you are willing, please swear an oath. Xiao Chun said faintly as he gradually gained some confidence in his heart. Old eccentric Qiao's expression immediately changed. He said with a cold expression, little brat, you actually dare to negotiate with me. In that case, just wait for death. Wait for this old man to scoop up your floating corpses. It's not like I can't report back. Xiao Chun smiled confidently and said, have you thought it through, senior? In that case, you will lose 2 medial-grade soul tools. With a thought, I can destroy the soul tools at any time. What? 2? Old eccentric Chow's heart immediately thumped heavily. 1 medial-grade soul tool already made him somewhat unable to control himself. 2 medial-grade soul tools were simply too shocking. Xiao Chan continued, you can calculate this deal yourself. 2 mid-grade soul tools in exchange for our lives. As for the Underworld God Hall, you have only failed in your duties. How much punishment can you receive? No matter how you look at it, this deal is a profit, a huge profit at that. Old Monster Chow was silent. His face was gloomy, and the eyeball hidden in the gem on the scepter was blinking at a much higher frequency. Alright, this old man agrees. The Underworld God above, I swear to you right now that as long as he hands over 2 medial-grade soul tools, I am willing to let them out of the Netherworld. If I go back on my oath, I will suffer the torment of the Netherworld's flames for all eternity. Old eccentric Chow finally made up his mind. He swore to the Underworld God that he would let them go at the price of 2 medial-grade soul tools. No matter who it was, they would make the same decision as old eccentric Chow in this transaction. In fact, even if there was only 1 medial-grade soul tool, he could let Xiao Chan and the others go. This was because the price was too small. As long as they were not discovered, it would just be a breach of duty. However, Lin Feng felt that something was strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he could not figure out what was wrong. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He entered deep thought and seemed to understand something. I already swore. Toss out the soul tool and I will let you go. Old eccentric Chow shouted as he looked at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan took out the God Shadow Bow but did not toss it out. He said, Senior, come and take it. I told you to toss it out, not hold it. Xiao Chan mocked. What's wrong? Senior is a bona fide 4-vein sovereign emperor. You do not even have the courage to come and take the soul tool? When old eccentric Chow saw the mocking look in Xiao Chen's eyes, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. Then he showed some mockery in his heart. This fellow is playing this game with me. He really does not know his limits. From the start to the end I played him in circles. To think that he wants to gamble one last time. How laughable. Some pity appeared in old eccentric Chow's heart. Perhaps the weak were just so laughable, truly lamentable. Alright, this old man will come and take it. I know what you are thinking. You think that this old man is skilled in illusions. My physical body might be weaker, but if you make a desperate counterattack, you might have a chance. Ha 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 ha. That's right. This old man's physical body cannot withstand severe injuries. However, this old man will walk over now. You can attack me as much as you want. Let's see who dies first. Remember, if you attack me, I will no longer have to worry about my oath. Old eccentric Chow laughed maniacally as he walked over. His laughter was filled with confidence and arrogance as he walked over step by step. As old eccentric Chow approached, the atmosphere turned somewhat tense. Lin Feng showed a grave expression, feeling somewhat worried. However, he did not know what he was worried about. Xiao Chen appeared calm and collected. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, showed a smile. When old eccentric Chow arrived before Xiao Chan and was only 3 steps away, he said indifferently, "Hand it over." Xiao Chan handed the God Shadow Bow over and said with a smile, "Senior, take it." Old eccentric Chow snorted coldly and reached out to grab the God Shadow Bow. However, when he was about to take it, he discovered that Xiao Chan did not let go. Old eccentric Chow's expression changed slightly as he asked sullenly, "What do you mean? Do you really want to die that much?" Before old eccentric Chow could finish speaking, something strange happened. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, piercing the crystal gem in old eccentric Chow's scepter. Chapter 2208. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Chu Chaoyun's sword pierced through the eye in the gem on old eccentric Chow's scepter. Kasie! Kasu! In that instant, the surroundings shattered like a mirror, turning into countless shards. Then the scene before them changed again. Xiao Chen's group returned to the underworld boat. However, the underworld boat had not sunk, and all the passengers were on board. It was like time flowed in reverse, returning to when Xiao Chan went to test that Rakshasa cultivator. Furthermore, that Rakshasa cultivator still had his back to Xiao Chan. However, this time there was no strange vertical eye at the back of his head. Of course, what was even more different was that an old man appeared in front of Xiao Chan. This old man grasped the god Shadow Bao with horror in his eyes. Who else could this Yaksha race old man be but old eccentric Xiao? Whoosh! Old eccentric Xiao's earlier arrogance and confidence vanished. Horror flashed in his eyes for a moment. The instant Xiao Chan looked at him, old eccentric Xiao let go and quickly fled far away. Boom! However, Xiao Chan had planned this for so long. How could he let old eccentric Xiao leave so easily before old eccentric Xiao let go? Before old eccentric Xiao let go, a golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He instantly activated his great desolate divine eyes and blue dragon bloodline. What was supreme? In the entire world only I am supreme. Xiao Chen instantly executed the strongest move of the supreme dragon fist. 10,000 dragons gathered above his divine energy sea, and a vast and boundless 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiao Chan. The great desolate Aeon dragon might appeared. This punch displayed the tyranny of a sovereign ruler. Old eccentric Xiao could not dodge at all. Xiao Chen's supreme dragon fist's strongest move struck him. Bang! This punch blasted a huge bloody hole in old eccentric Xiao's chest. What a horrifying fist might! The horrifying fist might carried old eccentric Xiao away as it crashed into many figures. Then it dove into the underworld boat and fell into the underworld river. What's going on? Damn it! Who hit me? It hurts. Why does it feel like I was dreaming? What a strong dragon might! How can there be such a horrifying dragon might in the abyssal underworld river? After old eccentric Xiao fell into the underworld river, the cultivators on the underworld boat felt like they had just woken up from a dream. They felt like they had just woken up from a dream, feeling somewhat confused. The people injured by old eccentric Xiao all howled in pain as they lay on the ground, dying from the pain. Xiao Chen's dragon might had not scattered yet. The remnant might of the supreme dragon fist spread out in all directions in the warship's hold. The horrifying might deterred the various abyssal underworld cultivators from approaching. They all fled far away, not daring to remain in the warship's hold. What exactly is going on? Feng was to say to was old, and was Feng. Chun was was. Chu Chaoyun revealed an expression of understanding. It was indeed so. He looked at Xiao Chan and asked, "How did you think of this?" Xiao Chan scattered his dragon might, but his great desolate Aeon bloodline did not. He said, "I suspected long ago that the first layer of the environment was a trap that this old eccentric Xiao laid. However, I could not figure out when I fell for his trick and entered an illusion, so I could not be sure. When he approached me, I was sure that I was still in an illusion. Otherwise, this old fellow would not have risked his life to come and take my soul tool alone." Old eccentric Xiao's illusion was hard to distinguish between real and fake. At that time, Xiao Chan could not be sure that he was still in an illusion. However, once a person showed greed, they would definitely reveal an opening. Old eccentric Xiao was very smart. However, he did not know that Xiao Chan had already seen through his tricks. All he needed was a final confirmation. Feeling confused, Lin Feng asked, "But why did he come over to take the god Shadow Bao?" Xiao Chen explained calmly, "Because of greed and self-confidence. The medial grade soul tool made him blinded by greed. Furthermore, he was confident in his illusion Dao, so he thought that I would not be able to detect that it was still an illusion. However, the most important thing was that Brother Chu had shattered his illusion. Even if I made a move back then, I would still be in an illusion and would not be able to injure his true body. Hence, I was betting on whether Brother Chu could break his illusion or not. Otherwise, only death awaits you." When Lin Feng heard that, he felt shocked in his heart. This Xiao Chun was really bold. Not only was Lin Feng betting on whether old eccentric Xiao would fall for it or not, but he was also betting on whether Chu Chaoyun could detect the opening. However, Lin Feng was in awe of Xiao Chan and Chu Chaoyun's tacit understanding. Even without any communication, they could cooperate so perfectly. Once there was a voice projection in the illusion, the other party would hear it. Lin Feng asked, "Xiao Chan, why did you take out the god Shadow Bao in the illusion realm? Why did you take it out in reality as well?" Xiao Chan replied softly, "I do not know much about the illusion Dao. However, I know that illusion Dao experts all have a skill that can turn the illusory into reality. As long as old eccentric Xiao wills it, He can materialize whatever we do in the illusion in reality. It is like he is controlling us. What is real and what is fake and what is real. Some people might not even realize that they have been controlled by illusions for their entire lives. Others might not even notice anything strange. Chu Chaoyun asked, "When did we fall for the illusion?" Xiao Chan replied sullenly, "If I guessed right, we all fell for it the moment the vertical eye appeared on the back of those people's heads. Earlier, we felt that the ship was strange probably because old eccentric Qiao was secretly trying to find the opening in our minds." Lin Feng's face sank slightly. He said with some lingering fear, "What a terrifying illusion. It is really hard to guard against. What should we do now?" A ruthless look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said coldly, "Let's wait for that old thing to come up. If I guessed right, he will appear the moment my great desolate Ian bloodline vanishes." Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned before they reacted. Old eccentric Qiao was a four-veined sovereign emperor. Even if he was only skilled in illusions, he was still a bona fide four-veined sovereign emperor. Although Xiao Chen's earlier strike was horrifying, it could not truly injure old eccentric Qiao's foundation. Even without using illusions, old eccentric Qiao could suppress the three as a four-veined sovereign emperor. The danger was not completely resolved. However, compared to when they were in the illusion, Xiao Chen's group now had more initiative against the severely injured old eccentric Qiao. Whoosh! Xiao Chen had clearly said that he would only attack after old eccentric Qiao came up. Right after he spoke, he drew the bowstring and opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. Immediately, the heavenly eye pierced through the river and revealed old eccentric Qiao charging up. A divine image appeared in the sky above the underworld river. As Xiao Chan plucked the bowstring, the world shook. A divine sound reverberated as Xiao Chan released the bowstring. The arrow silently entered the underworld river. Bang! In the next moment, the underworld river exploded, and a scarlet wave soared into the clouds. A figure on the top of the wave let out a miserable shriek. The shriek was sharp and terrifying, echoing over the surging underworld river. "Xiao Chun, this old man will make you die without a burial." It turned out that although old eccentric Qiao had sunk to the bottom of the river, he still knew everything on the underworld boat. He had heard everything Xiao Chun said. Old eccentric Qiao smiled coldly in his heart. He wanted to catch Xiao Chun off guard and beat him at his own game, capturing Xiao Chun in one go. However, how could old eccentric Qiao have imagined that Xiao Chun only said that on purpose? With his heavenly eye, he could see through the underworld river at any time. Before Xiao Chen's great desolate Ian bloodline scattered, he was at his peak state. When he drew the god shadow bow, he struck old eccentric Qiao. This arrow, which could instantly kill a one-veined sovereign emperor, severely injured old eccentric Qiao's physical body and soul. The more horrifying thing was that old eccentric Qiao's injuries worsened, inflicting unbearable pain. If Xiao Chan were stronger, he might have been able to kill old eccentric Qiao. Rumble! The shock waves from the god shadow arrow shook the bottom of the underworld river. The underworld boat shook, looking like it would capsize at any moment. For a moment, all the cultivators on the ship panicked, feeling uneasy. That is the underworld god protector, old eccentric Qiao. To think that it is Xiao Chun. Could these three be the righteous Dao cultivators that the underworld god hall recently placed on arrest warrants? However, why is old eccentric Qiao in such a sorry state? He is a four-veined sovereign emperor. What is the point of caring about this now? If these people really start fighting, the boat will definitely sink. At that time we will all die. Inside the boat's hold, Xiao Chen's group felt the demonic might that surged over with old eccentric Qiao's words. Their bodies shook slightly, and they could not stand stably. The group's expressions immediately turned somewhat unsightly. Unexpectedly, old eccentric Qiao was still so mighty after being struck by the god shadow arrow. Xiao Chan clenched his teeth and said, "What a troublesome old man. I need to let him strike me again. Otherwise, he will not be able to escape death." The difference was simply too great. With just one shout, old eccentric Qiao managed to make Xiao Chen's group stumble. Furthermore, old eccentric Qiao was severely injured. If he were at his peak, the result would be unimaginable. Fortunately, old eccentric Qiao coveted the medial grade soul tools of Xiao Chen's group, and was overly confident in his illusion Dao. If old eccentric Xiao had faced Xiao Chen's group head-on from the start, he would not have stood a chance. However, Xiao Chen's group did not know that if they did not die in the battle above the underworld river, they would become famous. Furthermore, this old eccentric Xiao was a 4-vein sovereign emperor, someone who had already surpassed 3-vein sovereign emperor. The difference in strength was on a completely different level. If it were anyone else, they would be frightened to death. How could they have the courage to face old eccentric Xiao head-on? "I'll do it." Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng spoke at the same time. Then they exchanged looks and determination flashed in their eyes. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged out of the underworld boat, taking the initiative to charge at old eccentric Xiao. When in a predicament, one could either wait for death or save oneself. The only way to save oneself was to be brave. "You are seeking death." Old eccentric Xiao, who stood on top of the waves, showed a ferocious expression, making his face look even uglier, like a malicious spirit from hell. When old eccentric Xiao saw Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng charging over, he snorted coldly. Then, he dragged his injured body and threw a palm strike. Boom! This palm strike was very horrifying. Overwhelming demonic might filled the sky. Layers of demonic might layered on top of each other. A total of 4 layers layered over each other. It was bottomless, looking as horrifying as an abyss. Before Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng could get close, the suppression made their qi and blood surge, making them feel extremely unbearable. Scram! When that palm strike landed, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng each vomited a mouthful of blood. As their bodies wobbled, they felt the suction from the underworld river. The situation immediately became extremely dangerous. Great desolate Ian's rage. Charge! 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 Lin Feng appeared deranged. Black lines appeared on his face as he took out the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and charged forward with overwhelming rage. On the other side, a sword light burst out of Chu Chaoyun's body. It was like the stars existed forever, existing with the rivers, the sun, and the moon. Then Chu Chaoyun tore through the suction of the underworld river and charged forward proudly. Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were risking their lives to delay old eccentric Xiao for Xiao Chen. A formless pressure landed on Xiao Chen, who was in the underworld boat. Xiao Chen only had one chance. Could he hit? Chapter 2209. Xiao Chen had only one chance to shoot the arrow. If he missed, the 3 would have a chance to survive. If he missed, all 3 would die. Xiao Chen did not fear death. However, he did not like this feeling. He did not want to lose his friends' lives because of his mistake. If possible, Xiao Chen was even willing to sacrifice himself for his friends' chances of survival. However, due to their trust, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng placed their hopes on Xiao Chen, putting the greatest pressure on him. Old eccentric Xiao fought with Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun above the underworld river. His aura fluctuated as his figure flickered, creating many afterimages. After suffering once, how could old eccentric Xiao let Xiao Chen shoot him again? Whenever he sensed something, he would immediately dodge. It was simply too difficult to lock down a 4-vein sovereign emperor. Old eccentric Xiao's soul energy was stronger than Xiao Chen's, and his soul sense was very sharp. Old eccentric Xiao's divine energy cultivation went without saying. With a thought, he could send out vast sea-like divine energy with a wave of his hand. Even if old eccentric Xiao focused on illusions and not martial techniques, he could easily suppress Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng with just divine energy. This was the so-called breaking technique with brute force. No matter how powerful one's martial techniques were or how strong one's Dao domain was, old eccentric Xiao only needed one palm strike to easily break the peak strike that you put in so much effort. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were fighting with their lives on the line. If not for the 2 being outstanding geniuses and if not for old eccentric Xiao being severely injured, they would not even have the chance to fight with their lives on the line. Damn it! Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. I can't find him. 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 Xiao Chen continuously swung the god shadow bow in his hand, but he could not draw the bowstring. When facing the wary old eccentric Xiao, the other party sensed it the moment Xiao Chen used his soul energy. Before Xiao Chen even used his soul energy, old eccentric Xiao already sensed it with just one look, allowing him to react in advance. Xiao Chen had always been decisive in killing, never hesitating. However, at this moment he felt fatigued. The mountain-like pressure prevented him from firing the arrow. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead like raindrops, blurring his vision. However, he did not dare to wipe them off. Little by little, Xiao Qin's heart became restless. The invisible torture was testing Xiao Qin's state of mind. An inner demon quietly emerged. A voice echoed in his mind. You were afraid that if this arrow missed, it would kill Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. Because you are not a demon. Because you are weak. If you become a demon, you will be emotionless and loveless. There will be no worries in your heart. There will be no fear, worry, or cowardice in your heart. If you become a demon, this arrow will definitely kill that underworld god protector. If you become a demon, you won't need to fear the underworld god protector. This world will be yours. Formless black demonic chi leaked out of Xiao Qin's body uncontrollably. It gave off a sinister light as it wriggled. Black devil chi converged bit by bit in his eyes, transforming into a sea of ink. It was pitch black and unfathomable as it devoured the last bit of spiritual light. This demonic chi inspired fear in the world. All the cultivators on the underworld boat trembled. The god Shadow Bao was infected by demonic chi, slowly turning cold. The cold aura startled even old eccentric Xiao, who was in the distance. Xiao Chun fall into the demonic Dao. The inner demon sounded its final horn, wanting to corrode Xiao Qin's final thoughts and make him fall into the demonic Dao. Become a demon? No. The instant Xiao Chun said no in his heart, the spiritual light in his eyes exploded. The overwhelming demonic chi and the boundless ink sea all disappeared. What demon? I've always been me. You'd better obediently lie down for me. Xiao Chun snorted coldly in his heart. Then he looked at Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng, who were fighting old eccentric Xiao above the underworld river. The two fought with their lives on the line, constantly on the verge of death. With every second that passed they could die. However, the two fought with all their might every second, not giving up. Xiao Chun could not help but understand. While he was not afraid of death, Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were not people who feared death. It did not matter whether the arrow hit or not. Most importantly, there was once a bond that bound the three of them together above the underworld river. Unwilling to admit defeat, they fought with a four-veined sovereign emperor. Xiao Qin's left hand, which held the bow, no longer trembled. His heart was calm. This arrow is connected to my heart. Boom! However, just as Xiao Qin was about to fire this arrow, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed through old eccentric Xiao's demonic might. Suddenly, it appeared out of nowhere and directly smashed through old eccentric Xiao's demonic might. A hole appeared in the sky, where the 4 layers of demonic might spread. The moment that black figure appeared, the pressure on Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng immediately decreased significantly. Bang! The two palms clashed, and old eccentric Xiao vomited a mouthful of blood as the black-clad figure knocked him back 5,000 kilometers. You are... This startled old eccentric Xiao. He seemed to recognize this person. However, just as he was about to say it, the black-clad figure pressed forward and attacked again. This forced old eccentric Xiao to swallow his words. He could only receive the attacks helplessly as he was continuously pushed back. Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned. Then, he put away the god Shadow Bao and entered deep thought. Whoosh! Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. The two were incredibly fatigued and covered in injuries. However, they were still spirited, their fighting spirit not diminished. This gave Xiao Chun some relief. Xiao Chun, who is that person? I find him somewhat familiar. Lin Feng said, finding this strange. To think that someone in the abyssal underworld helped them push back old eccentric Xiao. This was simply incredible. Lin Feng could vaguely sense who that figure was, but he could not be sure. That is someone from the Azura race's Luoho bloodline. I'll talk to you in detail later. The three left elegantly on the underworld river before the dumbfounded cultivators below, leaving behind phantoms. After landing on the riverbank, Xiao Chun said somewhat apologetically, Sorry, I made a mistake with that arrow earlier. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, You are overthinking. Xiao Chun, there is no need to apologize. In reality, both Lin Feng and I could feel it. If not for your existence, making that old fellow fear you and keeping his guard up against you, we would not have lasted for so long. Lin Feng nodded. He could have killed us several times, but he gave up in the end. First, I did not understand. Now I understand that you scared him. Ha ha ha. Old eccentric Xiao has dominated the abyssal underworld for his entire life. First, you broke the illusion Dao that he is most proud of. Then, you scared him until he could not even kill 2 one-vein sovereign emperors. After this battle, he will definitely embarrass himself. Lin Feng laughed very carefreely. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. It seemed like ever since he met Lin Feng, Xiao Chun had always felt this way. It seemed like Xiao Chun had never seen Lin Feng laugh before, much less laugh as happily as he did today. The god Shadow Bao did not fire that arrow. However, that arrow already appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. This allowed Xiao Chun to understand many things. There were some things that he could not give up. That was a bond and friendship that could not be obtained even with the entire world. Come, let's leave the abyssal underworld first. Right. Xiao Chun called out the demon blood vulture and quickly carried the 3 far away. After that, there were no more surprises. Everything went smoothly. Xiao Chun briefly told Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun about the deal he made with Luo Ho Wang in the final blood battlefield. The two felt enlightened and said that Luo Ho Wang was indeed a passionate person. At the very last moment, he actually got an older generation sovereign emperor of his race to save Xiao Chun. It was worth it for Xiao Chun to face 10 odd sovereign emperors for him back then, helping him fulfill his wish. As for what kind of pressure Luo Ho King would face after this, the 3 of them were well aware of it. Feeling helpless, they did not say anything. The underworld god temple would definitely not let Luo Ho Wang off. He was an Azura noble, so they would definitely not kill him. However, their punishment would definitely not be light. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's trio passed through the abyssal rift and returned to the central world. The long-awaited sun was rather dazzling, but it was also abnormally comfortable. His repressed emotions were swept away. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the netherworld, it had been full of twists and turns. It had been extremely dangerous, but fortunately, everyone had returned alive. Before he could be happy for too long, it was time to part again. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng wanted to return to the Heavenly Alliance, while Chu Chaoyun wanted to return to the Universe Origin sect. Naturally, the paths were different. Xiao Chun, if you need anything in the future, you can come to the Universe Origin sect to find me directly. If it's inconvenient for you to come, you can also send a message. Before parting, Chu Chaoyun revealed his signature smile and said softly. Xiao Chun nodded. You too. Goodbye. Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chun and Lin Feng. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and left. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng only withdrew their gazes after Chu Chaoyun finally vanished from their sight. Let's go. It's time for us to turn in our mission. Lin Feng reluctantly returned the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pendant to Xiao Chun as he spoke. Xiao Chun raised his hand and stopped Lin Feng. Take it first and make do with it. You can return it to me when you no longer need it. Oh, by the way, this is for you as well. Lin Feng looked at the item Xiao Chun gave him in his palm. This greatly startled him, rendering him somewhat speechless. That's not good, right? Xiao Chun smiled and said. Who cares? It's useless anyway. Come, let's return to the Heavenly Alliance. Lin Feng looked at the item in his hand and shook his head. He thought to himself, I really can't figure out Xiao Chun's thoughts. Then he carefully put it away and quickly caught up to Xiao Chun. The two walked side by side under the blazing sun, gradually going far away. Chapter 22:10. 7 days later, Xiao Chun and Lin Feng returned to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and returned to their respective residences. At Xiao Chun's residence, Bauer and Elder Lu led a group of servants to welcome Xiao Chun at the entrance. When Xiao Chun appeared, they knelt and greeted him. Xiao Chun nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to leave. The demon blood vulture happily flew to Elder Lu's shoulder, appearing excited. Congratulations, young master. It looks like you gained a pretty good harvest on your trip to the abyssal underworld. Bauer observed Xiao Chun's expression. Although she could not figure him out, she could sense that Xiao Chun was very different from when he left. The aura that Xiao Chun gave off was even stronger, so much so that Xiao Chun did not dare to look at him directly. Even if Xiao Chun tried to restrain himself, he could not completely withdraw the pressure from his soul. Of course, this was not a good thing. In the eyes of experts, It was a sign that he could not control his soul freely and did not have sufficient accumulations. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'm all right. Did anyone come looking for me?" Although Xiao Chen knew that no one would come looking for him, he still asked casually. "Yes. Lord Mu came a few times." "Oh." Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "You may withdraw first. After I soak in the medicinal spring, I should be going to meet the alliance chief." Bao bowed and left obediently. After entering the medicinal spring, Xiao Chen felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Even his soul relaxed. Previously, the intervals between missions were short, so he did not feel much. This time, he spent several months in the abyssal underworld. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately felt the benefits of the medicinal spring. Only now did he truly relax. Soon, Xiao Chen fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, all his fatigue was gone. He felt energized and his eyes glowed. He looked like he was brand new. Xiao Chen muttered, "Interesting. My soul energy seems to have become denser." Previously, Xiao Chen only felt that the medicinal spring was for treating injuries. However, he did not notice that it had such a wondrous effect on nourishing his soul energy. Xiao Chen's soul energy had soared wildly, reaching the three-veined sovereign emperor realm. Now it looked like he could use external objects to nourish it. "Young master is awake?" Through the hazy mist, Xiao Chen saw Bao's beautiful figure appear on the opposite side of the medicinal spring. Such a scene had appeared many times, but this time it seemed especially tempting. "Strange, is it because after increasing my soul power I can feel things that other people can't?" Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. "How long did I sleep?" "Young master slept for 4 whole days. Lord Mu said that when young master wakes up, he will go and see the alliance master." As they spoke, Bao walked over and helped Xiao Chen put on his clothes. After everything was ready, Xiao Chen calmed himself down and walked towards the peak of the sacred mountain alone. This time there was no one to guide them. However, the guards at the checkpoint seemed to have received the news and did not stop Xiao Chen. A while later, Xiao Chen arrived at Hua Tianyang's residence. When he saw Lin Feng waiting for him, he nodded slightly and walked over. Just like last time when Xiao Chen arrived, Hua Tianyang and the Cordoyans appeared at the end of the palace once more. They were clearly very close, yet they seemed far away, separated by a world. However, this time Xiao Chen sensed some clues. Hua Tianyang's group should be in the residence. However, after Xiao Chen refined this residence, the laws of the world inside changed at any moment, giving off this misconception. The increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy lessened the mysteriousness of this residence. "Xiao Chen, Lin Feng, I have been waiting for the two of you for a long time already. The two of you are truly incredible this time. When I received the news, it startled me. You have also raised the might of my heavenly alliance. These will be rewarded separately. Right now, I just want to know if you have found the holy relic." Hua Tianyang stared at Xiao Chen and Lin Feng as he spoke casually. However, he exuded a strong pressure that deterred others from being presumptuous. Xiao Chen stepped forward and reported. "Reporting to the alliance chief, we have already found the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic." The moment he said that, the expressions of the Cordoyans behind him changed slightly, revealing expressions of joy. Mu Zifeng felt shocked. Then he rejoiced in his heart. This meant that Xiao Chen must have brought the holy relic. Swearenji's expression did not change. When he looked at Lin Feng, a vicious look flashed in his eyes. "Reporting to the alliance master, I've also found the relic." Right at this moment, Lin Feng took a step forward and said softly, "Hua." This immediately set the place abuzz. The Cordoyans felt confused. How could there be two Heavenly Alliance holy items? Could it be that one of them was fake? Hua Tianyang's expression changed slightly. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat displeased. Before Hua Tianyang could say anything, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng opened their palms. A 7-colored light flickered in their palms. If one looked closely, they would see that they were fragments of the 7-color stone. "Alliance Master, although we found the sacred relic, it's still not enough. But when we found it, it had already lost its divinity and became like this." Xiao Chen unhurriedly told Hua Tianyang what he had prepared. In reality, this was indeed the truth. The Heavenly Alliance holy relic had lost its divinity long ago. Even if Xiao Chun had not used up the last bit of its divinity, it would have ended up like this sooner or later. Hence, Xiao Chun had decided to shatter it and split it with Lin Feng. That way, he could complete this somewhat troublesome mission. Whoosh! Hua Tianyang stretched out his hand and grabbed the fragments of the 7-color stone. Then he frowned slightly as he looked at them. Ku Yun, take a look. Master Ku Yun specialized in refining equipment. After taking a look, he said, Alliance Chief, this is indeed the 7-color stone that was refined when the Heavenly Alliance was first established. Hua Tianyang said somewhat helplessly, Actually, I already guessed it. I did not repair it in time after the battle back then. After so many years, most of its divinity should have disappeared. Unexpectedly, it is completely useless. Hua Tianyang sighed and looked at Xiao Chun and Lin Feng. No matter what, the two of you managed to retrieve the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. You may withdraw first. Xiao Chun could not help smiling in his heart. It looked like there was no chance of him agreeing to a request. Yes, Alliance Chief. The two performed cupped fist salutes and turned to leave. After Xiao Chun and Lin Feng left, Hua Tianyang asked, Ku Yun, is there any way to refine it again? There is. However, it will take 100 years. It will probably be difficult to restore it to its peak. 70%. When Hua Tianyang heard that, he felt utterly disappointed. If 100 years could restore it to 70% of its former might, it would be better to forge a new superior grade soul tool. In that case, never mind. Restore it. Since it is a holy relic, just treat it as an inheritance. Mu Zifeng said, Alliance Chief, no matter what, the holy relic is back. In the future, the Heavenly Alliance's inheritance will be able to proceed smoothly. Given the Heavenly Alliance's current accumulations, it might be possible to forge a soul tool that surpasses the Snow God Whip. Hua Tianyang nodded. Think so too. No matter what, this Snow God Whip has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is already the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's spirit. As for forging another soul tool, leave that to Ku Yun. This time Xiao Chun and Lin Feng made great contributions. How do you think we should reward them? Mu Zifeng and Swearen Ji exchanged glances. Next, it was up to these two to fight for their people. After leaving the temple, Xiao Chun and Lin Feng released their bated breath. The mission of retrieving the holy relic was not just about retrieving it. It also involved the power struggle between Mu Zifeng and Swearen Ji. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng were not willing to get involved. Shattering the holy relic and handing over half each was the best way to resolve this. The two had a tacit understanding. They knew that they could not say anything here, so they nodded slightly and left. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chun started to organize his gains from his trip to the abyssal underworld. Aside from the divine nature flame, his greatest gain was naturally the Xuewu dynasty's holy relic that Li Yun left behind. The Scarlet Moon. Naturally, its might went without saying. Xiao Chun had personally witnessed it, so he did not have much to say about it. However, it seemed to be severely damaged and needed to be repaired. Young Master, Lord Mu is here. As Xiao Chun fiddled with the Scarlet Moon, Bauer arrived. Then Xiao Chun put away the Scarlet Moon. He knew that the Heavenly Alliance's reward had arrived. The original reward was that Xiao Chun could make a request of Hua Tianyang. However, based on Hua Tianyang's final expression, this reward should have fallen through. Let's see what kind of reward there is. Chapter 22:11. After a while, Mu Zifeng arrived. After Bauer served him tea and water, she withdrew obediently. Mu Zifeng picked up his teacup and did not mention the tea. As he watched Bauer leave, he smiled and asked, How is it? Are you satisfied with the maidservant I arranged for you? Xiao Chun had known from the start that Bauer might be Mu Zifeng's person, so he did not say anything more. He said softly, Bauer is a good lady. It's good that you like her. I can arrange a few more for you. Take them as a reward for this mission. Xiao Chun nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. He put down the teacup and caught his breath. Then he said, Lord Mu, you really know how to joke. Haha, you completed this mission pretty well. Unfortunately, the 7-color stone no longer has any divine nature, Xiao Chun added. It is indeed quite unfortunate. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and changed the topic. However, I heard that someone used the snow god whip to fight 10 odd sovereign emperors, looking very awe-inspiring. Word of this spread in the abyssal underworld. Several one-vein sovereign emperors shattered on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. Xiao Chun calmly spouted nonsense. This person is really incredible. Incredible. It looks like Lin Feng is much stronger than I imagined. Haha, let's not talk about this for now. In any case, even if we find the 7-color stone, there will not be much divine nature left. This is something that everyone understands. However, it is still too much to not have any divine nature left. The reward will definitely shrink. Don't even think about making a request to the Alliance Chief. Mu Zifeng laughed at Xiao Chen's nonsense. Then he got down to business. Xiao Chen did not care. In any case, this was how the Heavenly Alliance was. He could not say whether it was good or bad. If Xiao Chen managed to bring back a 7-color stone that still had most of its divine nature, Hua Tianyang would not go back on his word. Now Hua Tianyang wanted to make a request with just a pile of fragments. Clearly, he was not a fool. However, no matter what, the Snow God Whip is my Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. You and Lin Feng brought back the holy relic, which is a great merit. You have to be rewarded. Now Xiao Chen listened attentively to see what the reward was. Mu Zifeng said, "What I'm fighting for is for you to rise by 1 rank and become a 5-petal member of the Heavenly Alliance." Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. He had not expected Mu Zifeng to give him such a huge gift. A 5-petal member could already be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Heaven Alliance. He had only been in the Heaven Alliance for less than 2 years. Lord Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "I know that you do not want to get too involved. I roughly know what you are thinking about this matter. You were the one who shattered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, right? Everyone has their own ambitions. I will not force you." Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed at Mu Zifeng's words. He could not help feeling apologetic. After all, he had the ability to directly bring back the complete sacred relic, but in the end, he did not do so. "You're quite similar to Mr. Peach Blossom. I didn't promote you to a 5-petal member because I wanted you to continue climbing the ranks. I'm going to send you out. As a 5-petal member, you can oversee a region and become an inspector." As Mu Zifeng spoke, he waved his hand, and a light screen of the Great Thousand Realms appeared before the two. The light screen was densely packed, showing the entire Heavenly Alliance's territory. 7 colors separated the factions into grades. The different grades had different accumulations. This was a shocking scene, showing a super faction in its entirety before them. With the vast and boundless Great Thousand Realms as the background, the Heavenly Alliance's tentacles seemed to be everywhere in the great desolate universe. The mysterious heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The highest was rank 7 and the lowest was rank 1. Xiao Chen took a look. The Heavenly Alliance's Grave Sea Cluster was divided into 3 grades. As a 5-petal member, you can choose a rank 5 region to be an inspector. You will be responsible for overseeing a region and managing all the Heavenly Alliance's subordinate factions in that region. However, in the eyes of others, you are still one of my people. So you cannot embarrass me. You can rise by another grade and choose a rank 6 region to oversee. Overseeing a region and being an inspector. This was an extremely great authority with boundless benefits. It was like being a dynasty's governor. Xiao Chen could use all the resources within his territory as he pleased, having absolute authority. Normally, only veteran members who had served the Heavenly Alliance for 100 years or more could enjoy this honor. Many people risked their lives to complete missions, getting squeezed dry by the Heavenly Alliance, all for this moment. However, Mu Zifeng forcefully promoted Xiao Chen to this position, all for the sake of distancing Xiao Chen from the struggle for core authority in the Heavenly Alliance, fulfilling Mu Zifeng's wish. Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned as he said, "Lord Mu, your favor is so great that I cannot reject it." Xiao Chen simply could not reject it. Overseeing a region would not affect his cultivation, and he would have ample freedom, countless resources, and ridiculously great authority. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "I have always been like this. Since I cannot force you to be one of my people, I might as well do you a favor, one so great that you cannot reject it. Who knows, I might need your help in the future." Xiao Chen thought for a while, weighing the pros and cons. Then he said, All right, I'll accept this favor. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly, not feeling surprised. Choose a place then. You can choose anywhere in the rank 6 region. However, you also have to consider whether or not you can suppress those people below you. The choice is still up to you. Xiao Chen nodded and started to make his choice. First, the outer sea clusters. There were many special outer sea clusters with rich resources and abnormal spiritual energy, no weaker than the central Great Realm. After going there, one would be like a local tyrant suitable for the elderly. There were also some outer sea clusters with strong natives, which would be of great help to tempering one's martial techniques. However, in general, the central Great Realm was the best. Many places gathered, and outstanding talents competed. There were also plenty of resources. After eliminating the outer sea clusters, Xiao Chen looked at the 3 dynasties: the Tianwu dynasty, the Xinwu dynasty, and the Yinwu dynasty. The dynasties were where the luck of the entire martial epoch was, where the various super factions gathered. There were countless noble clans and outstanding talents, gathering all the outstanding talents of the world. There were even many demonic Dao factions. The competition was the greatest and the benefits were the greatest. However, the danger and pressure were also the greatest. However, if Xiao Chen had to choose, he naturally had to choose the 3 dynasties. Given his vision and strength, he would go there sooner or later. Right now, Xiao Chen was conflicted. Who should he choose? First, he had to eliminate the Xinwu dynasty. Then, he would have a grudge with the profound Heaven Holy Land. There would definitely be a lot of trouble if he went there. Next was the Tianwu dynasty. Although Xiao Chen had a connection to Chu Chaoyun, he did not have a good relationship with that group of people. After thinking about it, there was only one choice left. The Yinwu dynasty? Mu Zifeng felt slightly surprised. He said directly, I thought you would choose the region where the 8 great empires are. I fear that you will not be able to control the Yinwu dynasty. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance is weaker than the other factions in that place. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, You don't recommend me going? Yes. The Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yinwu dynasty has not been able to expand. Although it is a dynasty, the benefits there might not be comparable to some of the outer sea clusters. For example, the Ink Sea cluster. The Heavenly Alliance's faction occupies 80% of the area. It has sufficient resources and a connection point to the Bitter Sea, so you can go there to cultivate at any time. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, Since you are overseeing a region, you naturally have to choose a suitable one. However, if you can really expand the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yinwu dynasty, it will be a great contribution to the Heavenly Alliance. It will be several times better than the missions you have done in the past year. Of course, Mu Zifeng did not believe that Xiao Chen could do it. He still preferred Xiao Chen to choose a more stable region. It would be fine as long as he was more beautiful. After all, it would be difficult to control the people in the dynasty. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said softly, The Yinwu dynasty then. If there is no challenge at all, it would not be very interesting. Mu Zifeng found this slightly strange. After some thought he said, As you wish then. I will give you the certificate of appointment 7 days later. I will also explain the details to you. Oh, by the way, as a 5-petal member, you can upgrade the alloy battle armor's full power once for free. Go and look for Kuyun to handle this. Otherwise, I might not be able to assign you the best blacksmith. I will let him know. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is pretty good. Coincidentally, I have a dynasty's sacred tool that needs to be repaired. I can handle this as well. You should make your preparations during these 7 days. You have 5 slots that you can use. Find 5 people to oversee the Heavenly Alliance. If you cannot find anyone suitable, the Heavenly Alliance will assign them to you. Before Mu Zifeng left, he gave Xiao Chen some instructions before taking his leave. After a long time, Xiao Chen recovered his wits. This happiness came too suddenly. Xiao Chen could not understand Mu Zifeng. In the end, he underestimated this person. To think that he was so bold. Since Mu Zifeng could not force Xiao Chen to stay, he gave Xiao Chen such a huge gift. Even though Xiao Chen knew that Mu Zifeng still wanted to win him over, he could not reject him. Xiao Chen could only say that he was still too inexperienced when dealing with people who climbed to the position of Cordoyan. Chapter 22:12. Of the 5 spots, who should I choose? Naturally, the first ones that came to Xiao Chen's mind were Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mo Yunfei, who came from the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with him, and Nangongfeng, who came from Desolate City. In the past 2 years, Xiao Chen had occasionally contacted these people. However, as he had just joined the Heavenly Alliance, he had many missions, so he did not have a proper gathering. The task was arduous. In other words, he was as tired as a dog. Take Xiao Chen as an example. He had practically never rested. Often, he would only rest for 1 or 2 days before missions came again. This was especially so for the first year. One did not even have a choice. One had to obediently complete whatever mission one was given. There was no choice. The Heavenly Alliance was an extremely snobbish organization. It was fair as well. Every Heavenly Alliance member cultivated in the faux god world for 10 years. This was the greatest resource that the Heavenly Alliance provided. The pressure on the members was just a form of extortion. If these people were given another chance, they would still choose to join the Heavenly Alliance. There were simply too many benefits to not entering the faux god world. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's strict hierarchy gave the members something to look forward to, so they could endure it. If Xiao Chen really said that he could bring them away from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and allow them to continue enjoying the Heavenly Alliance's resources, it would be a good thing. As long as everything went smoothly, it should not be a problem to gather a few people. Xiao Chen went to look for Yunfei first. The Heavenly Alliance members lived at the foot of the Divine Mountain, not far from each other. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at Yunfei's residence. He was so close that Xiao Chen felt somewhat startled. Despite being so close, the few had only seen each other a handful of times in the past 2 years. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance's system was somewhat unreasonable and too repressive. Yunfei just happened to be returning from his mission. When he saw Xiao Chen, he felt pleasantly surprised. Xiao Chen. Haha, it has been a long time. Why are you here? Yunfei felt rather surprised. After leaving the faux god world, the few had only met a few times. Furthermore, Yunfei had always been the one looking for Xiao Chen. One does not come to a temple without a cause. I came for a reason as well. Xiao Chen took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion. 5 plum blossoms lit up in the snowy scene for 5,000 kilometers on the back. Damn! Bai Yunfei jumped up in surprise. Holding the token in his hand, he rubbed it over and over again. It took him a while to confirm that it was real. Not long ago, Wu Meng lit up 3 plum blossoms. Nangongfeng, and I felt that it was already very amazing. Unexpectedly, you actually lit up 5. I only heard that you seem to have completed a very high-level mission. Is it related to this? Yunfei could not be blamed for being shocked. It was too difficult to raise one's cultivation in the Heavenly Alliance. The merit points awarded for completing a mission would be deducted once they were exchanged for resources. This was a very troublesome matter. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to save merit points. When Xiao Chen suddenly told him that he was already a 5-petal plum blossom cultivator, it was easy to imagine how shocked he was. Yes, but I can't reveal the details of the mission. Xiao Chen nodded his head in agreement with Yunfei's conjecture. If it had been according to the original reward, Xiao Chen would have asked Hua Tianyang to have him become a 6-petal member. However, Mu Zifeng had obtained a reward for Xiao Chen, allowing him to oversee a region. In reality, this reward was even better than being a 6-petal member. Congratulations! Nominally, you are already 1 rank higher than Master Peach Blossom, Bai Yunfei said with a smile. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had left with only 4 petals. Now, Xiao Chen was indeed 1 rank higher than the other party. Many thanks. However, this is not the important matter. I'll talk about it later. I already got someone to inform Wu Meng and Nangongfeng to come over. I'll explain the details then. Considering that there would be too many eyes in his residence, Xiao Chen did not invite anyone to his residence. Instead, he chose Bai Yunfei's residence. Although this would be exposed sooner or later, he would do his best to hide something. How mysterious. However, we have not met for a long time. It would be good to chat more. Bai Yunfei smiled and started chatting with Xiao Chen, waiting for the others to arrive. Time passed. Wu Meng, Nangongfeng, and the others rushed over one after another. When they learned that Xiao Chen had advanced to a 5-petal member, they were incredibly shocked and repeatedly congratulated him. Xiao Chun, everyone is already here. Can you speak about the important matter now? Bai Yunfei asked with some anticipation. Xiao Chun looked around. Bai Yunfei, Wu Meng, Nangongfeng, and Mou were all friends that he had gone through life and death with. While these people did not possess horrifying strength, they were definitely trustworthy. They were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses with unlimited potential. If they could follow Xiao Chun to the Yanwu dynasty, they would definitely be of help. Due to the importance of this matter, I have to wait for everyone to arrive before speaking. Lord Mu promoted me to a rank 6 envoy inspector. If there are no surprises, the appointment certificates will be issued in 7 days. I have 5 slots, so you can come with me. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, Wu Ming and the other 3 revealed stunned expressions. Nangongfeng put down his teacup and said, Xiao Chun, I'm sure I heard right. You became an envoy inspector and you are a rank 6 one at that? This startled the others to their senses. Like Nangongfeng, they looked at Xiao Chun, wondering if he was lying to us. A rank 6 envoy inspector. These were 5 simple words. However, everyone in the Heavenly Alliance knew how much weight these words carried. Becoming a feudal official, ruling over a region, achieving meteoric success. These words were not enough to describe Xiao Chun. This practically meant that Xiao Chun could be said to be a powerhouse of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chun nodded slowly and smiled. Do you think that I'm purposely joking around? The others calmed down and looked at Xiao Chun with complicated expressions. If Xiao Chun had advanced to a 5-petal member, they would have been happy to congratulate him from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they suddenly learned that Xiao Chun had become a rank 6 envoy inspector, they found it unbelievable. In comparison, the difference between their statuses and Xiao Chun's was immense. After a long time, Wu Meng sighed softly. Back then on the Faux God World's God-conferring platform, Xiao Chun, you said with great pride that only Heavenly Alliance disciples could ascend to the top. I knew that such a day would come. However, I did not expect it to come so soon. Nangongfeng and the other 2 sighed in silence. The past events in the Faux God World were still vivid in their minds. Back then, Xiao Chun wrapped himself in a bedsheet and rode a strong wind to charge into paradise. Under everyone's mocking gazes, he fought alone and coincidentally obtained the 100,000-year requirement. Then he took the lead and climbed the heaven-bridging peak. Xiao Chun occupied the God-conferring platform alone, and fought against the outstanding talents of 4 super factions. That lofty aspiration and boldness had left an indelible impression in the others' hearts. In hindsight, Xiao Chun had already shown the grace of a powerful overlord in the Faux God world. Now, everything in the Heavenly Alliance happened naturally. If they had been the ones to ascend to the top back then, Mu Zifeng would have done the same. I'm fine with it. As long as Xiao Chun says the word, I will go with you immediately. I have missions every day. I've long since grown tired of them. I've had enough of this life. Yunfei was the first to agree to Xiao Chun's request. During the early stages of the Heavenly Alliance, the 2-petal period was the most difficult. With so many missions, one would not only be physically and mentally fatigued, but one would not even have time to cultivate. Yunfei was more than happy to have a chance to break away from this period of time. Furthermore, the one who said this was Xiao Chun. In that case, he had no more worries. I'm fine with it. Nangongfeng and Mou agreed one after another. Of the 4, only the 3-petal Wu Meng had not spoken yet. Without a doubt, Wu Meng was the strongest of the 4. Now, he had just advanced to a 3-petal Wu Meng. After enduring the most difficult period, he might have a chance to become an envoy inspector like Xiao Chun in the future. Facing everyone's fervent gazes, Wu Meng smiled and said, My brothers are all going. There is no point in me staying behind alone. Good. This time we will do something big. Xiao Chun, I'll follow you. The 4 laughed at the same time. A hot-bloodedness burned in their hearts. Many thanks to everyone for thinking highly of me, Xiao Chun. As long as I am around, I will not mistreat everyone. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart, revealing a sincere smile on his face. No matter how strong he was alone, it was impossible for him to oversee a region without any trouble. Furthermore, overseeing a region meant that he was an overlord and a powerhouse. Given his status, it was impossible for him to handle everything. He had to have a reliable helper. Nangongfeng, Yunfei, and Mou, come with me. you can automatically advance to a 3-petal Wu Meng. As for Brother Wu, it will be somewhat difficult. Before reaching a 3-petal Wu Meng, one could not leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xiao Chen had this special right now. The people he chose could automatically advance to a 3-petal Wu Meng. Wu Meng already lit up 3 petals, so he could not help Xiao Chen light up another. Wu Meng smiled casually and said, "It's fine. I don't care about these minor matters. In that case, everyone should make some preparations in the next few days. Before we leave, we should use this opportunity to exchange for all the resources we can in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Alright, we will take our leave first." With the brothers working together, Xiao Chen successfully gathered 4 people. There was still 1 spot left, but he did not really want to recruit cultivators. It would be better to recruit blacksmiths, alchemists, or people who knew how to do business. Xiao Chen wondered if he could borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. Chapter 22:13. Master Ku Yun was one of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's strongest blacksmith. Ordinary members, even if they were at the level of a 5-petal plum blossom, might not be able to meet them. Mu Zifeng had recommended Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had met Master Ku Yun once before. It should not be a problem for him to meet this Heavenly Alliance powerhouse. Even so, Xiao Chen only met Master Ku Yun 2 days later. The meeting took place in the blacksmith workshop of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were many weapon cauldrons in the blacksmith workshop. These cauldrons were more than 30 kilometers tall, looking like mountain ranges standing proudly. Astral flames burned fiercely in the cauldrons. More than 100,000 apprentices worked in these weapon cauldrons. Many Grandmaster-level martial sages presided over them, making them incredibly busy. Someone led Xiao Chen through the cauldrons. Then he met Master Ku Yun on a tall mountain that overlooked the entire blacksmith workshop. Stars flickered at the summit of the tall mountain. The vast starry heavens seemed within reach. "Little friend Xiao Chen, we meet again." Master Ku Yun revealed a smile on his face when he saw Xiao Chen, showing a very amiable attitude. Master Ku Yun did not have the unfathomable and mysterious aura that many major characters purposely created. In reality, after one surpassed great perfection Sovereign Emperor, one could return to one's natural state, appearing no different from ordinary people. However, those in power often did not want others to figure them out, purposely giving others an unfathomable pressure. Master Ku Yun had escorted Xiao Chen and Lin Feng on the mission to the abyssal underworld. Hence, he had a good impression of the two. Master Ku Yun, this junior has something to trouble senior with. Xiao Chen rather liked interacting with such people. His attitude was very humble and respectful. Master Ku Yun said after some thought, "Mu Zifeng already told me about it. After thinking about it, I'll personally help you forge your alloy battle armor. If you have any special requests, you can discuss them with me now. I'll make the necessary preparations." Xiao Chen rejoiced when he heard that. He immediately stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks, Master Ku Yun. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor." This was simply unexpected. Who was Master Ku Yun? He was a grandmaster who could forge superior grade soul tools. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest blacksmith in the world. Xiao Chen was shocked that the other party was willing to let go of what he was doing and help him with such a small matter. "You're welcome. You specialize in saber arts and the Thunder Great Tao, with the Ice Great Tao complementing it. These are all things that I know. When I reforge it, I will take them into consideration. What do you think?" Ku Yun smiled. He was rather pragmatic and did not bother with pleasantries. After a brief pondering, Xiao Chen asked, "What does senior think I should choose? I only have a superficial understanding of the art of artifact refinement, so I don't dare to speak before Senior Ku Yun." Master Ku Yun did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, "In my opinion, you should focus on amplifying and strengthening your Thunder Tao. Now that your Thunder Tao domain has reached the 4th layer, you might as well strengthen it to the limit. My idea is to infuse an ancient Thunder Dragon's reverse scale, 1,000 tons of Thunder Dragon True Blood, a Thunder Dragon Spine, and a strand of Great Desolate Aeon Dragon Soul into the Alloy Dragon Armor. It happens to be compatible with your bloodline. At that time, the Alloy Dragon Armor will be like your flesh and blood, and you will be able to use it as you wish. This stunned Xiao Chun for a moment, somewhat unable to react to Master Ku Yun's suggestion. To Xiao Chun, this sounded like something out of a fantasy story. However, the other party spoke of it very naturally, as if it was nothing much. After a while, Xiao Chun startled awake. He thought to himself, how stupid I am. Who is the other party? Although he is not the strongest blacksmith in the martial epoch, no one would dare to say anything if he is one of them. Xiao Chun nearly got fooled by the other party's amiable attitude. Ku Yun did not have a strong air, but that did not mean that he was not strong. Since Ku Yun said that he would personally help Xiao Chun reforge the alloy dragon armor, how could he just casually reply? Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Take Mu Zifeng for example. Xiao Chun was clearly a 5-petal plum blossom, but Ku Yun put him in charge of a rank 6 conferred land. What's wrong? You feel that something is wrong? Master Ku Yun frowned slightly, thinking that Xiao Chun was still somewhat dissatisfied. He said seriously, if this is still not enough, there will be trouble. I'm afraid that I will not be able to complete it within 7 days. Xiao Chun quickly said, there's no need. This is very good. In that case, I'll leave the alloy dragon armor to Senior. This is a great opportunity. Fearing that something might go wrong, Xiao Chun removed the black gloves on his hands and handed them over. Master Ku Yun put away the gloves and said, I'll get someone to deliver it to you 4 days later. With the alloy dragon armor I reforged for you, you will be more confident when you arrive in the Yanwu dynasty. It turned out that Senior Ku Yun knew that Xiao Chun would have to oversee a region and feared that Xiao Chun would not be able to handle the situation. So he personally took action. Such good intentions warmed Xiao Chun's heart, making him feel even more respect for this senior. I still have a dynasty's sacred tool. I would like Senior to take a look and see if you can restore it. As Xiao Chun spoke, he took out the 8th Prince Li Yun's Scarlet Moon. This should be a secret treasure that could reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool at a crucial moment. A demonic Tao sacred tool. I have a disciple who is good at restoring it. I'll get a servant to bring you over later. Master Ku Yun recognized the Scarlet Moon's origins with just one look. He did not say anything more, appearing very happy. The repeated requests made Xiao Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. Originally, he wanted to borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. In that case, there is nothing else. Master Ku Yun did not rush. He smiled and said, Little friend, how do you feel about overseeing a region before the age of 100, becoming a rank 6 envoy inspector? It is rather surprising. However, it suits my intentions. I keep feeling somewhat pressured staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Chun spoke honestly, not holding back at all. Master Ku Yun nodded. In the world, be it sects, noble clans, empires, or dynasties, they are all organizations that benefit one another. However, noble clans are connected by bloodlines and have accumulations. Sects have seniors to guide them, and their inheritances are everlasting. All of these can give people a sense of belonging. However, the Heavenly Alliance is a purely profit-driven organization. Everyone comes together for their own interests, believing in eternal benefits. Given your character, it is not strange for you to feel pressured. Mu Zifeng is rather generous. The two chatted for a while. Although there was a difference in their statuses and ages, they got along quite well. In the end, it was because Master Ku Yun did not care about authority. Master Ku Yun relied on his own strength to become a core doyen. No matter who became the alliance chief, he would be an irreplaceable existence. With extraordinary strength, one could naturally transcend others. Many of Master Ku Yun's insights were refreshing to Xiao Chun. Let's leave it at that then. I have to make some preparations for you. Master Ku Yun sent off the guest with tea. Then Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then a servant led the way to the forging workshop, where Ku Yun's disciple, who was good at restoring secret treasures, was. Soon, Xiao Chun arrived at a vast forging pavilion. 3 cauldrons stood there, and 10,000 people moved about in an orderly fashion. Above the pavilion, someone was leaning against the railing. With a wave of his hand, he gave out a series of orders. Xiao Chun thought, Master Ku Yun's disciple is rather capable. He can command 10,000 people so easily. With Master Ku Yun's servant leading the way, Xiao Chan did not encounter any obstructions. Soon he arrived at the pavilion. Please wait a moment. The servant bowed slightly and stepped forward. Then he passed through the many ancient screens and went to report. Miss Mo, an administrator from the Heavenly Alliance is here on Master's orders to meet you. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp. He heard the servant's words and felt slightly startled. Miss Mo? This reminded Xiao Chan of a person, which distracted him. Just as he felt uncertain, a familiar voice rang out. I wonder which administrator it is? To think that he could startle Master. Sorry for not going out to welcome him. Clatter, clatter. The screens with ancient paintings of mountains and rivers parted, looking like mountains and rivers breaking apart layer by layer. A beautiful figure approached from afar, looking like she was descending from the horizon, crossing the mountains and rivers to meet Xiao Chan. When the beautiful figure appeared, Xiao Chan could see her appearance clearly. Every frown and smile of her magnificence showed. Who else could it be but the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chan? Chapter 22:14. The person who came was indeed Mo Chan, the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chan, that stubborn top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain, who dared to ruin her beauty. One's life has no roots drifting like dust. There are no regrets in the green hills, fate is sought in the clear water. The mountains and rivers will eventually meet again. The two stared at each other for a long time, staring at each other in a daze. Countless emotions turned into silk, lingering in their hearts. The servant leading the way sensed that the two seemed to know each other, so he took his leave and left. Now, only Xiao Chan and Mo Chan remained in the pavilion. They seemed to have many things to say, but they did not know where to start. After a while, Mo Chan blushed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, Big brother Xiao, are you just going to keep looking at me like this? No matter how much you look at me, you will not be able to tell anything from my face. Xiao Chan startled awake and smiled faintly. Then he said softly, Speaking of flowers, I am indeed not as pretty as you. It has been a long time. Big brother Xiao, you really know how to joke. When Mo Chan saw Xiao Chan, she felt very moved. For the sake of seeing Xiao Chan, she had put in so much anticipation, perseverance, and hard work. However, when she truly saw Xiao Chan, she discovered that she did not feel as excited or impulsive as she imagined. There was only a trace of gentleness and warmth in her heart. With just one look, she knew that her big brother Xiao was still the big brother Xiao from back then. His visible face and invisible heart had not changed. Mo Chan had long since passed the age of a young girl in love. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Xiao Chan had always been around and had never gone far. Otherwise, why did she not feel any distance or unfamiliarity after not seeing him for so many years? It was still the same familiar feeling from back then, as natural as before. It had never changed. This was because he had always been around, in her heart, in her dreams, in the best memories of her life. Xiao Chan had never possessed him, but he had always been around. Time passed mercilessly, but it did not change her big brother Xiao much. Now when Mo Chan saw Xiao Chan, it was like returning to a dream, returning to the best memories of the past. However, she could clearly feel time flowing at her fingertips. This strange and mystical feeling was indescribable. Do you have wine? I already finished my 1,000-year flame. Seeing the faint smile on Mo Chan's pretty face and Mo Chan's gaze on him, Xiao Chan said awkwardly, Don't worry. Yes. Mo Chan meekly took it out and placed it before Xiao Chen's table. The gentleness and smile on her face did not diminish as she poured wine for Xiao Chan. He gently shook it until the golden crow flew around. Xiao Chen gulped it down in one gulp. His blood immediately began to burn as if it was on fire. Xiao Chan had not tasted the 1,000-year flame in a long time. This cup was truly carefree. Good wine, you should drink it too. Yes. After a few cups, Xiao Chan sighed softly. A few years ago, I saw the 1,000-year flame that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter brought to Peach Blossom City. Then, I knew that you had come to the Great Thousand Realms. Unexpectedly, I met you in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters one day. Mo Chan put down her wine cup and replied, It's a long story. Actually, I only became Master Ku Yan's disciple because of the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. Oh, Xiao Chen said with some surprise. There was actually such a reason? He immediately listened attentively. After she obtained my 1,000-year flame by chance, she used the heavenly fragrance's influence to send someone to look for me. Emo-chan paused for a moment before continuing. In the end, she really found me. At that time, I was very happy, so I followed the heavenly fragrance's people to the central great realm's desolate sea. I thought that, given Big Brother Zhao's ability, if he really came out, he would go to the central great realm sooner or later. Xiao-chan thought to himself back then, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did indeed pay a lot of attention to the 1,000-year flame. She even said that, after putting in a lot of effort, she still could not find the brewer. Unexpectedly, she really managed to find the brewer. After that, I stayed in the heavenly fragrance and helped her manage the heavenly fragrance winery. During this time, I also wanted to ask about Big Brother Xiao. However, although the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was polite, I kept feeling that there was some distance between us. I did not dare to ask about it and could only hide it in my heart. Xiao-chen nodded. He had seen the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter before. She was always shrouded in a layer of fog, unfathomable and unfathomable. Saying that there was some distance between the holy daughter and the heavenly fragrance's holy lord was a nice thing to say. To put it bluntly, it was like she was high and aloof, looking down on everyone. Master and the heavenly fragrance's holy lord are acquainted with each other, and often go there to drink. Once, she noticed me and said that I have talent for refining and that brewing wine is a waste of my talents. She insisted on taking me in as a disciple. Before I left, the heavenly fragrance's holy lord said that I was very lucky. At that time I did not understand. Now I somewhat understand where I am. Emo-chan spoke tirelessly, giving a short account of her experiences after leaving the Kunlun realm. Don't you know that I'm in the Heavenly Alliance? Xiao-chen asked, finding it strange. He was somewhat famous in the Heavenly Alliance. He should be able to find out after asking around a little. Emo-chan shook her head and replied, I don't know. I have only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year, and have not left the blacksmithing workshop at all. After that, I learned that the Heavenly Alliance is a super faction, so I became even more cautious. Previously, I tried to secretly ask about Big Brother Xiao in the Heavenly Fragrance. However, they all said that Big Brother Xiao vanished after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, so I could not find out anything about him. Xiao-chen entered deep thought. Emo-chan had only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year. Indeed, there was no way for her to know about him. Xiao-chan recalled that when he first entered the Heavenly Alliance, he could only remain in his residence and did not know that Mo-chan had come to the blacksmithing workshop. As for after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, most people would think that Xiao-chen vanished. Those people might not even know about the existence of a super faction. How could Emo-chan find out anything about him? This made things somewhat difficult for Emo-chan. If not for today's coincidental meeting, who knew when they would meet again after Xiao-chan left the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters? Let's not talk about this for now. How are my old friends in the Heavenly Alliance? Is Big Brother Ing and the others doing well? Xiao-chan had been thinking about his old friends in the Heavenly Alliance. However, he could not return to the Kunlun realm for now, so he could not find out any news about them. Now that Emo-chan was around, he could ask about them. They are doing well. After the demonic calamity, there were many things to do, and the Dragon's Gate rose. The various races and sects temporarily put aside their prejudices and elected the Dragon's Gate as the leader. Big Brother Zhao's dream of the Dragon's Gate's revival is already a reality. 100,000 Dragon's Gate disciples worship the totem that Big Brother Xiao left behind every day. I feel like the totem is slowly gaining life. Also, everyone misses you. Given that, my existence was not erased by the heavenly Tao. Emo-chan nodded and said, No. As far as I know, everyone still remembers Big Brother Xiao. No one has forgotten. Xiao-chen entered deep thought. In the past, the heavenly demons would erase all traces of the people who left in the Kunlun realm. Be it memories or words, they would all disappear like they never existed. However, this did not happen to Xiao-chan. This was somewhat strange. Perhaps my traces will be erased, Emo-chan said with a somewhat sad expression. After all, this was her hometown. It had existed for decades, yet it was mercilessly erased. No one would be able to accept this. Xiao-chan said softly, That might not be the case. I feel that the Black Lotus Church might have done something back then. affecting the heavenly Tao that the Kunlun realm borrowed. This matter is not urgent. I will investigate it. In the future, the two of us will return to the Kunlun realm together. Is there a chance? Emo-chan asked in anticipation as a light flashed in her eyes. Xiao-chan thought for a while. With his current strength, it would be somewhat difficult for the Divine Universe Steel to bring him back alone. Bringing two people would be even more difficult. However, the future was hard to say. After the Divine Universe Steel replicated the Blue Dragon Ancient Lands Dao platform, it could clearly sense the totems of the Kunlun realm beyond the sea. This was hope. There will be a chance. Xiao-chan stood up and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I want to bring you with me to the Yanwu dynasty." The Yanwu dynasty? Yes. Seeing that Emo-chan felt confused, Xiao-chan explained how he oversaw a region and became a rank 6 envoy inspector. Emo-chan, are you willing to help me again? Just like back then when you and I re-established the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate and slowly rose up, Xiao-chan said in a sincere manner. Emo-chan smiled faintly as she recalled the various things of the past. Back when the Dragon's Gate was re-established, the sect powerhouses of the Four Seas came to attack. Each of them brought a great gift, wanting to destroy the newly established Dragon's Gate. However, Xiao-chan did not fluster in the face of danger. Dressed in white robes, he held a saber in one hand as he danced around in the air, catching all the great gifts. There were too many stories between the two. They could not finish talking about them in a few days and nights. Now that they met again in the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao-chan invited Emo-chan to join hands again. Naturally, the answer went without saying. Emo-chan will always be Big Brother Zhao's best friend. If Big Brother Zhao is willing to let Emo-chan stay by your side, how can Emo-chan reject? However, I'm afraid that Master will not be willing for me to leave. An indiscernible gentleness flashed in Emo-chan's eyes as she spoke gently with a faint smile. Xiao-chan smiled and said, "It's fine. Settled then. I'll speak to Master Ku Yun." Right. Big Brother Zhao, take a look at the sacred tool you want to repair first. Don't forget about proper business. When Xiao-chan heard that, he could not help smiling. When he saw Emo-chan, he completely forgot about the so-called proper business. Or rather, seeing Emo-chan was proper business. The sacred tool was nothing. Chapter 22:15. This is a demonic Dao sacred tool. It is heavily damaged. I will need at least 3 days to repair it. Emo-chan gave her answer after checking the Scarlet Moon. 3 days then. I'll take my leave first and think about how to account to Master Ku Yun. After taking his leave of Emo-chan, Xiao-chan returned to his residence and saw Bao-er waiting for him. After taking his leave of Emo-chan, Xiao-chan felt somewhat helpless. He did not know how many spies there were among the servants in the residence. Right now, Xiao-chan urgently wanted to return to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, there were simply too many people here, so he did not dare to act rashly. Xiao-chan could only wait. As long as he was not in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, even if there were spies around, there should not be much risk in using the Divine Universe Steel. "Young Master, you're back. Do you have any instructions?" Bao-er asked softly, looking as obedient as before. Xiao-chan entered deep thought. "Help me prepare a list. I need secret treasures and medicinal pills for nourishing the soul. See how the Heavenly Alliance sells them. Also, help me search for similar cultivation techniques. Sorry for the trouble." Young Master is too polite. Xiao-chan's soul energy soared to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor, making him feel uneasy. He had already decided to stabilize and condense his soul energy for a while. Soon Bao-er appeared before Xiao-chan with a list. "Young Master, I have already done what I asked. The main secret treasures for nourishing soul energy are incense burners. Buddhist incense burners are the best. As for medicinal pills, the Heavenly Alliance's soul accumulating pill should be the best. However, it is very expensive." After listening to Bao-er's explanation, Xiao-chan looked at the list again. Then he asked softly, "How many contribution points do I have?" "Young Master has 28,000 contribution points that you have not exchanged." Xiao-chan said directly, "Just exchange them all. Choose the best. As for the soul accumulating pill, I need at least 100. If I do not have enough contribution points, I will use my origin liquid to exchange for them." "All right. Bao knew that Xiao Chun would be overseeing a region. Before he left, he would definitely use up all his contribution points, so she was not surprised. Don't go yet. Just as Bao was about to leave, Xiao Chun called out to her. She turned around and asked, "Young master, do you have any other instructions?" Xiao Chun looked straight at the other party and said calmly, "I do not have any other instructions. I just want to ask, will you come with me to the Yanwu dynasty this time? This servant is young master's personal maid, so I naturally have to go with you. If young master is not satisfied with Bao, you can ask Lord Mu to replace her." Bao lowered her head, and her eyes became misty, making her look pitiful. "Mister, are you going to give up Bao?" Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. There is no point in retreating. Mu Zifeng will definitely find other spies. Xiao Chun could understand why they were doing this, but there was always a spy following them, so he was more or less worried. "I'm fine. You can go now." Yes. Seeing Bao withdraw, Xiao Chun thought to himself, should I tell Mu Zifeng about this? On second thought, it seemed like it was useless to say anything. As a rank 6 inspector, he was overseeing a region. Xiao Chun was a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing a region. Without the Heavenly Alliance's spies by his side, even if Mu Zifeng felt assured, the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon would not. The other envoy inspectors probably had Heavenly Alliance spies by their sides. This was a tacit secret. Never mind. When I leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, I don't have to worry too much if I want to do something. Keeping a spy by my side is good for both sides. 4 days later, Xiao Chun visited the refining workshop again to collect his alloy dragon armor. An ancient thunder dragon reverse scale, a thunder dragon spine, 5 tons of thunder dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate Ian dragon soul. With such a large amount of modifications, Xiao Chun looked forward to seeing how strong his alloy dragon armor would be. I was preparing to get someone to deliver it to you. Unexpectedly, you came personally. When Master Ku Yun saw Xiao Chun, he revealed a smile and handed the alloy gloves over. Try it on then. Xiao Chun received the alloy gloves. The pitch-black black-gold gloves revealed half of his fingers when he put them on. Golden talisman scripts formed an ancient divine character on the back of the gloves. Among the stars around the divine character, for lit up, Senior Ku Yun was really generous. To think that he directly upgraded my alloy dragon armor from 2-star to 4-star. Boom! When Xiao Chun put on the 2 gloves, he immediately felt an electric current run through his entire body. Even his divine seal and soul trembled. A bloodline connection and soul merging with each other spread in his heart like a fish in water. The roar of an ancient thunder dragon rang out beside Xiao Chun's ears. A purple thunder dragon image flashed in his eyes. How strong! Before Xiao Chun activated it, he could already feel that the alloy battle armor was already very different from 3 days ago, completely different from before. Master Ku Yun stood upright with a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his work. He said indifferently, "Try it out after activating it." "Very well, senior." With a thought, Xiao Chun activated the alloy battle armor. In an instant, the Azure Dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar, turning into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. A dragon might burst out of Xiao Chun's body and shook the surroundings. Even the huge refining workshop could feel this dragon might radiating out. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as it wrapped around Xiao Chun's arms before spreading throughout his body. Electric light flickered and soon, a dragon roar encircled Xiao Chun's body. When the 2 dragon images merged into one, Xiao Chun's body trembled. When the 2 dragon images merged, a brand new alloy dragon armor appeared on Xiao Chun's body. The originally silver alloy dragon armor now had many deep purple dragon patterns on it. In the blink of an eye, it looked like 2 dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. The dragon images had long fangs and 5 claws, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When the bright silver alloy dragon armor paired with the purple dragon patterns, its original heroic aura was swept away, replaced by absolute tyranny. A purple pendant hung on Xiao Chun's forehead. It was like a finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. Xiao Chun's bloodline surged. The moment the alloy dragon armor appeared, he could clearly feel it. Xiao Chun's entire body, bloodline, and soul were stirred. The dragon blood and dragon soul contained in the alloyed dragon armor perfectly merged with his dragon race bloodline. It was simply flawless. There was simply no armor more suitable for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and clenched. The purple dragon patterns on the alloyed dragon armor flickered with electric light. In the next moment, resplendent electric light burst out of his palm. Then, Xiao Chun's fourth-layer Thunder Dao domain silently erupted. Xiao Chun felt like he was not holding a clump of electric light in his palm, but a sea of electric light. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, his fourth-layer Thunder Dao domain actually reached the horrifying might of a fifth-layer Thunder Dao domain. This, Xiao Chun's shock could not be expressed with words. He found it unbelievable. Too strong, really too strong. Just a single set of battle armor had increased his strength by more than 50%. Master Ku Yun appeared rather calm. He smiled softly and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied. Senior Ku Yun really gave me a great gift." Xiao Chun praised from the bottom of his heart. Ku Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification. Anyone would feel happy when their work was praised. The pendant on your forehead is the reverse scale of the primordial thunderous dragon, and it's also something that I spent a lot of effort on. Not only can it help you block your opponent's sword chi and weapons, but it also has strong resistance to soul technique attacks and illusions. Can even injure your opponent. If a sovereign emperor's forehead was pierced, it would be relatively dangerous. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Ku Yun's move was truly the finishing touch. His skill had reached the pinnacle. This alloy dragon armor was unique in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chun was very satisfied with it. "I basically reforged the entire alloy dragon armor for you. This is just the foundation. If you have enough resources in the future and find more dragon souls and dragon blood, this alloy dragon armor will become even stronger." This old man is not boasting, but he stands alone in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Even in the entire martial epic, few can compare to him. Master Ku Yun said with a trace of pride. It might sound like boasting to others, but it wasn't false to Master Ku Yun. Right now, his time was limited, and he could not properly experience the alloy dragon armor's full power. He would definitely have to carefully study it later. However, no matter how good the armor was, he couldn't forget his purpose for coming here. Xiao Chun reluctantly put the armor back into his alloy dragon gloves and said, "Actually, besides the alloy dragon armor, I have another matter to discuss with you." "I know. You're talking about the sacred artifact of the dynasty, right? Go get it from Emo-chan. She can be considered my favorite student. This small matter won't be a problem for her." At the mention of Emo-chan, Master Ku Yun appeared very satisfied, looking like he wanted to make her his final disciple. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he could not help complaining in his heart. However, he still braced himself and said, "Senior, I would like to take Emo-chan away temporarily and have her come with me to the Yenwu dynasty." "What did you say?" Right after Xiao Chun spoke, Master Ku Yun's smile immediately vanished. He said seriously, "Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly." Xiao Chun had no choice but to repeat himself. After Master Ku Yun said that, his expression immediately turned uncertain. "Don't even think about it. This old man is compatible with you. Furthermore, I owe Mu Zifeng a favor, so I made an exception to help you. However, you want to take away my favorite disciple with just one sentence? Furthermore, you want to go to a place like the Yenwu dynasty. Just go. I'll pretend I never heard that." Master Ku Yun's attitude surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. Furthermore, there seemed to be more to his words. What did he mean by going to a place like the Yenwu dynasty? Could it be that I can't go to the Yenwu dynasty? Seeing Xiao Chun's somewhat confused expression, Master Ku Yun's expression eased significantly. He sighed and said, "Little friend, this old man will tell you the truth. You should not have chosen to oversee the Yenwu dynasty. I would not let you take Emo-chan away anywhere else, much less the Yenwu dynasty." Xiao Chun calmed down and said, "Let's not talk about the Yenwu dynasty for now. Senior, can you let me finish? I am not a wastrel who covets her beauty. I have known her for more than 20 years, and we both came from the same abandoned land." When Master Ku Yun heard that, his expression immediately changed. He looked at Xiao Chun in shock. You are the person Emo-chan mentioned? This old man really could not tell that you came from an abandoned land. Chapter 22:16. Master Kuyun found it hard to believe that Xiao-chan actually came from an abandoned land. It was already very difficult for one to come out of an abandoned land. It was simply incredible that Xiao-chan could reach where he was. Whether Master Kuyun believed it or not, Xiao-chan did indeed come from an abandoned land. Xiao-chan gave a full account of his experiences in the Kunlun realm and his relationship with Emo-chan. After Master Kuyun heard everything, he sighed softly. Previously, Emo-chan mentioned someone who came from the same place as her. I wanted to ask her about it, but she was somewhat cautious and did not say much. Now I understand that it is you. I have to think about this properly. Master Kuyun's tone had already softened significantly. Previously, he disagreed with Xiao-chan to think about it properly. Xiao-chan did not insist. After some thought, he said, Senior's earlier words seemed to imply something. Could the Yanwu dynasty be a troublesome place? Master Kuyun thought for a while before answering honestly. Mu Zifeng should have told you not to choose the Yanwu dynasty, right? Xiao-chan nodded. Lord Mu did indeed say that. However, after I insisted, he agreed. In that case, I will not say anything more. Since he agreed to let you go, he naturally has his reasons. Since Mu Zifeng already persuaded Xiao-chan, Master Kuyun did not say anything more. He waved his hand and said, You may withdraw first. As for Emo-chan's matter, we will speak about it later. After sighing in his heart, Xiao-chan took his leave. As a Cordoyan, Master Kuyun held the same status as Mu Zifeng. Even Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang might not be able to change Master Kuyun's decision. If Master Kuyun did not want Emo-chan to leave, Xiao-chan would not be able to do anything about it. However, after thinking about it, if the Yanwu dynasty was really a troublesome place, it would not be impossible for Emo-chan to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. When Xiao-chan returned to his residence, Bauer had already finished exchanging for all the secret treasures and medicinal pills that he needed. There was a silver incense burner with 3 layers of lotus petals, the corresponding heaven-grade perfume, and 100 soul-accumulating pills. Putting aside the silver lotus censer and the heaven-grade incense, the 100 soul-accumulating pills really made Xiao-chan's heart ache. Not only had he used up all of his merit points, but he had also spent the tens of thousands of drops of origin liquid in his possession. So expensive. After putting it away, Xiao-chan sighed softly, feeling a little heartache. Bauer smiled and said, There's naturally a reason why it's expensive. This soul-accumulating pill was a secret recipe of the Heavenly Alliance. It could not be bought in the outside world and was only supplied to Heavenly Alliance members. Furthermore, the number was limited. Members with less than 5 petals could only receive 5 per month. If not for Lord Mu's care, with young master's ability, you would only be able to exchange for 20 pills at most. As for the effects, young master will know after consuming it. Mu Zifeng's connections in the Heavenly Alliance were really vast. It seemed like everyone had to give him face, as expected of someone who was competing for the position of the next alliance leader. I'll have to trouble you with this. You can leave first. I want to try out the effects of this accumulating soul pill. Yes. After Bauer left, Xiao-chan took out a accumulating soul pill. The black medicinal pill's surface was smooth, and it gave off a refreshing fragrance. There was a complicated mark carved on the back of the medicinal pill. After magnifying it several times, one would discover that it was the image of an ancient deity. Sovereign Emperor-level medicinal pills were passed down for a long time, coming from ancient alchemy recipes. They might even be from many epochs ago. No one knew who this ancient deity was. However, the deity statue contained the miraculous effect of nourishing the soul. After refining the soul-accumulating pill, the deity statue would automatically form. In fact, the quality of the medicinal pill depended on the lifelike image of the deity statue. After Xiao-chan swallowed one, he first used his divine energy to refine it, waiting for the medicinal energy to activate. After the medicinal energy was activated, the ancient deity image appeared in the vast soul pool. Then, it used a miraculous hand seal to release waves of light to nourish the soul. Under this light, the blue dragon divine seal fell into a deep sleep like a baby, slowly breathing along with the hand seal. Back in the real world, Xiao Chun followed the ancient deity's hand seal and moved his hands, driving out the medicinal energy. Time slowly passed. By the time Xiao Chun opened his eyes, a night had passed without him realizing it. What a miraculous feeling! The soul-accumulating pill truly lives up to its reputation. After consuming just one medicinal pill, Xiao Chun felt his somewhat berserk soul energy withdraw significantly. The soul energy that leaked out from the divine seal, which he could not control, slowly returned to the divine seal. It looked like Bauer did not lie. This soul-accumulating pill was indeed worth its price. If I refine all 100 of them, my soul energy will be purified at least 9 times, cleansing it. At that time, the Blue Dragon Divine Seal will undergo a qualitative change. Xiao Chun thought to himself, considering the time, the certificate of appointment from Mu Zifeng should have arrived by now. Xiao Chun did not have to wait for long. Half a day later, Mu Zifeng arrived with the certificate of appointment for a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing the Yanwu dynasty. Give me the authority token. After Xiao Chun put away the certificate of appointment, he took out the authority token and handed it to the other party. After Mu Zifeng sent in a mark, Xiao Chun's Heavenly Alliance authority token slowly changed. The scene on the back changed slightly. It still showed 5 eye-catching plum blossoms amid the vast snow. The symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, the snow god whip, appeared on the front. Sword hilts appeared on each of the 4 corners of the authority token. It's done. At the crucial moment, you can activate 4 sword images. Each sword image can severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. When the 4 sword images overlap, even a foe god would have to retreat. This can protect your life at a life-and-death moment. Mu Zifeng handed the authority token back to Xiao Chun. Then, he said seriously, as an envoy inspector overseeing a region, you represent the Heavenly Alliance's will. If the Heavenly Alliance's interests in the Yanwu dynasty suffer losses, you will definitely be impeached or even severely punished. At that time, even I will not be able to protect you. Xiao Chun put away his authority token and asked, Is the Yanwu dynasty very horrifying? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, It is not exactly horrifying. However, the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand. It is already very difficult for us to protect our interests. Going to the Yanwu dynasty to be an envoy inspector is destined to be a difficult task. Even if you want to regret it now, I can't help you. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. It seemed like Mu Zifeng had something to say. I'll be leaving first. I will depart tomorrow. Take care. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly. I still think very highly of you. Do your best. It looked like Xiao Chun already knew some information about the Yanwu dynasty. However, he chose this path himself. It would be good to suffer a little. It would be for the best if he could retreat in the face of difficulties. Mu Zifeng knew that the Yanwu dynasty was a dangerous place. He had told Xiao Chun about it at the start, but the other party did not listen. So Mu Zifeng took advantage of the situation and did not say anything more. Mu Zifeng had his own plans. If Xiao Chun could not expand his influence, he would definitely beg Mu Zifeng again. If Mu Zifeng owed too many favors, he would not be able to control himself. At that time, it would be difficult for him to leave. The martial epic is where luck gathers. The 3 dynasties might be much more problematic than I imagined. Xiao Chun was not a fool. He more or less understood Mu Zifeng's intentions. However, he chose this path himself. He had to persevere on it. Staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was not comfortable. One had to pay a price for freedom. Furthermore, Xiao Chun never feared challenges. He had long wanted to go to the 3 dynasties and meet the true heroes of the Great Thousand Realms. The next day, Xiao Chun, Wu Meng, Nangongfeng, Bao and the others gathered at the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. They prepared to head to Desolate City. Then they would cross the overflowing sea and head to the Yanwu dynasty's capital. Lin Feng, there's no need to send me off. Let's stop here. On the last day, Lin Feng braved some pressure to send off Xiao Chun. Be careful when you go. I heard that the Heavenly Alliance branch in the Yanwu dynasty has too many interests. Before you, 2 envoy inspectors died already. The waters are too deep. It has already become an unsolved case. Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before sending a voice projection to Xiao Chun about the information he obtained from Swearenji. In reality, Swearenji's original words were harsh. He said that Xiao Chun was seeking death. To think that a mere one-vain sovereign emperor dared to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. Xiao Chun was simply reckless. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such secrets. To think that 3 envoy inspectors died before Xiao Chun. Even with the might of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, it had become an unsolved case. You take care too. The reward that Swearenji obtained for Lin Feng was a superior grade cultivation technique. After that, Lin Feng would have to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters for a long time. The missions that Lin Feng would face would become more dangerous. After Lin Feng left, Xiao Chun waited for 1 hour. Then he sighed to himself, "It looks like Master Ku Yun is unwilling to let me go. This is good." Just as Xiao Chun prepared to ascend the Dao platform, a voice rang out behind him. "Big brother Xiao." Xiao Chun turned his head and saw Emo Chan rushing over. Her face was slightly red, clearly in a rush. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile. With Emo Chan by his side, he felt much more at ease. He swore to himself that no matter how dangerous the Yanwu dynasty was, he would protect Emo Chan even if he had to risk his life. When Xiao Chun turned his head back, he saw Master Ku Yun's gaze at the summit of the tall mountain where the refining workshop was located. Master Ku Yun nodded slightly, indicating for Xiao Chun to take care. Then, his figure slowly vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Chapter 22:17. Emo Chen came in the end. Just as Wu Meng and the others felt curious, Xiao Chen introduced, "This is Emo Chan, an old friend from my hometown. She is also Master Ku Yun's proud disciple. She will be coming with us to the Yanwu dynasty." Emo Chen smiled softly and said, "Hello everyone. I am Emo Chen. Please take care of me in the future." Since you are Master Ku Yun's disciple, we will have to look for you to take care of us in the future," Nan Gongfeng said with a smile. Nan Gongfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the pretty girl. While they were joking, no one dared to underestimate Master Ku Yun's disciple. "Let's go to Desolate City then." After the introductions, the group of 6 ascended the Dao platform of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The elders of the 4 Dao platforms made their moves at the same time. Mysterious talisman scripts immediately floated out of the Dao platform. After a while, a Dao door appeared in the center. The group took one last look at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters before entering in a single file. They did not know when they would reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters again. Light flickered. When their vision cleared again, Xiao Chun and the others appeared on a tall mountain. To the north of the tall mountain was the glorious and ancient Desolate City. To the south was the vast, sparkling, overflowing sea. "Little friend Xiao Chun, it has been a long time. This old man has been waiting for you." The one to welcome Xiao Chun at the Dao platform on the tall mountain was Desolate City's City Lord, Shangguan Yun. "To think that Lord City Lord personally came to welcome us. I do not dare to accept this." Xiao Chun quickly stepped forward, not daring to tarry. Desolate City bordered the overflowing sea. It was the Heavenly Alliance's most important stronghold in the Central Great Realm. The Desolate City's City Lord was a powerhouse with a status equal to that of a core doyen. Shangguan Yun smiled happily and said, "Why would I not dare to accept this? You came from my Desolate City, and you are already a rank 6 envoy inspector before the age of 100. How could I not personally send you off when you fought so hard for me? Nangongfeng Yunfei, you two are pretty good as well. If I am not wrong, you should be one of the heaven-defying sovereign personages who took the test back then. Now, you are already sovereign emperors. The younger will surpass you in time." When Desolate City's City Lord spoke to Xiao Chan, he did not neglect the people around him, giving him a good impression. "According to the rules, I can't keep you here. Otherwise, I'll treat you well. Look above. That is the 7-star heaven-suspending warship that the Heavenly Alliance prepared for you. It is completely made of alloy." Shangguan Yun pointed above his head, and the others looked up. There was a silver warship hidden in the clouds, emitting a powerful pressure. It was like a silver dragon hidden in the clouds, ready to strike. This 7-star heaven-suspending warship made of alloy had always been in Xiao Chen's hands when he was the envoy inspector. The dazzling battleship was so dazzling that Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Many years ago, Shao Chun did not even have a heaven-suspending war chariot. Now, he had his own heaven-suspending war chariot. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance had modified it with heaven-suspending war chariot. Let's go. I wish you all the best. Thank you, City Lord. The few of them cupped their hands and left. They flew into the sky and entered the alloy armor hidden in the clouds. After Shao Chun entered, a captain immediately came over and handed over control of the warship to him using the inspector token in his hand. "Milord, this 7-star soaring cloud warship is yours. After you retire, the Heavenly Alliance will keep it. If you want to exchange for it permanently, you will have absolute priority. I will stay on the ship for half a month to help Milord familiarize himself with this warship. I will leave when we arrive at the Yinwu dynasty." Shao Chun felt satisfied with this captain's attitude. He said calmly, "You go first then. Emo-chan, lead everyone and send off the captain." Emo-chan nodded slightly, knowing that Shao Chun was about to start accepting this warship. This was a 7-star heaven-suspending warship made of alloy. Furthermore, it was made of alloy. Even a peak sovereign emperor might not be able to bear to attack it after seeing it. The value of this warship was inestimable. The earlier Shao Chun could accept it, the earlier he could. As for Shao Chun, he casually strolled around the warship. He had experience as a pirate before. He was very familiar with the warships designed by the Pirate Alliance. Soon, he gained a rough understanding of this 7-star heaven-suspending warship. It was indeed pretty good. Heaven-suspending warships were mainly used in the Central Great Realm. They had their own merits compared to pirate ships. Not wanting to be too high-profile, Shao Chun made the silver warship in the overflowing sea change to an ordinary sky blue color, the same as the overflowing sea. The overflowing sea was the largest inland sea in the Central Great Realm. There was a world gate in the middle of the sea, connecting to the 7 great forbidden seas of the Great Thousand Realms. There were many legends about the overflowing sea. However, most of them were forgotten long ago. Now, most people treated it as a sea of trade, known for its prosperity and prosperity. After patrolling the area, Shao Chun went to the deck and looked at the boundless overflowing sea. He discovered many ships in the surroundings, as many as fish in the river. There were at least 10,000 ships heading for the Yinwu dynasty at the same time. After Shao Chun's soaring cloud changed its color, it did not stand out among them. What is waiting for me in the dynasty? When faced with an unknown challenge, even if one knew that it would be very troublesome, one could not help being curious. Lin Feng's final words cast a shadow over this trip. To think that the previous 3 envoy inspectors all died. Indeed, the Yinwu dynasty was a land of trouble. However, it was good to be able to leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Shao Chun already had enough of the Heavenly Alliance's atmosphere. Being stuck between Mu Zifeng and Swearenji did not feel good. Compared to the Heavenly Alliance's pure profit organization, this was too stifling. After a while, Shao Chun returned to his room and looked around. He pressed his palms together and circulated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Demonic chi immediately surged out, spreading to every corner of the room. Even if someone checked in secret, they would only think that Shao Chun was cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique. After all, this was not the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were not that many Sovereign Emperor experts on the warship. When the demonic chi turned pitch black, Shao Chun spread his hand, and the Divine Universe steel appeared in his palm. I should have gone long ago. I had no choice but to wait until now. Shao Chun sighed. Logically speaking, now that he was a sovereign emperor, he should have gone to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters had many spies. Shao Chun could not guarantee that no one was spying on him during every mission. Shao Chun remained cautious and could not find an opportunity. Today he finally got one. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Shao Chun entered the Divine Universe Steel's space. The Dragon Race's Dao platform was under his feet, and a blood moon was above his head. A vast sea lay in front of Shao Chun. There were many teleportation nodes on the sea, connecting the Divine Dragon Empire's vast transportation formations and many secret realms. At the end of the sea was a blurry blue dragon totem. Every time Shao Chun looked into the distance, he could sense it weakly. Shao Chun entered deep thought. If I can break through to great perfection Sovereign Emperor, I might be able to drive the Tao platform under me and directly descend to the Kunlun realm. However, I wonder what kind of trouble I will encounter if I descend to the Kunlun realm with my current strength? Let's not think about this for now. I should go to the Blue Dragon's ancient land first. Xiao Chun leaped into the air and directly entered the blood moon above his head. In the next moment, the divine universe steel in the room vanished with a flash. When Xiao Chun reappeared, he quickly descended from the Blue Dragon's blood moon, while holding the divine universe steel. Egg is back. The black and white eggs, who were bickering in boredom, immediately exclaimed when they saw the figure in the blood moon. Egg is a sovereign emperor. Egg, come over and fight with us. The black and white eggs rejoiced. With Xiao Chen's appearance, their strength adjusted again, surpassing 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor and reaching 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor. The initially interested Xiao Chun immediately gave up when he saw the situation. These two puppets should have sensed that his soul energy had reached 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor. Hence, their strength was adjusted to 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor, which was 10% higher than his. However, Xiao Chen's true cultivation was only that of a 1-Vein Sovereign Emperor. How could he be a match for a 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor? What more too? Ignoring these two fools' cries, Xiao Chun turned into a sea of lightning and descended on the Blue Dragon's ancient city. Boom! When the sea of lightning landed on the city walls, Xiao Chun revealed himself and looked at the holy mountain in the city. Rumble! The ground shook. A blue dragon statue slowly swam at the summit of the tall mountain. A spiritual light flickered in the statue's eyes as it looked at Xiao Chun from afar, putting a mountain of pressure on him. Since you are already a sovereign emperor, quickly come over. The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He no longer hesitated. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his arms spread out like wings. When he landed, he happened to appear in the mouth of the blue dragon statue. Then he pushed the door open and strode in. Blue Dragon Inheritance, I Xiao Chun am here. Chapter 22:18. After pushing open the door and entering the blue dragon statue, Xiao Chun walked straight ahead. Soon he reached the end. The wall at the end had a picture of 10,000 dragons gathered. Back then, this was where Xiao Chun formed the 10,000 dragons picture and obtained the right to cultivate the 10,000 dragons art. Whoosh! The dragon spirit appeared and looked at Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, you advanced to Sovereign Emperor so quickly. This truly surpassed my expectations. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He had the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Even if he had not entered the faux god world, he should have been able to advance to Sovereign Emperor by now. After entering the faux god world, Xiao Chun's progress to Sovereign Emperor accelerated significantly. I came as promised. Now that I am a Sovereign Emperor, I wonder if I can obtain the Blue Dragon's inheritance? Xiao Chun asked directly, getting straight to the point. The dragon spirit replied indifferently. Right now, the Blue Dragon race's bloodline has withered. You might be the only one left. If not you, who else is qualified to inherit this inheritance? 50-odd years ago, that Heaven Dragon race clansman knelt outside the city for 100 days. Even so, I did not let him enter the city gates. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had such an encounter. However, you have to think this through. After obtaining the Blue Dragon's inheritance, whether you are willing or not, you will bear the fate of the Blue Dragon race. They all had to shoulder the fate of the Azure Dragon race, unable to escape. There was no other choice. You will shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline and reviving the dragon race. Wait! Xiao Chun interrupted the other party. Then he looked at the dragon spirit and said, I know about reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline. Back then, the old dragon horse and the others in the Kunlun realm told me about it. Now the Blue Dragon totem I laid in the Kunlun realm has improved. However, what does reviving the dragon race mean? The dragon spirit replied. Fate. Back then, be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor or Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, they were only one step away from establishing the Supreme Divine Dragon Dynasty, unifying the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao, and starting a new epoch. A new epoch? That's right. From the moment the Black Dragon King broke the world tree, the martial epoch entered an irreversible decline. The rise and fall of epochs is like the cycle of the 4 seasons. just like when the immortal epic fell and the martial epoch rose. The dragon spirit said indifferently, "Counting from the great desolate Aeon, the dragon race has experienced many epochs, and their inheritance has not been extinguished. However, in the end we were unable to truly create a new epoch. Our azure dragon race possesses the proudest bloodline of the dragon race. We ought to create an epoch that belongs to the dragon race." Shao Chun was secretly speechless and said in a low voice, "It feels so far away. It's fine. Whether you're willing or not, this is the fate of the blue dragon race. It's unavoidable." The dragon spirit did not speak further. It said softly, "Come with me. I'll bring you back to meet your ancestors and write your name on the royal genealogy records of the dragon race." "Gotcha." The dragon spirit gently pointed, and the wall with the 10,000 dragons picture slowly opened from the middle. In the eternal darkness, there was an ancient azure book floating quietly. "What is your name?" As Shao Chun found this strange, a voice suddenly rang out in his heart. Before he could react, he replied in his heart. As Shao Chun said the words Shao Chun in his heart, the ancient azure genealogy records quietly opened. Shao Chun's face twisted in pain and discomfort. He felt like his soul and bloodline were being pulled out by a formless force. When the name Shao Chun was carved on the book and the book closed, the feeling of his soul and bloodline being pulled out disappeared. Whoosh! After the book closed, a drop of dragon blood flew out and entered Shao Chun's forehead. In the next moment, Shao Chun felt all the blood in his body boil. His great desolate Aeon bloodline activated uncontrollably. Ah! Then Shao Chun let out a loud cry of pain. He could no longer suppress it, roaring crazily. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the state of kingship spread out, shaking the world. A horrifying and startling king's dragon might burst out of Shao Chun's body. This was the king's dragon might from the ancient great desolate Aeon, the legendary era. Shao Chun sank into madness. The pain made him lose all rationality. An ancient mark slowly formed on his forehead. When the imprint was completely formed, Shao Chun regained his consciousness. He felt as if he had been reborn. Not only that, but he also exuded the ancient king's dragon might with every movement. Shao Chun's aura changed completely. Not only that, but the power of the blue dragon in his bloodline seemed even stronger than before. The most shocking thing was that he could now control his great desolate Aeon bloodline as he pleased. After the great desolate Aeon bloodline erupted, his strength would soar wildly. However, it would not last for long. The side effects were obvious. After the bloodline was activated, there would be a long period of weakness. However, now that the bloodline was clearly activated, Shao Chun did not feel any madness at all. Everything seemed to be as it should be. This is my strength in the first place. Naturally, it should be under my control. What's wrong with me? Shao Chun looked at the dragon spirit in shock, not understanding what was going on. King, you are now the king of the blue dragon race. The blue dragon king is you, Shao Chun. Your name is already written in the royal genealogical record. Naturally, your bloodline is the royal blue dragon bloodline. Although the other bloodlines proclaim themselves kings, their names are not written in the royal genealogical record. None of them are true kings. The dragon spirit said, back then, although Dragon Emperor Shao Yun was defeated, the royal genealogical record did not fall into the enemy's hands. Whoever possesses the royal genealogical record holds the authority to be conferred king. Now in this martial epoch, only the dragon race truly possesses the royal genealogical record. The royal genealogical records of the other great desolate Aeon races were lost long ago. This slightly stunned Shao Chun. Although he was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the Kunlun realm, in reality that was just a title. It did not bring about any change. This time, Shao Chun was able to properly acknowledge his ancestors and obtain a drop of royal true dragon blood. From today onward, he would be the bona fide Blue Dragon King, not just a title. Did you just say that I have the authority to be conferred king? A brilliant light flashed in Shao Chun's eyes as he looked at the royal genealogical record. The dragon spirit said indifferently, now that you are the Blue Dragon King, this royal genealogical record naturally belongs to you. Those dragon kings not written in the genealogical record are all false kings. The dragon emperor is also a false emperor. The authority to be conferred king. This was probably the most valuable treasure in the Blue Dragon inheritance. Xiao Chun found it incredible just thinking about it. With this genealogical record, he would have an additional trump card in his fight for the Dragon Emperor position. Come, follow me to the inheritance hall. Right after the dragon spirit spoke, the 10,000 dragons picture walls reappeared, isolating the royal genealogical record in that eternal darkness. Xiao Chun followed the dragon spirit, making many turns before arriving at the inheritance hall. The inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Restrictions surrounded the entire hall, radiating the blue dragon's might. Bathing in the familiar blue dragon's might, Xiao Chun felt a sense of familiarity and comfort. Each floor of this inheritance hall has a corresponding supreme treasure, be it alchemy recipes, secret treasures, cultivation techniques, or all three. Aside from the first floor, which does not require a challenge, the remaining 6 floors require you to pass a test before you can enter. The dragon spirit pointed to the inheritance hall and introduced it to Xiao Chun. Can I enter now? Xiao Chun asked in anticipation. You can. The dragon spirit paused for a moment before continuing. However, only a small number of treasures will appear on each floor. The first floor will be randomly distributed based on your strength. The later floors will be based on your performance in the tests. The better you perform, the more rewards you will receive. Xiao Chun asked curiously. There's such a thing? Didn't you say that all the inheritances here belong to me? Why is there such a setup? The dragon spirit laughed softly and said, What are you thinking? Since this is the inheritance hall, naturally it has to be passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that you want to empty out this treasury? Such a setup ensures that my blue dragon race will never decline. As long as the bloodline survives, there will be a time for us to rise again. Now that you are the Blue Dragon King and the Dragon Emperor in the future, you have the responsibility of enriching the inheritance hall. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. After thinking about it, he agreed. So, he did not say anything more and headed for the inheritance hall. The invisible restrictions sensed the royal blue dragon bloodline in Xiao Chun's body. They did not stop him at all, letting him enter smoothly. A weapon was stabbed into the centermost stone pillar of the inheritance hall's first floor. It was a black saber. Xiao Chun felt excited. Although his tyrant saber had been modified several times and was already comparable to an ordinary inferior grade soul tool, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. In terms of grade, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. Given Xiao Chun's status as a rank 6 envoy inspector, it was no longer appropriate for him to continue using a Dao tool. Xiao Chun walked over with large strides and saw the words Heavenly Waters on the stone pillar. Heavenly Waters? Your name is Heavenly Waters? Chapter 22:19. Heavenly Slayer. A pretty good name, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. Then, he stretched out his hand and grasped the saber's hilt. A familiar feeling came. The saber hilt seemed to be made from the trunk of a thunder cliff tree, similar to the 200,000-year-old herb king that Xiao Chun once obtained. Suddenly, a loud rumble rang out, and the saber half burst forth with resplendent electric light. The entire inheritance hall's first floor trembled slightly. Xiao Chun tried to pull the saber out but found it extremely strenuous. The electricity from the saber continuously bombarded his physical body. Interesting. This saber has a rather bad temper. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, and his Thunder Dao domain spread out. Chi! Chi! He immediately pulled the saber out by 1 centimeter. Following that was an even stronger counterattack. Strands of electricity gathered in the hall, forming electric blades that shot at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun strengthened his Thunder Dao domain to the second layer. The electric blades flying over immediately turned to dust, knocked away. You have a temper. However, I do not have the time to continue playing with you. Xiao Chun smiled, and his Thunder Dao domain broke through the second layer and the third layer, reaching the fourth layer. Then, a saber light flickered on his forehead as he brought out his Saber Dao domain. The instant the 2 Dao domains layered over each other, Xiao Chun pulled hard and pulled the saber out in one breath. Kasie! The instant the saber was completely drawn from the stone pillar, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Was it a heart shattering? It was not a heart shattering but the sky shattering. If Xiao Chun could see through the inheritance hall, He would see a continuous crack in the sky of the land of the blood moon when the heavenly slayer saber was drawn, looking like a wound. The saber was 2.5 fingers wide and 1.3 meters long, looking like a lone peak piercing the clouds. The tip of the saber had a 30-degree angle. Electric patterns spread out like ripples on the black saber, giving off a bleak chill. After Shao Chun drew the heavenly slayer saber, a jade strip slowly floated out. Shao Chun reached out and grabbed the jade strip. Immediately, words introducing Heavenly Slayer appeared in his mind. Heavenly Slayer, a medial grade soul tool, a weapon. The blade was forged from the demonic tribulation lightning metal, and the handle was made from the ancient lightning cliff tree. The ancient lightning dragon true soul was infused into it. The devil tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent divine material that was produced when an ancient devil monarch underwent the true god tribulation. It was ferocious and domineering, containing heavenly Tao killing intent. It was sharp, able to release demonic tribulation divine lightning, as if it was heavenly punishment. If it was activated at full strength, it could shatter the sky, cause the sun and moon to lose their light, and cause the stars to fall. After it was successfully forged, it had been soaked in the chaotic space's lightning sea for 10,000 years, causing the heavenly Tao's killing intent to be restrained. Among medial grade soul tools, it was infinitely close to superior grade. The requirements for using it were quite high, requiring an extremely high foundation in the path of lightning. If there was no need, do not use it. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent is unleashed, if it doesn't kill, it will harm itself. Bang! Just then the stone pillar shattered and a scabbard appeared. After Shao Chun recognized it as its master, he sheathed it with satisfaction. However, the last sentence made him somewhat cautious. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent was unleashed, if it didn't kill, it would harm itself. Very good. As a replacement for the tyrant saber, Shao Chun liked this heavenly slayer. Under normal circumstances, using the tyrant saber would be sufficient. After all, once he used a soul tool, it would feel like he would not rest until he died. Shao Chun looked around but did not discover anything valuable. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although a medial grade soul tool was already very valuable, especially since it was a weapon that Shao Chun could use, this place was, after all, the Blue Dragon's inheritance hall. However, this was the Azure Dragon's inheritance hall after all. Shao Chun harbored great expectations. Feeling dissatisfied, he continued searching. After a while, a wall attracted Shao Chun's attention. There was another 10,000 dragons picture on it. Seemed somewhat different. It was also a 10,000 dragons picture. However, this 10,000 dragons picture had the blue dragon in the middle, with the other true dragons serving as foils. So that's how it is. Shao Chun's face lit up in joy as he slowly understood the meaning of the painting. There were actually some hidden words in the painting. It turned out that this was an advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Forming the 10,000 dragons picture was only the first step to cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The later steps were the most important. Shao Chun found his bloodline and advanced it step by step. Finally, the 10,000 dragons art would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. The entire inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Each floor had an advanced cultivation technique. After 7 floors, it would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. After thinking for a while, Shao Chun sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate this advanced cultivation technique. Shao Chun's divine energy surged and materialized many dragon images, forming the 10,000 dragons picture. As the cultivation technique circulated, the dragon images flickered and changed continuously. Dragon images circled Shao Chun's body, changing unpredictably. The thousands of dragon images changed at will. The thousands of dragon images scattered, and only a blue dragon image remained behind Shao Chun. Following that, many dragon images reformed with the blue dragon as the center. 2 days later, Shao Chun opened his eyes again, and a brand new 10,000 dragons picture formed behind him. Shao Chun formally cultivated the 10,000 dragons art's first layer. With the blue dragon as the core and the 10,000 dragons as support, the entire 10,000 dragons picture improved further. After hesitating for a while, Shao Chun did not continue forward. It was not yet time to enter the second floor. After leaving the inheritance hall, the dragon spirit said softly, It looks like you already comprehended the advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 Dragons art. Not bad. With your current cultivation, you are not far from opening your second divine vein. At that time, you will be able to enter the second floor's inheritance hall. What's wrong? Does the second floor's inheritance hall require 2 divine veins to enter? The dragon spirit smiled and said, that might not be the case. However, you can give it a try. You cannot pass the test with just 1 divine vein. Xiao Chan shook his head and said, there's no need. When my saber technique improves further, I will come and challenge you. I have to go now. The dragon spirit nodded and said, I look forward to your next visit. After accepting the blue dragon's inheritance, Xiao Chan had gained a medial grade soul tool, the Heavenly Slayer Saber. He had been conferred the title of Blue Dragon King and obtained the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, successfully advancing the 10,000 Dragons art. Xiao Qin's harvest in this trip to the land of the Blood Moon surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. Be it the Heavenly Slayer Saber, the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, or the brand new 10,000 Dragons picture, they all allowed Xiao Qin's strength to soar. Now, those sovereign emperors who had not condensed any divine veins could not last one move against Xiao Chan. No matter how demonic or strong a one-vein sovereign emperor was, Xiao Chan could easily kill them. As long as one was not an outstanding talent or had a fortuitous encounter, he could crush a 2-vein sovereign emperor. Even against a 3-vein sovereign emperor, if Xiao Chan brought out all his trump cards, his chances of victory would still be high. Only a great perfection sovereign emperor could put some pressure on Xiao Chan. However, if the other party underestimated him, his chances of victory would be hard to say. After leaving the ancient Blue Dragon City, Xiao Chan turned into a bolt of lightning and landed before the black and white eggs, looking like he teleported. Long time no see. Xiao Chen said softly. The black and white eggs smiled and said, cut the crap. Come and fight with us first. Our hands are itching. How many years has it been since we bullied you? If we don't, we won't get another chance. Right. Brat, your growth and strength is really horrifying. These 2 fellows had adjusted their cultivation to 4-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, they had faux god foundations. Furthermore, they were puppets. Naturally, Xiao Chan would not seek a beating for no reason. If you want to exchange moves, sure. Come 1 at a time or 2 at the same time. That's all, Xiao Chan said rationally. TSK. Who wants to go 1 at a time with you? We are here to bully you. If we cannot bully you, why would we fight with you? Egg, you are really shameless. The black and white eggs immediately became unhappy when they heard that, so they started blabbering on and on. Never mind then. Actually, I came this time mainly to bring you out for a stroll. What is the point of the 2 of you bickering here all day? If you are capable, come out with me and see what true experts are like. Xiao Chan ignored the 2's chatter and started bewitching them. The black egg shook its head and said, the 2 of us want to go out as well. However, we have master's final orders. Xiao Chan said honestly. Actually, the dragon egg emptied out this inheritance palace back then. The 2 of you are guarding an empty city. What? I don't believe you. I want to go and take a look. The 2 felt shocked and incredulous when they heard that. When they entered the palace and saw an empty hall, they were immediately stupefied. What a great dragon egg. To think that you are so ruthless. You emptied out master's inheritance all by yourself. Not even dregs remained. To think that we guarded it for so many years. Damn dragon egg, after we go out, we will find you and beat you up into meat paste. After a while, the black and white eggs appeared before Xiao Chan. They said, come, we'll go with you. Once we 3 eggs work together, we will be unrivaled. No one will be a match for us. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The 2 battle puppets were bored out of their minds in the land of the blood rain. In reality, they had wanted to go out long ago. Everything went as Xiao Chen expected. He smiled faintly and called the black and white eggs into the Divine Universe Steel. Chapter 2220. Demonic chi and black smoke continued to surge in Xiao Chen's room on the alloy warship. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the Divine Universe Steel returned to the room from the land of the Blood Moon. Soon after, 3 figures appeared one after another. After Xiao Chen appeared, he gently waved his hand, and all the demonic chi immediately vanished. Then two combat puppets, one black and one white, appeared at the same time. A 7-star heaven suspending warship. Its entire body is made of alloy. Egg, you really struck it rich. The black and white eggs had followed their faux godmaster and were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized the alloy warship. The black and white eggs immediately praised it excitedly. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile. Although the black and white eggs were only 4 vain sovereign emperors, they had the foundations of a faux god. The black and white eggs were especially good at working together. Although they were 4 vain sovereign emperors, 5 vain sovereign emperors or even 6 vain sovereign emperors might not have an advantage over them. However, Xiao Chun had to think of a reason for the two to appear. The two of you, can you make yourselves appear to be early-stage sovereign emperors in the eyes of others? Xiao Chun asked softly after thinking for a while. Black Egg smiled and replied, How difficult is that? According to the rules that Master left, we can only increase our strength if you increase it. However, we can lower our strength freely so you don't have to worry. Xiao Chun thought about it and agreed. When he first met the black and white eggs, he had thought that they were only great perfection holy venerates. I am somewhat curious. I am clearly only a 1 vain sovereign emperor. How did the two of you adjust to 4 vain sovereign emperors? White Egg giggled at Xiao Chun's doubts. Do you think we are fools? Your soul energy already reached that of a 3 vain sovereign emperor. If we were only 2 vain sovereign emperors, you would have crushed us. Xiao Chun was immediately speechless. If the black and white eggs had been 2 vain sovereign emperors, he would not have minded exchanging moves with them. The two of us are going out for a walk. The black and white eggs finally left the land of the blood moon. After saying goodbye, they pushed the door open and left. Xiao Chun could not stop them. Hey, there's actually a girl. Unfortunately, her butt is not big enough and she is not tall enough. It doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. Let's go. A startled cry came from outside. The black and white eggs startled Bao who quickly entered Xiao Chun's room. Young master, what are those 2 things? The panicked Bao said with a trembling voice, her face still showing some lingering fear. Xiao Chun said softly, These are 2 combat puppets that I obtained in the past. They are quite intelligent, but don't worry, they don't have any ill intentions. It's just that their mouths are a little poisonous. A strange look flashed in Bao's eyes. She patted her chest and said, Mister, next time you have a battle puppet like this, you have to tell me beforehand. You scared Bao to death just now. Xiao Chun knew that she had doubts in her heart. However, she should not be able to guess the mysteries behind it. He stood up and asked, How much longer before we arrive at the Yinwu dynasty? Young master, our luck is not bad. The overflowing sea is calm, and our journey is smooth. Bao answered obediently. After looking at the black and white eggs messed up the room, Xiao Chun said, Tidy up. I'm going out for a walk. All right. Soon Xiao Chun, who was strolling around the warship, heard the sounds of fighting. He followed the sounds and arrived at a dojo in the alloy warship. Then he saw the black and white eggs fighting saber demon Wu Meng. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor of the black and white eggs bloodline. The black and white eggs suppressed their strength to the same level. At the side, Emo-chan, Nangongfeng, and the others watched interestedly. Bang! Wu Meng got knocked off the arena. He showed a pained expression. His eyes filled with confusion. Trash. Trash. You can't even defeat my 2 combat puppets. The black and white eggs mocked Wu Meng cockily. Nangongfeng said, Big brother Wu Meng already lost 3 times. Each time he could not last more than 10 moves. Strange. Where did Xiao Chun's 2 combat puppets come from? Hey big brother Xiao, you are here. When Emo-chan saw Xiao Chun, she smiled faintly and said softly. Xiao Chun nodded. Then he walked over and asked, What happened? Emo-chan explained. He said that Egg brought these 2 combat puppets over. After explaining for a long time, we understood that it was referring to your big brother Xiao. After that, for some reason, he started fighting with Wu Meng, saying that he wanted to torture him. Nangongfeng smiled and said, Xiao Chun, do you really have a nickname called Egg? The others also looked over curiously, revealing smiles on their faces. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. His illustrious reputation was going to be ruined. These are 2 combat puppets that I obtained by chance. I just recovered them today. If you are interested, I can give them to you. If you are interested, you can exchange moves with them. They should be able to improve your strength significantly. Really? Yun Fei and the other two asked with interest, their eyes lighting up. Of course. Fighting with the black and white eggs had significantly improved Xiao Qin's strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could endure the torture of these two fools. In that case, I will have to give it a try later. Hence, the miserable cries on the alloy warship did not stop for the next few days. Every day, aside from refining the soul-accumulating pill, Xiao Qian started to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's fifth move, 3-life flower. 3-life flower. When one flower bloomed, 3 lives appeared. This vaguely seemed similar to Xiao Qin's state of cycle. However, after so many years of research, Xiao Qin understood that it did not have much to do with the state of cycle. Xiao Qian only recently comprehended the true meaning of this. The 3-life flower cleansed all the glory of one's previous life. The instant the flower bloomed, all the glory would be cleansed, illuminating one's previous life and current life. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qin's group crossed the overflowing sea, and finally arrived in the Yinwu dynasty's territory. Aside from Xiao Qian, Mo Qian and Bao Er, the others appeared fatigued and dispirited. Naturally, the reason went without saying. Anyone who had been tortured by the black and white eggs for 10 days would end up like this. Their physical bodies were still weaker than Xiao Qin's. However, as Xiao Qian said, their strength had indeed soared. A short 10 days equaled half a year's worth of experiential training, perhaps even more. Wu Meng could even fight the black and white eggs to a draw at the same cultivation realm. When Wu Meng was on the verge of victory, the black and white eggs decisively stopped fighting him and focused on training Nangong Feng and the other two. Young master, should we communicate with the nearby Heavenly Alliance factions and get them to send us to the imperial capital? Bauer asked. This was her responsibility. Xiao Qian waved his hand and said, "There's no need. We will not startle anyone and head directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yinwu dynasty. I recall that the dynasty's headquarters is in some building?" Bauer reminded. The Misty Rain Pavilion. Emo-chan muttered to herself. The Misty Rain Pavilion, this name is rather poetic. It does not seem to have much to do with a merchant association. The 3 dynasties occupied the lands where luck gathered in the central Great Realm. The dynasty's capitals occupied the extremes of luck and heavenly luck. The martial epic's Dragon Vein's origin was a gathering place of the world's outstanding talents. The Yinwu dynasty's imperial capital, Yin City. At the foot of Spirit Vulture Mountain by the Flaming River, a Buddha statue stood at the summit of this spirit mountain. This was the Kasyapa Buddha. The Buddha statue looked majestic and colossal, looking down on the common people. It had a benevolent expression as it smiled, showing the Buddha's benevolence. Legend had it that the hidden spirit temple was built on this spirit mountain. However, there were many temples on the mountain, and visitors came in an endless stream. However, no one had seen where the hidden spirit temple was. No matter what, this was the largest holy land of the Orthodox Buddhist sects, the place where all the incense offerings in the world gathered. The Yinwu dynasty had 100 provinces. Each province had 100 counties. Each county equaled half of the Great Thousand Realms. The royal court controlled the Yin province. The Yin province occupied nearly 1/3 of the dynasty's land. Each of the Yin province's 100 counties was incredibly vast and boundless. Hundreds of millions of people lived there. There were many sects, countless noble clans, and many outstanding talents. The royal court firmly controlled the entire Yin province. It had deep accumulations and occupied the dynasty's luck. The Yin province's 100 county lords were either royal court princes or noble clans' clan heads. They held high statuses even stronger than some feudal lords. Some of the horrifying county lords were even feudal lords in the first place, holding conferred lands in other provinces. The imperial capital, Yin City, was in the center of these 100 counties. The entire Yin province's 100 counties were like a coiled flame dragon. This Yin City was the dragon's head, spreading out layer by layer, firmly controlling the Yinwu dynasty from there. Yin City was the dynasty's true center, where all the sects and factions of the dynasty gathered. The superfactions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao in the martial epoch, as well as the rank 7 sects, All had their merchant associations, connections, and residences here. Even the Tianwu dynasties and the Shunwu dynasty's imperial capitals were inferior to Yan cities in terms of prosperity. This was because the hidden spirit temple was ethereal and did not exert any strong control over the Yanwu dynasty. They only interacted with each other and often did not even show themselves. The hidden spirit temple was unlike the profound heaven holy land and the universe origin sect, which firmly controlled their respective dynasties and ostracized the other factions. They were less tolerant than the Buddhist sect's holy lands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be hard to find another capital like Yan City that could gather so many cultivators and super factions. No one knew what awaited Shaochun. Chapter 22-21. Yan Province's 100 Counties. In the center of the 100 counties was the imperial capital, Yan City. Outside Yan City was a vast region known as the Outer City. Ordinary people without high cultivations were not qualified to live in Yan City. To enter the imperial capital, one needed to be at least a primal core realm cultivator, a primal core venerate with some status elsewhere. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the imperial capital. However, in this imperial capital, primal core venerates could only do the lowest jobs, serving tea, clearing trash, and welcoming guests. Even so, an endless stream of primal core venerates wanted to come to Yan City, putting in a lot of effort to enter the city. It was not just the central great realm. Countless primal core venerates in the outer seas of the entire martial epoch wanted to enter Yan City. There were even some who stayed in the outer city for decades, all for the sake of making more contributions and obtaining a spot to enter Yan City. Why? Naturally, there was a reason. The currency in Yan City was primeval heavenly pills. That was to say, even if one served tea or cleared trash, doing the lowest jobs, one would obtain more benefits than a regular rank 6 sect. Only rank 7 sects outside could refine primeval heavenly pills. Regular disciples could only obtain a limited number of primeval heavenly pills. Perhaps they might as well do odd jobs in Yan City where they would gain more. Based on this, one could see how prosperous this imperial capital Yan City was. To cultivators, it was a holy city. To merchant associations, it was even more incredible. The currency here was primeval heavenly pills. The benefits of doing business here went without saying. Compared to the other two dynasties' imperial capitals, which were strictly controlled, the open and tolerant Yan City was the most prosperous in the world. Xiao Chan and the others spent half a month silently arriving at the imperial capital Yan City. Along the way, the group managed to obtain some information about the dynasty's imperial capital. However, when they arrived, they were still shocked for a long time. The difference between the Yanwu dynasty's other counties and Yan Province's imperial capital was like that of clouds and mud. No wonder people said that as long as they firmly controlled Yan Province, the royal court would never have to worry about the other counties rebelling. Guided by someone, Shaochun arrived at the imperial capital, Yan City, near the Misty Rain Pavilion. In front of the building, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. There was an endless stream of customers entering and exiting the building. The booming business left one speechless. All of them were cultivators with high cultivations, exuding a noble aura from their bodies. With one look, one could tell that some of the young cultivators were either the young masters of noble clans or relatives of the royal family. They all had the dragon chi of the royal family on them, looking noble and extraordinary. The few of them stood in front of the building and listened to the melodious music coming from inside. They were slightly startled. The Misty Rain Pavilion was actually a brothel. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yanwu dynasty is actually a pleasure quarter. Is there a mistake? Clearly stunned, Bauer said sullenly, "Young master, the appointment certificate does indeed say the Misty Rain Pavilion. There is no mistake." Emo-chan smiled softly and said, "It is not impossible to establish the headquarters in a brothel. At the very least, the effect is pretty good to deceive others. Let's go in and see." Xiao-chan did not intend to startle the person in charge. He led Nangongfeng, Wu Meng, and the others directly to the doors. Nangongfeng smiled and said, "I heard that the dynasty's capital has always been peaceful. The noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family all indulge in extravagance and wealth, competing with each other. They call visiting a pleasure quarter a pleasure. They might even compete with each other for the sake of some singers they like, spending a lot of money and even fighting over them. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "There is no need to hear about it. This is the truth." After a long period of peace, the so-called martial holy city slowly changed. In this imperial capital Yin City, some of the famous singers are known as headliners. They only sell their skills and not their bodies. Their status is even higher than that of a grandmaster of the martial Tao. This is really absurd. The martial epic does not respect the strong. To think that they pursue such vanity, Wu Meng said with some disdain as his lips curled up. Xiao Chan did not dislike singers and headliners. The music Tao and singing and dancing were all great das. The azure lotus sword fairy from the fairy basket that Xiao Chan once obtained was one of these great das. She was so strong that Xiao Chan still found her unfathomable. However, a group of noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family blindly pursuing such vanity was somewhat neglecting the essentials. Perhaps Yin City had to pay a price to become the most bustling capital in the world. This young master looks somewhat unfamiliar. Are you an honored guest from outside? The manservant at the entrance asked softly when he saw Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He replied softly, "Yes, I have long heard of the Misty Rain Pavilion's name, so I came to take a look. Sorry, if you are not an honored guest of this shop, you will need to pay a certain amount of primeval heavenly pills before you can enter." The manservant apologized softly. However, he revealed an aloof expression in his eyes. The group hid their cultivations. Aside from their extraordinary auras, they did not have the noble air of noble clan disciples or relatives of the royal family. It would be hard to avoid looking down on them. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters before, so he did not care about the auras of Xiao Chen's group. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters, so he did not care about the auras of Xiao Chen's group. This was especially so when he heard that they had just arrived at Yin City, so his attitude was somewhat stiff. Yun Fei frowned slightly and said, "First, you have not eaten or drank tea. You have to pay primeval heavenly pills to enter? Rules are rules. If you are reluctant to pay primeval heavenly pills, please leave. Our Misty Rain Pavilion never lacks guests," the manservant said with a polite expression while smiling. Xiao Chun stopped the angry Yun Fei and asked softly, "What is your name?" "This humble one is Zhang Ping. I have been in Yin City for 4 or 5 years already. Do you have any instructions for me?" When the manservant mentioned that he had been in Yin City for 4 or 5 years, he appeared very proud, acting like they had just arrived at Yin City. Xiao Chan asked calmly, "How many primeval heavenly pills do you need? If you are not an honored guest, you will need to pay 100 primeval heavenly pills before you can enter. Tea and drinks are included, not even one less," the manservant replied indifferently. Xiao Chen immediately felt some heartache. Back when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, his monthly stipend was only 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. "Emo-chan, give it to him." Xiao Chan did not have any primeval heavenly pills on hand. He had already exchanged the primeval heavenly pills for origin liquid. He had also exchanged most of the origin liquid before he left, leaving only 5 tons of origin liquid in reserve. Emo-chan stepped forward and handed the manservant 100 primeval heavenly pills. Then, the manservant led the group in with a smile. After entering the pavilion, the group discovered a completely different world inside. The hall was not like a hotel. Instead, it was a small world of its own. There were 50 kilometers of peach trees and small rivers. The guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5. White clouds floated in the center. A stage made of heavenly mountain white jade was on the white clouds. On the stage, a woman was playing the pipa and singing a clear song. The tune changed unpredictably. Sometimes it sounded like a mountain stream hitting a rock. Sometimes it sounded like a gushing river, looking grand and majestic. Many mysterious phenomena appeared behind her. Sometimes a bright moon soared up amid the misty rain. Sometimes, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Sometimes great rivers materialized, changing according to the tune. As the song played, it felt real and fake at the same time, like a dream or illusion. Immersed in it, they did not want to wake up. They only wished that the song would continue, that they would not wake up from this dream. This was the first time the group saw such a spectacle, so they felt shocked. After standing there for a while, the music attracted their attention. Shock flashed in Wu Meng's eyes. He said seriously, "The woman playing this tune is actually a sovereign personage. This is really strange." Disdain flashed in the manservant Zhang Ping's eyes. He thought to himself, in the end, this is still a country bumpkin who has not seen the world. He teased. To think that you can make out headliner Ziyun's cultivation. That is not easy. You came at a bad time. You saw it for yourself. Headliner Ziyun is performing today, so the Peach Blossom Pavilion is full. There is only one private room left. If you do not mind, you can only stand. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor who had opened one divine vein. Naturally, he would not make things difficult for this primal core realm manservant. He could not be bothered with this minor character. Wu Meng did not answer, waiting for Xiao Chun to speak. A private room, then? Xiao Chun said indifferently. The manservant felt incredibly shocked. He frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to go to a private room? The cost will not be low. It will be calculated based on time." This tight frown made the others unhappy. However, they all had Xiao Chen's instructions to keep a low profile and explore the Misty Rain Pavilion first. Furthermore, the other party was just an insignificant primal core venerate. They could only let the other party act arrogantly. Xiao Chun countered with a question. "What's wrong? Do we need to pay in advance to go to a private room?" The manservant Zhang Ping smiled and said, "There is no need for that. No one in Yen City who dares to renege on a debt in the Misty Rain Pavilion has been born yet." Under Zhang Ping's lead, the group arrived at a private room and sat down. The seats were pretty good. The windows were wide open, allowing them to clearly see the performance on the stage in the center. "You can withdraw first. There is nothing else for you to do," Xiao Chun said casually, and Zhang Ping withdrew with a smile. He did not even ask if the group wanted maidservants to accompany them to drink, directly withdrawing. Xiao Chun thought that the group probably came to the private room to pretend to be fatso. How could they have the extra money to pay for maidservants? After the food and wine were served, Bauer obediently poured wine and tea for Xiao Chun and the others, playing the role of a maidservant. "Bauer, sit and eat with us. There is no need to stand on ceremony," Emo-chan said with some heartache when she saw Bauer standing around busying herself. Bauer smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Emo-chan. However, Bauer is a maidservant in the first place. This is what I should do." When Emo-chan saw the situation, she did not say anything more. The group had been on the move for days and could not be bothered to rest. Furthermore, there was a performance of the music Dao that they had never seen before. The group chatted happily in the private room. Xiao Chun observed in secret, wanting to see if there was anything suspicious. In the future, he would have to guard this place for a long time. It was necessary for him to hide his identity and come to check. However, just at this moment, a discordant voice came from outside. "Damn it! I want to see who is occupying my private room. It is rare for this young master to come, yet you want me to be a standing guest. Your Misty Rain Pavilion is really something." Bang! Amid the commotion, the door to the private room that Xiao Chan and the others were in was pushed open rudely. Chapter 22-22. Bang! Someone pushed open the door to the private room, and a youth barged in. A group of people followed behind this youth, all of them giving off an unconcealable sword intent. They should be from the same sect. Otherwise, their sword intent would not be so clear. Zhang Ping complained endlessly as he stood at the side, not daring to stop them. "You clearly come here once in a few hundred years. You did not pay a deposit and only said so. Why can't you give it to someone else?" However, Zhang Ping only dared to grumble about this in his heart, continuously apologizing on the surface. Among the group of people, only an old man attracted the attention of Xiao Chun, Wu Meng, and the others. This was because this person was the only one-vein sovereign emperor. The others were sovereign personages. Before becoming a sovereign emperor, no matter how heaven-defying one was, one would not be worth mentioning in their eyes, not even worth a second glance. With this look, the group calmed down. They maintained their calm expressions as they looked at this group of people. Only Xiao Chun entered deep thought when he saw the youth leading the group. This youth seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Xiao Chun. That youth had an extraordinary aura, giving off a faint dragon chi of a dynasty. Clearly, he was a relative of the royal family, possessing the royal bloodline and showing a noble air. Boom! In that instant, that youth's aura erupted, ignoring the Misty Rain Pavilion's rule of not fighting. He did not hold back at all when he erupted. That startling killing chi spread out. This instantly shattered the harmonious atmosphere of the Misty Rain Pavilion. The pipa music of the headliner Zi Yun, who was playing on the stage, stopped. All the guests turned their curious gazes to this place. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was not the peak pleasure quarter of Yen City, its background was still terrifying. Even a regular prince would have to think twice before making a move here. Sometimes, even if it was hard to avoid conflict, it would be due to bickering. Most of them did not dare to fight. This was because everyone understood the rules. Just like today, Xiao Chun had unleashed all of his aura without restraint. His killing intent was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. How great was this grudge? Such a strange matter caused many guests to cast their gazes over, wanting to see what was going on. No. However, just as that person soared into the sky and was about to attack Xiao Chen, the sovereign emperor old man in the group rushed forward in a panic and firmly restrained his young master. Elder Feng, let go. I want to kill him. I must kill him. I want to grind his bones to dust. I want him to die a horrible death. The finely dressed young man was suppressed by his own clan's expert, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were bloodshot, and he fell into a frenzy. However, Elder Feng grumbled inwardly. He even wanted to curse out loud. Who could you possibly kill? The table across from him seemed unremarkable. However, most of the people at the table were sovereign emperors. This was especially so for the white-clad person in the middle. With just one glance, Senior Feng felt extreme fear in his heart. Wu Meng and the others showed indifferent expressions as they watched this scene. Their expressions did not change at all. Xiao Chun raised his wine cup and discovered that it was already empty. Before he could do anything, Bauer, who was at the side, smiled gently and obediently filled Xiao Chen's cup. After the wine entered his mouth, Xiao Chun slowly put down his cup. Then he looked at the newcomer with some misgivings. I seem to recognize you, but I can't recall who you are. I am Monarch Yu Wangling Elder Feng, let go of me. Let me kill him. When the newcomer heard that Xiao Chun did not even remember his name, he could not help roaring angrily, feeling greatly humiliated. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Monarch Yu was enraged, but Elder Feng firmly held him down. His fellow disciples looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. Monarch Yu. I recognize him. His father is the current Duke Yun. Strange. Why is the old man beside him holding him down, not letting him make a move? Isn't that simple? He must have broken the brothel's rules. That might not be the case. The way I see it, the strangeness of this matter probably stems from that white-clad person. This person is clearly not simple. This is also strange. To think that this person does not even know Monarch Yu. However, when Monarch Yu saw him, he seemed to go crazy. The strange scene in the private room confused everyone. They could not figure out what was going on. Monarch Yu? Xiao Chun revealed a doubtful expression. He asked sullenly, which Monarch Yu? I do not know any Monarch Yu. Damn it. Xiao Chun, do you think that you can escape death by pretending to be crazy? Back then, when we parted at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, I swore that if I did not kill you in this life, I would not be human. I did everything I could, but I could not find you. To think that you actually delivered yourself to me. Elder Feng, let go of me. If you still do not let go of me, I will get my father to kill you when I return. Monarch Yu Wangling glared at Xiao Chun. If looks could kill, Xiao Chun would have died hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times already. Elder Feng did not seem to hear what Wang Ling said. He smiled softly and said, This young master, my clan's young master, is speaking nonsense. Sorry for making a fool of himself. Since you do not know him, we will leave first. Goodbye, goodbye. Seeing that Xiao Chun could not remember who he was, Elder Feng felt lucky and wanted to quickly leave with Monarch Yu. Xiao Chun toyed with the wine cup in his hand, entering deep thought. Then he said sullenly, Wait a moment. I remember who he is. Monarch Yu. This was a grudge from many years ago. Back when Shao Chun first entered the Central Great Realm, Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, invited someone to compete with him in archery on the battlefield. Shao Chun shot 3 arrows in a row, defeating the other party with every arrow. However, the other party refused to give up and took out his secret treasure. In the end, Shao Chun shot an arrow with the god Shadow Bow, defeating the other party again. In the end, Monarch Yu continued to act shamelessly, wanting to use sword techniques to kill Shao Chun. After being defeated, Monarch Yu tried to gang up on Shao Chun. Such a person looked elegant on the surface. Furthermore, he was a member of the royal family, acting all pretentious. However, after peeling off that layer of hypocrisy, he was even more loathsome than a hoodlum. He did not know himself and was as difficult to deal with as a mad dog. No wonder Shao Chun could not remember him. Almost 8 years had passed. How could Shao Chun spend any effort to remember someone who was not even comparable to trash? If not for Shao Chun reminding him a few times, Shao Chun would not have remembered. At this moment, Elder Feng was somewhat frightened silly. He said embarrassedly, "Sir, my clan's young master is Duke Yun's son. He already has a noble title, and his name is already written in the royal clan's genealogy." Shao Chun interrupted, "Let go of him." Elder Feng felt that the situation was somewhat serious. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Meng, who was at the side, said, "I told you to let go. Did you hear me?" However, Monarch Yu did not seem to notice anything. Rage and the hatred that he suppressed in his heart for 8 years overwhelmed his mind. He shouted, "Elder Feng, don't boost my morale. Let go of me. Today, I want to see what gives him the confidence to dare to come to Yen City and send himself to death after not seeing him for 8 years. Elder Feng ignored Monarch Yu's words. He looked at Shao Chun and said, "Sorry, this old man cannot let go." Elder Feng felt a trace of killing chi. If he let go, Monarch Yu might die miserably on the spot. This thought was somewhat exaggerated. Would there really be someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion who dared to kill Monarch Yu? Furthermore, the person that Monarch Yu killed was Duke Yun's son. Although his bloodline was thin, it was still a bona fide royal clan bloodline. Monarch Yu was definitely a royal clan member. However, for some reason, Elder Feng felt that if he let go, Monarch Yu would die immediately. This kind of fearful instinct prevented him from letting go. Right now, he was waiting for the Misty Rain Pavilion's experts to show up. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was large, if something happened, experts would arrive within 10 seconds. However, to Elder Feng, these 10 seconds felt like years. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt incredibly nervous. Shao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on Elder Feng. At this moment, their gazes met. Boom! Immediately, the strong soul energy of a 3-veined sovereign emperor and the royal blue dragon bloodline landed on Elder Feng with terrifying pressure. Elder Feng wanted to hold on. However, under this immense pressure, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to do anything. With just one look, Elder Feng lost. When Monarch Yu felt that Elder Feng could no longer suppress him, he immediately roared and soared into the air, thrusting his sword at Shao Chun. Whoosh! How terrifying was this sword strike! After 8 years of sharpening a sword, even the dullest blade would become incredibly sharp. For the past 8 years, Monarch Yu could not forget the humiliation he experienced in the Soaring Dragon residence, every day and night. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. The immense pressure turned into motivation. He had been cultivating bitterly in the Divine Sword Pavilion for many years, waiting for this day. Monarch Yu felt that this sword strike seemed to have surpassed his expectations. It seemed like he was about to break through the bottleneck of heaven-defying sovereign personage. After this sword strike, he would definitely succeed in condensing a divine seal. Monarch Yu trembled in wild joy, feeling nervous and excited. Indeed, Shao Chun was his demon heart. After killing Shao Chun, breaking through to Sovereign Emperor would be just a matter of time. What a terrifying sword strike! The killing intent and Tao contained in the sword sent a chill down the Misty Rain Pavilion's cultivators, who were far away. Bang! However, Monarch Yu, who had just leaped up and had yet to move, suddenly exploded. That's right, he exploded. Thousands of saber lights burst out of Monarch Yu's body, looking resplendent and dazzling. In the next moment, Monarch Yu's corpse did not remain, leaving only broken limbs and a pool of blood splattering the elegant room. As for that terrifying sword strike, it had not fully bloomed yet. Instead, it fell silent like a flower wilting. Someone killed someone. Someone killed someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was Monarch Yu. After a while, the entire Misty Rain Pavilion turned chaotic. Everyone startled awake, wondering what exactly happened. The entire Misty Rain Pavilion descended into chaos. Some people were frightened out of their wits. They tried to leave in a fluster, knocking over many tables and chairs. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The vast Misty Rain Pavilion immediately turned chaotic. There was no longer any of the calm and peaceful atmosphere of the Misty Rain. The imperial capital Yen City had been peaceful for many years. Perhaps there were people dying every day in secret. Perhaps the struggle for benefits had never stopped. However, it had been several hundred years since anyone dared to kill someone in a brothel in broad daylight. This was especially so when the person was someone with the royal bloodline. Was the imperial capital going to change? Chapter 22-23. Misty Rain Pavilion, Yen City. Was there a need for a reason to kill? Of course there was. No matter how lowly an ant was, it was still a life. Even respect was needed, not to mention humans. Although Xiao Chan was decisive in killing, he never killed the innocent. Most of the time, Xiao Chan could punish people lightly and not kill them. However, there were some people that he absolutely had to kill. Monarch Yu Wangling was such a person. Such a person was like a rabid dog. Although Monarch Yu was trash, he had some authority. He did not fear open attacks or hidden attacks. Monarch Yu feared that Monarch Yu would not deal with Xiao Chan but the people around him when he went crazy. One did not fear hypocrites. One feared true vile people. A true vile person would resort to all means, disregarding morality and rules. One could not guess when he would go crazy. Hence, since Xiao Chan remembered it, there was no need to leave Monarch Yu alive. If this rabid dog really injured or humiliated the people around him one day, Xiao Chan would not be able to bear the price. Xiao Chan executed the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance. A drop of rain fell the instant Monarch Yu erupted, ending his life. The manservant, Zhang Ping, was already frightened silly in the private room. He was stunned into silence, unable to say anything. Senior Feng showed a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chan with some fear. The other party's terrifying strength had already cast a shadow in his heart. Senior Feng wanted to leave but did not dare to, as Xiao Chan had not said anything yet. The Divine Sword Gate disciples accompanying Monarch Yu were stunned, unable to react. Whoosh! 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 At the crucial moment, two figures appeared in the private room, radiating the aura of a three-veined sovereign emperor. These were the experts overseeing the Misty Rain Pavilion. Normally, many ignorant people would cause trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter how powerful they were, they would suffer when they ran into these two. These two rarely showed themselves. However, in secret they were known as the Misty Rain Twin Demons. Senior Feng recognized the two and immediately released his bated breath. He said, "Seniors, my clan's young master died a miserable death in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter what, please give us an explanation." As Senior Feng spoke, his gaze fell on Xiao Chan. Clearly, he wanted the Misty Rain Twin Demons to take down Xiao Chan. However, the Misty Rain Twin Fiends ignored Elder Feng. They looked at Xiao Chan and said something. Monarch Yu Wangling caused trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion, wanting to kill the Misty Rain Pavilion's honored guests. In the end, he overestimated himself and died a miserable death at the hands of a sovereign emperor. Duke Yun failed to teach his son properly, causing our Misty Rain Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. The Misty Rain Pavilion will definitely pursue this matter to the end and report it to the royal family's sect elders. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the Misty Rain Pavilion. Everyone heard him clearly, not missing a single word. Old Feng was dumbfounded at that moment. He had not expected such an ending at all. This person had killed a member of the royal family. Shouldn't the Misty Rain Pavilion capture him and then apologize to Prince Cloud? Why was the situation reversed? Do you still have the law? The one he killed is Monarch Yu, a true inheritor of our Divine Sword Pavilion. He does not even care about our Divine Sword Pavilion. Misty Rain Pavilion, I think you don't want to continue operating in the imperial capital. The disciples of the Divine Sword Pavilion woke up from their stupor. They were all indignant. Scram! Bang! The Misty Rain Fiend duo did not make a move, but these Divine Sword Pavilion disciples who shouted were all knocked into the air. Then, the Misty Rain Pavilion's guards each carried one of them out. The Misty Rain Fiend duo looked around, and their gazes landed on Old Feng. Old Feng trembled slightly as he said, I understand. I'll take some of young master's belongings and leave. However, when Old Feng looked around the private room, he saw that Monarch Yu's corpse had already disappeared. There was nothing left to take. Old Feng took a jade pendant and quickly left without even turning his head back. Honored guests, there is no need to panic. Today, a small situation occurred in my Misty Rain Pavilion, startling everyone. The matter has already been resolved, and I have apologized to everyone. Today, the Misty Rain Pavilion will not be accepting alcohol. Please drink to your heart's content. For the next 3 days there will be no charge. The Misty Rain Pavilion will entertain everyone for free. At that time the 12th headliner will appear as well. Just at this moment, someone spoke softly as she leaned against the railing at the highest point of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Her melodious voice sounded like the chirping of birds in the forest, very pleasing to the ears. What was even more pleasing to the ears was the sincerity of her apology. No alcohol, no charge for 3 days, and the 12th headliner performing at the same time. The moment this person said that, cheers rang out. Then, the sounds of stringed instruments, pipa, and harp rang out at the same time. The 12 headliners appeared on the stage one after another. The atmosphere in the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly changed, reaching a climax in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the guests were attracted by the headliners who appeared one after another. Once again they became immersed in the wondrous music. The earlier interlude ended up bringing out this performance, making the guests even more excited. Furthermore, there was free alcohol. With everyone drinking to their heart's content, the Misty Rain Pavilion was destined to be a carnival. Only a few people knew that the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital had not seen blood for hundreds of years already. There had to be something fishy about the Misty Rain Pavilion protecting this person in secret. However, no matter what, Monarch Yu was a royal clan disciple. If he died in the Misty Rain Pavilion for no reason, the Misty Rain Pavilion would not be able to hide it even if they wanted to. In less than a day, this news would spread throughout the entire imperial capital. At that time it would be another good show. The guests all left in secret, quickly reporting this news to the factions behind them. Inside the private room, Zhang Ping wiped the floor in fear. When he saw the bloodstains, he trembled in fear. A heaven-defying sovereign personage died for no reason. How horrifying was that white-clad person? Fortunately, that white-clad person did not seem to mind Zhang Ping's earlier underestimation. This young master, please come in. Our pavilion master wishes to meet you. The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons, 2 aloof 3-veined sovereign emperors, respectfully greeted Xiao Chan. Such an attitude shocked the manservant Zhang Ping. My goodness! To think that these 2 rarely seen major characters of the Misty Rain Pavilion are so respectful to this white-clad person. Xiao Chen said calmly, let her come and meet me. Right here. What kind of joke was this? Zhang Ping was a rank 6 envoy inspector. In some sense, he was the pavilion master's direct superior. Even if Xiao Chen did not like to use his status to suppress others, there were some rules that could not be broken. Since when could subordinates summon their superiors? The Misty Rain Pavilion's 2 old men immediately exchanged glances, anger flashing on their faces. We need to ask for instructions. The 2 old men spoke softly after exchanging glances. Hee. There is no need to ask for instructions. How can this little girl not come when the envoy inspector summons me? Bell-like laughter rang out from outside the door. Then a girl wearing a red qipao walked in, revealing her long slender legs. Her exquisite facial features looked like the most perfect carving, without any flaws. The instant she entered, ancient paintings fell around the private room, forming an independent world, isolating it from the outside world. The manservant, Zhang Ping, also fell into a deep slumber without a sound. The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons paled in shock. They performed cupped fist salutes and bowed. This subordinate greets the envoy inspector. We offended you earlier. Please forgive us. It's fine, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Then, he took out the appointment certificate that Yi Zifeng had given him and gently sent it to the girl in the qipao. The girl in the qipao had only guessed it. When she saw the appointment certificate, she confirmed Xiao Chun's identity. This little girl is Su Yi. I welcome the envoy inspector to the Misty Rain Pavilion. I did not know the envoy inspector's identity earlier and offended you. Sorry for the poor reception. The girl in the qipao returned the appointment certificate to Xiao Chun. Then she smiled faintly and said, Before you came, I was the acting envoy inspector. It looks like I will be idle for a while. Xiao Chun said indifferently, There's no need. Just do what you were doing before. If there are any problems that you cannot resolve, you can tell me. You still have to work hard. This is Emo Chun, Master Kuyun's disciple. He will help you deal with this. Emo Chun smiled faintly and stood up. Greetings, elder sister Su Yi. Please take care of me in the future. Master Kuyun's disciple? A strange look flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Naturally, she knew about Master Kuyun. He was one of the strongest blacksmiths in the current martial epoch. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's oldest core doyen. What Emo-chan cared more about was Master Kuyun's identity. Did that mean that this white-clad youth already obtained the support of 2 core doyens? Originally, the headquarters had sent a fellow who was not even 100 years old just to go through the motions. Emo-chan thought that the headquarters had already given up on the Yinwu dynasty and only wanted to maintain the status quo. However, it looked like things were different now. These are my companions. They are all outstanding talents. Even before the age of 100, they are already sovereign emperors. If there is any trouble, you can send them out. There's no need to stand on ceremony. After introducing Emo-chan, Xiao Chun pointed to Wu Meng and the others beside him, introducing them one by one. Su Ye's expression did not change. Her smile did not diminish, but her heart turned increasingly grave. Is the headquarters really determined to stand guard in the Yinwu dynasty? Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with today's matter? Duke Yun will definitely pursue this matter. At that time, the Misty Rain Pavilion will inevitably face some pressure. Su Yi spoke for a while, giving instructions on the Misty Rain Pavilion's matters. Then she suddenly changed the topic, trying to probe Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at Su Yi and smiled faintly. I am a sovereign emperor. First he humiliated me. Then he tried to kill me. He died a worthy death. If you cannot even deal with such a small matter, you can't be the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master, right? So you wanted to use today's matter to pressure Xiao Chun, to see how he would deal with this when he just arrived in the imperial capital. Who knew Xiao Chun was even more direct? He told her not to make irresponsible remarks about such a small matter, lest she tarnished her status. Xiao Chun's meaning was that if she could not deal with such a small matter, there was no need for her to be the pavilion master. While Xiao Chun's words looked simple, they actually contained hidden meaning. If she did not deal with it properly, others would look down on her and even use her as a scapegoat. Su Yi replied softly, Naturally. Although this matter is somewhat difficult to deal with, this subordinate will definitely handle it properly. Naturally, the royal clan disciples were incredibly noble. However, it was not to the point where they could kill anyone they wanted. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was just a king of a branch family. However, Xiao Chun's attitude and the hidden meaning in his words made Su Yi somewhat wary. This white-clad youth was probably not as simple as she imagined. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take my leave first, Su Yi said softly. Wait. Su Yi looked up at Xiao Chun and asked in confusion. Xiao Chun fell into deep thought. Your name is Su Yi, right? I recall that there is a noble clan of swordsmen in the Yinwu dynasty. The current clan head, Su Hanshan, is known as the strongest expert of the sword Dao, known as Sword God. When Su Yi heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked sullenly, What's wrong? Envoy Inspector, are you trying to investigate me? Didn't Lord Yi Zifeng tell you that some things cannot be investigated? It was just that he sensed a powerful sword intent hidden within this lady's body. So he casually asked her a question. Who would have thought that he would touch the other party's bottom line? Xiao Chun was unperturbed and said coolly, It's fine, you can withdraw. Remember to have the people in charge of the top 10 chambers of commerce come and see me tomorrow. If anyone doesn't come, I'll see him alone. I feel that it's not necessarily a good thing to be too hasty. The inspector has just arrived at the imperial capital, so there are many sights to see. For example, the flaming river outside the city. It's magnificent and magnificent. You can take a good look at it. Su Ye's tone was calm as she spoke unhurriedly. This woman wanted Xiao Chen to see the flaming river to warn him to see how deep the waters of the imperial capital were, and not to get involved. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "When I have time I will go and take a look. If I accidentally fall into the river, I hope Pavilion Master Su will pull me up." When Su Yi heard that, her expression warmed up somewhat. She smiled and said, "Milord, you jest. Goodbye." Chapter 22-24. After watching Su Yi leave, Emo-chan smiled gently and asked, "Big brother Xiao, are you tired of talking in riddles?" Xiao-chan said softly, "I'm not used to speaking like this, but sometimes I don't have a choice." It was just a casual sentence, but there was a hidden meaning in it. It was a little stupid. Not only would they misunderstand the other party's intentions, they might even fall into the other party's trap and become the scapegoat. Xiao-chan was naturally not used to it, but as he said, it was unavoidable. It was the first time they had met, and they did not trust each other. Even if you told the truth, the other person might not believe you. You might even send the wrong message. Perhaps a casual remark would attract the hostility of the other party. For example, Xiao Chen had unintentionally sensed the horrifying sword intent contained in the other party's body. Thus, he had casually asked about the swordsman clan. Although Su Ye's expression did not change, her tone clearly became much harsher. She even secretly warned Xiao Chen. Fortunately, Xiao Chen made up for it in the end. When he asked her to pull him up after he fell into the water, it meant that he had no enmity towards Su Yi. Only then did Su Ye's expression soften slightly. Speaking of which, if Xiao Chen recalled correctly, fiendish saber Shimu came from the divine sword Su clan. The godly swordsman clans had deep foundations and were overseen by the god of swords. The Su clan was like the sun in the sky in the Yinwu dynasty. The establishment of the dynasty included a portion of the Su clan's strength. As long as the dynasty did not fall, the Su clan would never weaken. Such a noble clan might not be a match for the heavenly alliance in the Great Thousand Realms. However, all the super factions in the Yinwu dynasty had to fear them. Now, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why this pleasure quarter was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yinwu dynasty. It was because its pavilion master was Su Yi. Nangong Feng, go check out the 10 great merchant associations first. I want to know the true strength of these 10 great merchant associations. Getting a sovereign emperor to do this was making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, it could also ensure that nothing would go wrong and that the information was authentic. Alright. Since Nangong Feng and the others were already here, they would definitely listen to Xiao Chen's instructions, so they had long since prepared themselves. Wu Meng, stay behind. Is there anything else you want me to do? Xiao Chen nodded and said, If you follow Su Yi, how confident are you of not being discovered? Wu Meng pondered before replying. Xiao Chen's words. The sword intent in her body is very sensitive. I estimate that she will be able to sense the slightest movement within 1,000 meters of her. I am not confident of hiding my saber intent when I'm within 1 kilometer. Here, I'll lend this to you for a night. Xiao Chen took out the death god mask and handed it to Wu Meng. After Wu Yi, Chen said, Chen. If Xiao Chen had not seen the other party with his own eyes, he would not have sensed the other party's existence. The death god mask secret technique, which isolated all auras, was also effective against sovereign emperors. Am he Chen. Yi. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then. The person she's meeting tonight, what she's going to say, is very important to me. Chen. Mou. Chen introduce you. Yi mou. Not far away, there was a detached courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. The imperial capital, Yin City, was destined to not be peaceful tonight. Someone killed Duke Yun's son in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was a false accusation. News of this spread throughout the imperial capital in half a day. All the high-ranking factions received the news. Then they quickly learned that the youth was the Heavenly Alliance's Shao Chun. Everyone dug out everything about Shao Chun in the faux god world. Even his past in the Divine Dragon Empire was sorted out. However, few factions knew that Shao Chun was the Heavenly Alliance's rank 6 envoy inspector in the Yanwu dynasty. Only some factions with extremely vast accumulations could obtain this crucial information. This was the Heavenly Alliance's secret. Even within the Heavenly Alliance, only a few members of the upper echelon knew. It would be extremely difficult to find out in a short time. Of Yan Province's 100 counties, one was called Flaming Cloud County, Duke Yun's conferred land. By the time Senior Feng arrived at Duke Yun's residence, the sky had already turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, appearing as heavy as his heart. What? Ling Er died? When Duke Yun heard the news, he was greatly shocked, finding it hard to believe. Everyone in the Yanwu dynasty would give the royal clan disciples some face, even Wang Ling, who was blind and offended someone he could not afford to offend. The other party shouldn't have killed him. Young Master really died. He died in the Misty Rain Tower. Elder Feng could imagine Duke Yun's rage. However, he still recounted the Misty Rain Pavilion's matter in detail. Bang! The Cloud Prince was enraged. Killing intent surged from his body as he slammed his palm down, shattering the thick wooden table. Everyone in the huge Duke's residence could feel Duke Yun's rage and murderous intent, trembling in fear. Pass down my order. Gather the God's Will army. I'm going to wash the Misty Rain Pavilion with blood. Duke Yun's eyes were about to spit fire. Until now, he still could not believe that Wang Ling was dead. The son that Monarch Yu favored the most had long since become Monarch Yu, preparing to inherit the position of a duke. His son had also worked hard for him. In the Divine Sword Pavilion, he had become the leader of the 7 true inheritors. He had even become the disciple of Imperial Emperor Dao Yan. Wang Ling had become a heaven-defying sovereign personage before the age of 50. He would definitely become a sovereign emperor within 100 years. However, such a son, the son that Monarch Yu looked forward to and doted on the most, actually got killed in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, the Misty Rain Pavilion even wanted him to apologize. This was unbearable. Duke, you can't do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. Startled, Elder Feng quickly tried to dissuade Duke Yun. His complexion even paled somewhat. Why are father and son the same? When they get angry, they go crazy. If that Monarch Yu had listened to me earlier, he would have left. If Shao Chun could not remember him, how could he have died a miserable death? Your Highness, we cannot do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. The 2 deputies at the side tried to dissuade Duke Yun at the same time. Duke Yun showed a sullen expression, remaining silent for a long time. After a while he said, "Activate the emergency transportation formation. I want to meet the 8th prince." Yes. Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he did not go to the Misty Rain Pavilion, everything else was fine. Originally, the emergency transportation formation could only be activated when the 8th prince's life was in danger. However, Duke Yun could not care so much today. A light flashed in the transportation formation. Duke Yun's group appeared majestically in the imperial residence of the 8th prince in Yen City, radiating killing chi. Duke Yun, the 8th prince, has been waiting for a long time already. I'll bring you to meet him. Someone had been waiting outside the transportation formation of the imperial residence. When they saw Duke Yun's somewhat strange expression, they were not surprised. 8th prince, about today's matter. When Duke Yun saw the 8th prince, he immediately spoke up, wanting the 8th prince to seek justice for him. The 8th prince Wang Feng had dashing eyebrows and starry eyes, giving off a heroic air. However, he was young and mature. His eyes were like deep pools, unfathomable. Royal uncle, there's no need to say anything. I already know about this matter. Before you came, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's sect elders already punished me. Monarch Yu spoke rudely in the Misty Rain Pavilion, challenging the sovereign emperor, even killing someone. He died a worthy death. His actions humiliated the royal court. Because of you, I was implicated as well and was grounded for 7 days. As for your punishment, I already asked the sect elders to be merciful and exempt you from it. What? When Duke Yun heard what the 8th prince said after interrupting him, He was stunned. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. This was not the result he wanted. Even if he could not touch the Misty Rain Pavilion, he would kill that Xiao Chan. The 8th prince said calmly, "The elder's punishments have always been fair. Your son spoke arrogantly in front of thousands of people and even dared to try to kill a sovereign emperor. This was irrefutable evidence. I couldn't overturn it even if I wanted to. The disciples of the imperial family could not be arrogant, or kill at will. These were the teachings of the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs. Your son committed all of them. I can't do anything about it." The Yanwu dynasty had always prospered. Aside from the martial epic's luck, there was also the imperial ancestral temple's patriarch. He abided by the ancestral teachings and was very strict with the imperial family's disciples. No matter what you do in secret, as long as there is no evidence, everything is negotiable. But once you violated the ancestral teachings, no matter what, even if you were a prince, you would still have to be punished. King Yun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was pale and his breathing hastened. After a long time, he finally said with red eyes, "All right, I admit to all of this. It is my son's fault for implicating your highness in the punishment. However, I have been at your highness's side for so many years. My most valued son died. He grew up with you, but you did not say anything." King Yun's meaning was clear. The imperial ancestral temple's patriarch did not care. It was fine to apologize openly, but it should be fine to kill someone in secret. Even if that Xiao Chan was a three-veined sovereign emperor, as long as the 8th prince was willing, there were 10,000 ways to kill him in the imperial capital. As long as Xiao Chan was not discovered, everything was fine. King Yun knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily, causing blood to leak out. "8th prince, please take revenge for my son." The 8th prince Wang Feng closed his eyes and said, "If it were someone else, even if he were a 4-veined sovereign emperor or a 5-veined sovereign emperor, I would take revenge for you at all costs. This concerns my reputation, so I cannot ignore it. However, imperial uncle, you cannot touch this person." "What?" King Yun, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up at the 8th prince, feeling stupefied. He could not do it openly or secretly. Was he going to keep suppressing his anger? The 8th prince said sullenly, "You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. You cannot touch Xiao Chan either. Even if you want to, you should consider it at length and wait for me to ascend to the ceremony before doing so." King Yun's face immediately turned ashen. The 8th prince's words meant that he did not care. Not only that, but the 8th prince even told him not to make a move. King Yun held his breath. After a long time he stood up and said, "This old man understands. This old man has disturbed the 8th prince. I will withdraw now." However, this old man wants to hear the reason. "Why?" King Yun nearly spat out the word "why" with blood flowing out of his mouth. King Yun could not accept this. His son died, but he could not do anything and had to obediently hold it in. Originally, King Yun wanted to seek justice from the 8th prince. However, he ended up crashing into a wall. Because he has the sky above him. The 8th prince said somewhat tiredly. Then he waved his hand and said, "You may withdraw. This matter ends here. I'll say it again. You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. All the more you cannot touch Xiao Chan." After King Yun withdrew, the old man beside the 8th prince said, "This King Yun will probably not accept this. Something unexpected might happen." The 8th prince retorted coldly, "Let him be. Let's see which prince in the imperial capital dares to offend the heavenly alliance for him. What an undeserved calamity. How did he give birth to such a stupid son?" "Pa!" The 8th prince closed the book in his hand and tossed it to the ground, showing how frustrated he was. The wind blew and the lamp on the table swayed. Tonight, in the imperial capital Yen City. Clearly, just like this flickering lamp, it would not easily calm down. Chapter 22-25. When Duke Yun left the prince's residence, his expression turned extremely sullen. The vice-general and senior Feng did not dare to say anything. After a while, the vice-general said softly, "How can it be like this? Logically speaking, the 8th prince should not fear the Misty Rain Pavilion too much." Duke Yun retorted coldly, "Isn't the reason simple? The succession race is about to begin. The various princes are getting restless. Naturally, the eighth prince does not want to cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The succession race. If there were no special circumstances, the emperor had to abdicate for 100 years. Then, the most outstanding prince would be chosen from the princes to inherit the throne. The Yinwu dynasty's emperor could only hold the throne for 100 years. This was to provide fresh blood to the dynasty, maintain its vitality, and prevent it from becoming rigid. No matter how ancient a dynasty was, once it became rigid, its luck would decline, and the nation's luck would fall. Since ancient times there had never been a lack of such examples. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain on the throne for long. No matter how brilliant or valiant one was, the dynasty's system would inevitably become rigid after a long time. This was something unavoidable. The dynasty had to change every 100 years, maintaining its vitality at all times. This filled the entire dynasty with competitiveness, not daring to slack off. Now the Yinwu dynasty's Yin emperor had been on the throne for 80 years. It was time to choose the crown prince. The various princes competed in secret, all for the sake of coming out on top in the succession race and ascending to the throne. This was why the eighth prince Wang Feng felt so frustrated. At this crucial moment, monarch Yu stirred up trouble for him. How could he not feel frustrated? It would have been fine if it were in the past. Now, how could Wang Feng stand up for him? After Duke Yun came out, he calmly thought about it and guessed the crux of the matter. Duke, are we just going to let monarch Yu's grudge go? If the eighth prince does not agree, we can go and seek help from the other princes, the vice-general at the side suggested. Duke Yun had been in the empire for many years. As a chess piece in the fight for the crown prince, he was still very attractive to the other princes. That's right, Duke Yun said indifferently. No prince would offend a Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector at this time and place. However, I will definitely take revenge for Linger. Even if I have to use my glory to do so, I will not refuse. Let's go to the Divine Sword Pavilion. The Divine Sword Pavilion was a rank 7 sect of the Yinwu dynasty, possessing deep accumulations. However, although it wasn't called the Godsword Pavilion, it didn't have much to do with the Godsword family. One was an aristocratic family, and the other was a sect. Because of the competition for the way of the sword, there was even some friction between them. As Duke Yun rushed to the Divine Sword Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master also received news of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen's appearance. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion was the top pleasure quarter in the imperial capital Yin City. They would know that this Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not as simple as a pleasure quarter. Its accumulations were much deeper than expected. Pavilion Master, we have already confirmed that Xiao Chen is the new envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance. In the pavilion, a black-clothed man presented the latest intelligence to a mysterious woman behind a curtain of black hair. Xiao Chen, if I recall correctly, the fairy basket that the astral-plucking bandit Zhang he stole back then is in his hands, right? The mysterious woman sighed. Yes. We have made several deductions. The missing fairy basket is definitely not with Zhang He. There is only one possibility. After he stole the fairy basket, he casually gave it to Xiao Chen. Good. It would be fine if he were somewhere else. However, since he is in the imperial capital Yin City, we have to make him hand over the fairy basket. As the mysterious woman spoke softly, she exuded a tyrannical air that clearly did not belong to a woman in a pleasure quarter. Understood. At the same time, at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain, a Buddhist sect holy land outside the imperial capital, the Hidden Spirit Temple, a place invisible to the naked eye. A handsome-looking monk looked at the note in his hand and revealed a smile. Unexpectedly, you came to the Yinwu dynasty. It looks like I have to make some time to go down the mountain. This monk was none other than Yuan Zhan, who had interacted with Xiao Chen a few times in the faux god world. The night had not ended, and dawn approached. In a small courtyard beside the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen, Mo Chen, and Bauer were still awake. The two were organizing the information that Su Yi sent someone to hand over. Previously, Su Yi had been the acting envoy inspector. Now that Xiao Chen was here, they naturally had to slowly familiarize themselves with the information. However, Bauer and Mo Chen were the ones organizing the information. Xiao Chen did not pay much attention to it. After lighting an incense burner and consuming a soul-accumulating pill, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, condensing his soul energy. Everyone had their own specialties. Sorting out the messy information was not Xiao Chen's forte. If Bao Er and Mo Chun did it, they would get twice the result with half the effort. If Xiao Chun did it, he would end up making things more complicated. The deity image materialized by the soul-accumulating pill in Xiao Chen's soul pool slowly faded away. There were 3 divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal. With the soul-accumulating pill's refinement, the first divine vein ring was completely cleansed. Compared to the other 2 divine vein rings, the third divine vein ring was resplendent and filled with the divine nature. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and a bright light flashed in them. He had already finished refining the first divine vein ring. Only 2 remained. After he finished refining them, the soul energy that he inherited from the divine flame would truly belong to him, becoming his accumulations. Big brother Xiao Bao Er and I discovered something interesting, Mo Chan said softly as she put down the scroll in her hand. Seeing Xiao Chun open his eyes, Mo Chan put down the scroll in her hand and said softly, Big brother Xiao Bao Er and I discovered something interesting. Mo Chun raised his eyebrows and asked out of curiosity, Oh? Let's hear it. We discovered that, aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the other pleasure quarters in Yen City belong to the same organization. The other pleasure quarters are actually all part of the same organization. This organization is even older than the Heavenly Alliance. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He asked seriously, What organization is it? The Pleasure Quarter Alliance, Mo Chan said calmly. There are more than 1,000 pleasure quarters in the imperial capital, all belonging to this organization. Only the Misty Rain Pavilion is not. In the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the one with the best business and the highest status is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Compared to the Misty Rain Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion not only has deeper accumulations, but its layout is also much better. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chun thought to himself, what a familiar name. That's right. I once went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Jiang He had stolen the fairy basket from there. It seemed to be their holy relic. The background of this Pleasure Quarter Alliance is extremely mysterious. Even now, no one knows about it. In the Yanwu dynasty, it firmly suppresses the Heavenly Alliance. More importantly, this organization has a wide network. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it, Mo Chan said in a somewhat reserved manner after a pause. More importantly, this organization has a lot of connections. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it. As for what kind of unclear connections they had, Xiao Chen naturally understood. The heads of the pleasure quarters all had their own charms. It was not difficult for them to bewitch others. How many men could resist their charms? If they ran into a threat, they would not waste their efforts. There would be many benefactors coming to their aid. Xiao Chun muttered. Pleasure quarters and assassins are ancient occupations that naturally existed since the epoch. With the existence of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Misty Rain Pavilion has been able to thrive, prospering and surviving until now. She is not simple. Suyi, this woman is somewhat terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures tore through the air. It was Nangong Feng and the others who had returned. They had inquired about the strength of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 merchant associations and came to report. Over the course of the night, the group thoroughly investigated how many experts the 10 great merchant associations had and how strong they were. Xiao Chen listened carefully. Soon he understood what was going on, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Xiao Chen, these 10 merchant associations have deep connections with the local noble clans. I can even sense the royal bloodline aura of some of the sovereign emperor experts overseeing them. This is extremely strange, Nangong Feng said with a somewhat grave expression. Mou said indifferently, no wonder the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand in the Yanwu dynasty. Its profits are strangely low. These people are all traitors, colluding with outsiders to split the profits. How can the Heavenly Alliance expand? Xiao Chun said calmly, it is more or less as I guessed. The previous 3 envoy inspectors were probably involved. They hindered the interests of some people and died mysteriously. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters controlled the best alchemists, blacksmiths, and blacksmiths in the world. The quality of the medicinal pills, weapons, and secret treasures they refined went without saying. In terms of doing business, the subordinate merchant associations had the support of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. How could the other merchant associations compete with them? The current situation happened because the network of interests was too large and too deep. Even the Heavenly Alliance could not do anything about it. It was not that the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters did not know about such a situation. They had thought of forcefully taking back authority. However, the result was the strange deaths of 3 envoy inspectors, leaving the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty to maintain its current state. Hence, the envoy inspector position remained empty for so many years, with Su Yi managing it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone in from the window. Xiao Chun turned his head to look. The sky was already bright. Wu Meng is not back yet? Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. Wu Meng, who he sent to follow Su Yi, had not returned even after dawn. Chapter 22-26. Pavilion Master Su, what about you? The might of a 3-veined sovereign emperor erupted from Xiao Chen's body, shaking the surroundings. He struck out with his palm, shattering the wall. A figure screamed as he was sent flying backward. Wu Meng vomited a mouthful of blood. As he looked at the sky, his expression changed drastically under his mask. He had a clear understanding of what he could fight for and what he had to be wary of. The middle-aged man was the president of the Golden Essence Chamber of Commerce. His name was Jin Bao, and his expression was cold and indifferent. For some reason, Su Yi did not mention that Xiao Chun had Ku Yan's disciple following him. I'm not going either. This yellow-haired brat killed people the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he wanted to give us a show of strength. He wanted to tell us that he had a strong backing and wanted to forcefully take over the power. Humph, with just Yi Zifeng protecting him, do you think he can fly to the sky? A total of 11 people sat on the top floor of the main building. Aside from Su Yi, the others were the leaders of the various merchant associations. If he could learn this information in advance and inform it to Xiao Chun, he would undoubtedly be able to take the initiative and advance or retreat with ease. A trace of exhaustion flashed between his brows as he said softly, I have already delivered the message. Whether you want to go or not depends on you. Before sunset, the Misty Rain Pavilion will welcome you. After talking for half the night, they had more or less said everything that needed to be said. Jin Bao sneered and said, Chairman Liu, looks like this courtyard of yours isn't as tight as you said. If it doesn't work, I'll arrange a place next time. Halfway through his words, Jin Bao suddenly struck out with his palm. That's right. Pavilion Master Su, you have always been the acting inspector. Everyone respects you. Now, just a word from you, and we will all listen to you. Their expressions changed greatly. Last night's conversation had been heard by someone? The inescapable net instantly trapped Wu Meng. The Golden Essence Merchant Association was a subordinate merchant association of the Heavenly Alliance's Yin capital, comparable to the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion. The others were just as curious. Jin Bao glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, I want to announce. On the host seat, Su Yi raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned her head and said, the 2 of you go and take a look as well. But this time he had gained a lot. An old man in the room coughed and said, all right, the farce ends here. Pavilion Master Su, what do you want to announce by gathering everyone here today? Outside the building, Wu Meng, who was leaning against the wall, perked up his ears. Just as Xiao Chun expected, Su Yi only stayed in the Misty Rain Pavilion for half an hour before she left. Wu Meng thought to himself, this Su Yi is like a vixen. Based on her methods, she does not seem like a little girl at all. Dawn broke through the clouds and the morning sun shone brightly. Woo. Su Ye's group of 3 entered a heavily guarded courtyard. There were king-grade guards standing guard at the entrance. The moment he landed, he hurriedly stuck to the wall. Flickering spots of light appeared in the black crystal ball. After a while, the old man said, Miss, no one is following us. A skinny old man said sinisterly. He did not seem to care about Xiao Chen's feelings at all. Look again and I'll dig out your dog eyes. Wisps of seemingly weak soul power swept over him. Wu Meng knew that the 3 of them were checking to see if anyone was following him. Wu Meng took note of this person's appearance. This person should be a thorn that would not be easy to deal with. Wu Meng, who was hidden behind the 3, felt his heart tighten. He did not know if the death god mask would work. Pavilion Master Su, as long as you agree, we will help you get back this face. Even a fly would find it hard to enter, much less a person. Wu Meng frowned heavily outside the courtyard. After putting on the death god mask, Wu Meng followed Xiao Qin's instructions. After he left, he kept an eye on Su Yi in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Big brother, there is no need, right? There are no fluctuations from the formations and restrictions at all. Furthermore, who is so blind to dare to come here? Since Elder Lu is not going, I will not go either. I have to think of a way to enter. Whoosh! There had to be sovereign emperor experts maintaining the ritual formations and restrictions in the unseen darkness. After the bountiful treasure pavilions, Lu Zhang expressed his stance. A few people immediately followed suit, saying that they would not go. The gray-clad old man guarding the pavilion's roof frowned heavily. He seemed to have sensed some subtle fluctuations earlier. All right, I'll go. All of you come with me. Be quick and search the entire courtyard again. Wu Meng felt suspicious. At the same time, he felt eager to try. He revealed a faint smile under his mask. The 10 association chiefs gathered at the broken wall, watching Wu Meng's figure. In the next moment, footsteps rang out in the courtyard. A group of guards wearing the Heavenly Alliance's special battle armor rushed over from all directions. Su Yi raised her head and looked out the window. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned bright. I told you to go, so go. Cut the crap. Haha, this is good. Since the new envoy inspector has arrived, I have to meet him. Wu Meng's figure flashed, and his entire body turned pitch black, merging with the night. Wu Meng found a blind spot and leaped up, silently landing in the courtyard. Huh? Wei Fatso asked with a heartless smile as he sat up again. He did not feel embarrassed or distressed over what happened earlier. Many people asked as they looked at Su Yi in dissatisfaction. Damn it! I was too careless. That Jin Bao discovered my presence after the sky turned bright. Su Yi raised her eyebrows. This old man was Lu Zhang, the association chiefs of the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Merchant Association, the strongest of the 10. This courtyard was also this person's property. The hidden experts and guards were all his people. Jin Bao smiled faintly and ignored them. The remaining people did not say anything. Some looked at Su Yi, and some looked at the silent middle-aged man. The other old man controlling the bronze mirror put away the secret treasure and said, "No one is following us." Wearing the death god mask, Wu Meng moved stealthily in the crowd, looking like he merged with the darkness. Boom! The streets of the imperial capital Yen City were still filled with flowers at night. There were not many women dressed like Su Yi, but they were not special either. They did not stand out in the crowd. Indeed, Su Yi came to meet these people. Vaguely, there seemed to be 2 big sects within the top 10 chambers of commerce. Su Yi glared at them, and a short sword landed between Fatso's legs. The sword pierced through Wu Meng's pants and stabbed into the chair, trembling slightly. Whoosh! 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 Wu Meng thought to himself. Clearly, Su Yi was meeting with an important guest. They might be discussing how to deal with Xiao Chan. Wu Meng sat cross-legged and looked around. He now had a clear understanding of the attitude and bottom line of the 10 merchant associations association chiefs. This information would be extremely useful to Xiao Chan. It's nothing. I believe everyone already knows that our new envoy inspector is here. He even killed Duke Yun's son in my Misty Rain Pavilion. Let's not talk about this matter. He told me to pass on a message to everyone. You all have to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to meet him before sunset. The 2 used the secret treasures in their hands to check again. Just as everyone said their goodbyes and prepared to leave, a brilliant light flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. Then he suddenly said, "Wait." As Jin Bao breathed, he felt strands of soul energy sweep through his body. Fortunately, the death god mask worked again. The sovereign emperors in the courtyard did not discover him. Such a reply was equivalent to spouting nonsense. The imperial capital Yen City. However, the Misty Rain twin demons still did not feel assured. They each took out a secret treasure, a bronze mirror and a black crystal ball. This person was the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's association leader, Wei Dexin, a famous pervert. Every time Su Yi saw him, he would teach Wei Dexin a lesson. Pavilion Master Su, aren't you being too careful? Fatso fell to the ground in fright, eliciting loud laughter. The others were already used to this and were not surprised. Suyi nodded slightly and left. He really doesn't know his limits. I think he has forgotten how the previous 3 envoy inspectors died. Jin Bao said in a deep voice. I have something very important to tell everyone. The sky was already bright, but Xiao Chan still had not left. The Death God mask had a very different effect during the day and night. Why is he so cautious? Where is he going? Pu Si. Cough, cough, cough. The Misty Rain twin demons returned to Su Ye's side and said softly, It's fine. What happened? Su Ye did not move even after a long time. As she observed, black carriages occasionally stopped, and people entered them. A cold look flashed on Su Ye's face as she entered deep thought. I'll go all out. Only that Fatso could not understand. He smiled happily, not knowing what Jin Bao was up to. Su Ye found this strange, not knowing what Jin Bao wanted to say. The one who spoke was a plump, well-endowed Fatso with a wide smile on his face. His expression did not show any emotional fluctuations, appearing calm and gloomy. He gave the impression of an unfathomable martial Dao expert rather than the association president of a merchant association. The Misty Rain twin demons immediately left to carry out the order. What's the matter? Fatso asked with a smile. His beady eyes brazenly sized up Su Ye's voluptuous figure. Hundreds of sovereign personages patrolled the courtyard. There were even 3 vain sovereign emperors guarding the roof. Wu Ming wore a veil and a thick white fur coat. She hid her cultivation, appearing very cautious. The Misty Rain twin demons and 2-3 vain sovereign emperor old men followed closely behind, protecting her in secret. The sovereign emperor experts in the courtyard opened their eyes at the same time, locking their gazes on Wu Ming. When Jin Bao saw Su Yi looking at him, he said indifferently, Whether I meet or not is a completely different matter. I need to go back and discuss this with the others before making a decision. If we go and the inspector asks us to hand over the debt, it won't be easy to deal with him. If we don't go, we'll offend the inspector. At that time, it's hard to say if we'll have our resources cut. Hua. He secretly transmitted his voice. Third brother, bring some people to patrol the courtyard. Don't let anything happen tonight. Humph. If you want to see him, you can go. I won't go unless he comes to pick me up personally. I heard that this inspector isn't even 100 years old. He's just a yellow-haired kid. If he wants me to give him face, he'll have to see his sincerity first. Dong 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 dong. In the main building of the courtyard, someone pushed open the window and looked outside. In the end, he purposely lured him into a trap, and due to his carelessness, he was severely injured by the other party. However, the formations and restrictions were all activated. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang's expression immediately turned unsightly. He said seriously, Capture him. I want him alive. I want to see who is so bold as to behave atrociously in this old man's territory. Perhaps Su Yi was taking a detour on purpose, or Yen City was truly very large. But they walked for 4 hours. They might gain a great harvest on this trip. This disappointed several people. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's association leader, Lu Zhang, snorted coldly in disdain. Naturally, Lu Zhang would not personally check. No one knew if this was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Wu Ming, who was already hiding outside, felt his heart tighten. It was more or less what he guessed. Su Yi honestly told him what Xiao Chan wanted to say. It's fine. It's probably just a routine check by the guards. The association leaders of our 10 merchant associations are gathered here. We have to be more cautious. Otherwise, we will become a laughingstock if we get wiped out. Wu Ming's opinion could influence the opinions of a group of people. Several people were waiting for him to speak. The sky and the earth were impenetrable. Su Yi laughed softly, her laughter as pleasant as a wind chime. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters appointed the envoy inspector. This little girl has always been barely able to hold the position. Now that a new envoy inspector is here, I will definitely have to hand over my position. Everyone, you have overestimated this little girl. Su Yi had many connections in the imperial capital Yen City. She had the backing of a noble clan and deep accumulations. Everyone had tested each other for a long time. Whether to go or not, most of them had already made up their minds. He killed people in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Clearly, he does not care about Pavilion Master Su. Chapter 22-27. The formation was activated, and the restriction was agitated. Logically speaking, an injured one-vein sovereign emperor should have no chance of escaping. In fact, Xiao Chun did not even need a sovereign emperor to make a move. Given his current state, it would be difficult for him to charge out. On the roof, the three-vein sovereign emperor gray-clad old man watched coldly as Wu Meng broke through the formation. There were two other two-vein sovereign emperors at Xiao Chen's side, ready to attack at any moment. Under the suppression of the formation, I can only bring out 50% of my saber skills. Under the mask, Wu Meng paled as he felt the invisible pressure of the world. Xiao Chun could not bring out the full might of his divine seal and Dao domain. They were firmly suppressed around him, preventing him from moving. If he could activate the alloy battle armor, he would feel much better. However, that would expose his identity, which was not what he wanted. So. More than 100 elite guards soared into the sky. They relied on the array formation and restrictions to entangle Wu Meng, intending to capture him. Courting death. Wu Meng snorted coldly. Although he was injured, his dignity prevented him from accepting defeat at the hands of these small fries. Killing turned into a demon madness and raged. Bang! Wu Meng raged in his heart. Without any fear, he unleashed his massacre Dao domain. A saber light flashed, and the bright sky darkened. When the saber light disappeared, the sky turned bright. 10 cries of agony were heard at the same time. 10 figures died at the same time. Their bodies were split in half and their souls were destroyed. Wu Meng seemed to have gone mad. He raised his saber and swung it down. As the sky darkened, he killed these elite guards, scattering them. Not only did he take a life with each slash, he killed 10 people in a fit of rage. So powerful. The various Chamber of Commerce's association chiefs watching from the main building sucked in a breath of cold air. This was even after Jin Bao had severely injured him. Jin Bao was a three-vein sovereign emperor, someone who had been famous for a long time. Furthermore, he was still able to display such strength. If he wasn't heavily injured, how terrifying would his strength be? The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang showed a grave and stern expression as he cursed. Bunch of good-for-nothings. Dead or alive, we must take him down today. Seeing Wu Meng make a move, Lu Zhang immediately felt humiliated. His plan to capture Wu Meng alive might fail. Second bro, third bro, you two go. Make it quick and don't let Mr. Lu lose face again. The gray-robed old man said lightly. The two people beside him laughed sinisterly. All right, my hands have been itching for a long time. Boom! The two of them leaped into the air. Immediately, wind and clouds gathered. He felt as if the sky was about to fall on his back. Cracks appeared in Xiao Chen's Dao domain. In a rush, he turned around and chopped. Dang! When the two sabers clashed with Wu Meng's sabers, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Hehe. You also play with sabers? Then we brothers will play with you. We'll show you what real saber skills are. The two brothers attacked at the same time. Saber lights flashed and their figures changed. The sound of sabers clashing rang out endlessly. A vast saber intent soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky above the courtyard. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Wu Meng gritted his teeth as he fought one against two. In just a moment, there were hundreds of saber scars on his body, and blood dyed his robes red. However, the two brothers did not have it easy either, and there were also many saber scars on their bodies. Wu Meng was one example. If you hack at me, I will hack at you. Even if Wu Meng had to suffer another saber strike because of this, he did not fear it. This was where Wu Meng's nickname of Saber Demon came from. However, the cultivation technique that he cultivated matched his nature. As Wu Meng's injuries worsened, he became even crazier, attacking even more ruthlessly. To think that the bountiful treasure pavilion's Thunderbolt twin sabers can't suppress this person. After knocking Wu Meng away, the Thunderbolt twin sabers firmly suppressed him. This forced Wu Meng back to the ground, trapping him in the middle, unable to advance. However, after a while, when Wu Meng was bathed in blood, his aura of massacre multiplied. The howling saber hum was like a powerful killing god laughing maniacally. The berserk aura counterattacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Saber winds laughed maniacally like ghosts in the courtyard. A strong wind blew and laughter rang out endlessly. It was unknown whether it was the saber laughing or Wu Ming laughing. However, that laughter made one's scalp go numb. To think that Wu Ming alone suppressed the Thunderbolt twin sabers with his aura alone. Playing with sabers with me? In that case, let's see whose saber is more ruthless. Wu Ming laughed maniacally under the mask. He did not care how severe his injuries were. His grave eyes only focused on the Thunderbolt twin sabers. With the demonic saber in hand, I sing to my heart's content, only killing. The expressions of the association chiefs in the main pavilion slowly changed. The sovereign emperor experts behind them had already moved to stand in front of the association chiefs without them realizing it. The association chiefs already placed their hands on their weapons, fearing that Wu Ming would erupt and take them down with him. He really is a madman. Could this fellow be someone of the demonic Tao? The association chief said in a trembling voice when they saw Wu Ming's crazed saber aura. No matter who he is, he will die today. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang said through clenched teeth, showing an extremely cold expression. A brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the peak three-veined sovereign emperor gray-clad old man on the roof. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, and everyone's ears buzzed. They felt dizzy and their souls trembled. When looking around, afterimages layered over each other. The world shook and their bodies trembled, unable to stand stably. Pussy-eye. Wu Ming's surging aura paused, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the Thunderbolt twin saber's eyes flashed with a cold and merciless light. The two sabers stabbed into Wu Ming's chest at the same time. The instant the sabers pierced Wu Ming's chest, the two reacted as if they had a telepathic connection, retreating frantically. However, it was too late. Wu Ming roared, sounding like the roar of an ancient hero from the depths of the 18 layers of hell. That roar pierced through the layered layers of hell, erupting with an unprecedented aura and scattering the gray-clad old man's soul energy attack. Wu Ming used the last of his remaining strength to roar and chop. The two afterimages shattered, and a horrifying wound appeared on the chests of the Thunderbolt twin sabers, who were retreating. If not for the armor protecting their chests, this saber strike would have chopped the two in half. Even so, the Thunderbolt twin sabers still felt frightened, trembling in fear. Their hands, which held their sabers, continued to tremble. It's over. Everyone could tell that Wu Ming had done his best after that final saber strike. While Wu Ming was not at the end of his rope, he was not far from it. Initially, he had been fighting with his life on the line. That final saber strike, which was unprecedented since ancient times, drained all his divine energy and soul energy. Die! The gray-clad old man, who had been standing on the roof and watching coldly, roared only at the crucial moment, soared into the air. He soared into the sky and arrived before Wu Ming in a flash. Despair flashed in Wu Ming's heart. However, that face under the mask smiled. Wu Ming had used his full power in this final battle, feeling carefree and carefree. He had not lived in vain. As an outstanding talent challenging the martial Tao, if he did not have the resolve to die, the Saber Demon and Wind Demon would not have reached their current heights. However, just as the gray-clad old man was about to attack, he suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. The gray-clad old man placed his hand on Wu Ming's head, not daring to strike and shatter Wu Ming's skull. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed old man had charged over at lightning speed. Why did the gray-clad old man suddenly stop? The gray-clad old man charged over at lightning speed and saw a white-clad person with a cold expression on the wall. At some point, this person had appeared and coldly eyed the gray-clad old man. With just one glance, the gray-clad old man felt unbearable pain as if thousands of sabers were stabbing him. The gray-clad old man's finger twitched, wanting to kill Wu Ming in one go. Do you believe that you will die if you move again? However, just as the gray-clad old man revealed some clues, an icy voice rang out in his ears. The gray-clad old man looked in the direction of the voice. The instant their eyes met, the pressure from Shaoqin's King True Dragon bloodline surged over, carrying the soul energy of the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. Bang! 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 An invisible aura shattered layer by layer. The gray-clad old man felt a pressure from the depths of his soul, so heavy that he could not breathe. Thud, 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 thud. The gray-clad old man had no choice but to take 3 steps back. Whoosh! However, before the gray-clad old man could take his 3rd step, a purple light flashed, and that white figure landed before him. Even though the gray-clad old man had been prepared, he had not expected this person to throw a palm strike after landing. Reckless fool! The gray-clad old man raged. Just a mere 1-vein sovereign emperor. There was no end to this. The aura of a 3-vein sovereign emperor erupted as the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike. Bang! When the 2 palms clashed, the gray-clad old man first used his soul energy, wanting to intimidate Xiao Chen. However, the gray-clad old man suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's soul energy was no weaker than his. In fact, it was even stronger. The gray-clad old man immediately panicked and quickly brought out his 3-vein sovereign emperor divine energy. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven for a sovereign emperor. The gray-clad old man did not believe that his divine energy could not knock back the other party. Suddenly, a blue dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chen. Closely following that, many dragon images circled around him. When the 10,000 dragons picture formed, blood leaked out of the gray-clad old man's mouth as he got knocked back by Xiao Chen's palm strike. 10,000 dragons art. It's the 10,000 dragons art. The gray-clad old man was very knowledgeable. This was a sovereign emperor cultivation technique that had been lost to the dragon race for countless epochs. This cultivation technique was many levels higher than the one he cultivated. Don't you dare touch my big brother. When the Thunderbolt twin sabers saw that their big brother was injured, they ignored the saber wounds on their chests and charged at Xiao Chen at the same time, wanting to help the gray-clad old man. No! Panic flashed in the gray-clad old man's eyes as he shouted, wanting to stop all this. 3 life flower. Xiao Chen placed 1 hand on his chest and formed a hand seal. In the next moment, saber light spread out from his body, looking like petals blooming. It was hard to tell whether it was the beauty of the flower or the resplendent saber light. The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 worlds. The Thunderbolt dual sabers were like moths darting into a flame, right in front of the 3-life flower. Thousands of saber lights pierced through them, killing them miserably on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. No! Before the gray-robed old man's voice faded away, his 2 brothers, who had been through life and death with him, had already died. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 10 association chiefs in the main pavilion were all stunned. Chapter 22-28. Second brother, third brother. The gray-robed elder howled in pain and knelt on the ground. What could be more sorrowful than seeing one's brother die in front of one's eyes? Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he turned to look at Wu Meng. 2 sabers were stuck in Wu Meng's chest. Although he was still standing, he had already lost his breath and was unable to speak. Xiao Chen reached out and took off Wu Meng's mask. Blood flowed out of Wu Meng's 7 apertures, a ghastly sight. His eyes were wide open and blood flowed out. The corners of his mouth, nostrils and ears had yet to dry, and his face looked sinister and terrifying. Xiao Chen placed his hand on Wu Meng's arm and checked his injuries. After a while he entered deep thought. The 2 sabers on Wu Meng's chest were not fatal. The truly fatal thing was that Wu Meng had exhausted all his qi and blood in battle, and his soul energy had dried up. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging by a thread. Xiao Chen was a step too late. There was no need for the gray-robed old man to do anything. Wu Meng would die without a doubt. He would not be killed by others but killed in battle. Looking at the wounds on his body, Xiao Chen knew at a glance that he could have avoided it. As long as he activated the alloy battle